Huaxia, Hang City, somewhere inside a rented apartment. Sigh. Another flop in the sea of novels. Maybe I'm just not cut out to be a writer. Bayu stared at the analytics behind his latest story and let out a long sigh. His newest web novel, Raising Slimes from Today On, was clearly inspired by a currently trending series about raising dragons. The premise? A wizard protagonist who unexpectedly bonds with a slime system. This system allowed him to raise different types of magical slimes. Some could master all 5 elemental magics, some could cast holy spells, and some even breathe dragon fire. The story followed the classic route. The protagonist, underestimated at first, rises to greatness with his slime army, humiliating his rivals along the way. Bayu thought he could ride the coattails of the dragon-raising hype, maybe sip a bit of the success soup. He couldn't have been more wrong. His novel barely sold 3,000 copies, didn't break 100 bookmarks, and every single flower or review vote came from himself. Ugh, forget it. I give up. Maybe I should just find a normal, stable job. He shook his head, shut his laptop, and walked out of the apartment toward the local job fair. On the way, as he passed a lottery ticket shop, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. What the heck? Let's gamble a little. Maybe this bike will turn into a motorcycle. With that impulsive thought, Bayu stepped inside the lottery shop. Boss, give me a 5 yuan scratch ticket. I'll take one of those 5 blessings shine upon you cards. The shop owner opened a drawer and pulled out a few tickets, looking up and asking, which one do you want? It doesn't matter. Just give me any random one. But just as Bayu answered absent-mindedly, his eyes froze. On the surface of one ticket, numbers were floating, percentages. 0%, 100%, 0%, 100%, 0%, 100%. What the? Am I hallucinating? Did I pull an all-nighter writing and mess up my eyes? Bayu blinked hard and rubbed his eyes. But those percentages were still floating above the scratch-off surface. Here, the boss handed over the topmost ticket, noticing Bayu's weird expression. Still, he said nothing and passed it over. Okay then, Bayu glanced at the ticket again. The floating percentage on it, 100%. What the hell is this? He scratched it quickly with a coin. 110 yuan. Bayu stared at the ticket, deep in thought. A wild idea formed in his mind. He looked up and said, Boss, give me 2 more. Those 2 right there. This time, he specifically picked tickets with 100% floating above them. He scratched both. 1 5 yuan. One another 5 yuan. Boss, give me 2 more. That one in the middle and the 8th from the top. Again, both tickets had 100% floating above them. He scratched them open. 150 yuan. 1 5 yuan. Holy crap. Is this for real? Could these percentages actually represent the chance of winning? Bayu's heart started pounding. He took a deep breath and said, Boss, give me 11 more. Those 10 with 100%. And that one with 0%. The owner raised an eyebrow, cigarette between his lips. You sure, kid? Totally sure. Bayu nodded firmly. Scratch, scratch, scratch. 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 5 yuan. 20 yuan, 50 yuan, 5 yuan, 100 yuan, 5 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan. Total, 215 yuan. Every ticket with a 100% mark won something. The single 0% one? Nothing. Holy sh**t. I can actually see the success rate. Bayu's eyes were wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, the shop owner patted his shoulder and offered some grandfatherly advice. Kid, listen to me. A little gambling can spice things up, but too much and you'll burn yourself. You already made 50 yuan. You could have just stopped there, right? Now you're probably just going to break even. Boss. Bayu shoved the 10 winning tickets toward him. Give me 10 of the 20 yuan ones, and 1 more of the 10 yuan kind. Keep the leftover 5 yuan. Consider it the cost of my first ticket. The owner was stunned. He double-checked all the winning tickets, one by one. What the? His hand trembled. Kid, are you really sure about this? Listen to me. Take your winnings and walk. Most folks just lose everything in the end. The lottery might make it seem easy, but the ones who really profit, they're 1 in a million. But Bayu was determined. Under pressure, the boss finally handed over 10 20 yuan tickets and 1 10 yuan ticket. 7 of the 20 yuan ones had 100%, and the other 3 were 0%. The 10 yuan ticket also floated a 100%. Hands shaking with excitement, Baiyu scratched them one by one. 20 yuan, 50 yuan, 20 yuan, 20,000 yuan, 20 yuan, 100 yuan, 200 yuan, 10 yuan. That's a total winning of 20. 420 yuan from the 8 100% tickets. The 3 0% tickets? Nothing again. When Baiyu saw his Alipay balance suddenly jump to 20,410 yuan, he fell into deep thought. First off, I'm pretty sure those floating percentage numbers above the scratch-off lottery tickets represent the probability of winning. 0% means no chance, 100% means guaranteed win. But the prize amount is still unknown. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If only I knew how much each ticket would pay out. Like if I knew this one would give me 100 yuan, or what the odds were for the big prizes, that would be amazing. Just as that thought crossed his mind, his eyes accidentally drifted toward a ticket inside the dish cabinet labeled Sure Win, 10 yuan scratch off. He froze, because he noticed that the success rate percentages floating above those tickets weren't just plain 0% or 100%. They read 0%, 0%, 0%, 10%, 100%, 0%, 200%, 50%. Huh. Baiyu furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the lottery shop owner was also lost in thought. No, to be exact, he had started questioning life itself. He'd been running this little lottery shop for nearly 10 years. He had seen plenty of lucky people come and go, but someone like Baiyu, who made winning look as effortless as drinking water, he'd never seen anything like it. Boss, give me a few more of those Sure Win, 10 yuan scratch-off tickets. I'll take this one, and this one. This time, Baiyu picked 3 tickets with a 10% win rate, 3 with 20%, 2 with 50%, 1 with 100%, 1 with 200%. Altogether, he spent 100 yuan. Kid, listen, the owner said, meaningfully. You might want to take it easy. Luck's a funny thing. Sometimes it just doesn't work the way you think. Baiyu looked up and grinned. It's all good. I feel lucky today. I already made 20,000 yuan. I can afford to lose this 100. And if I don't win anything, at least I'm contributing to the country's welfare cause. The shop owner took a deep breath, said nothing more, and began tearing off the 10 tickets for Baiyu, one by one. Baiyu decided to scratch them in order of increasing success rate. Under the owner's watchful eyes, Baiyu scratched the first 10% ticket, 110 yuan. Guess I've still got that lucky touch, he said, scratching his head and giving the shop owner a sheepish grin. The owner didn't react. He just smiled politely. A 10 yuan win on a 10 yuan ticket was normal. Then Baiyu scratched the second 10% ticket, another 10 yuan win. The third 10% ticket, 10 yuan again. The first 20% ticket, 20 yuan. Second 20%, 20 yuan. Third 20%, another 20 yuan. At this point, the shop owner's mood started to shift. 6 tickets in a row, all winners. It wasn't exactly God-tier luck, but it was far from ordinary. Next came the 50% tickets. First one, 50 yuan. Baiyu looked up and met the shop owner's wide-eyed stare, chuckling. Man, today's really my lucky day. The owner. Second 50% ticket, another 50 yuan. The owner. 100% ticket, 100 yuan. The owner. 200% ticket, 200 yuan. The owner. All 10 tickets had now been scratched. Baiyu stared at the winning pile, thoughtful. A theory was beginning to form in his mind. A few seconds later, his gaze shifted to a different stack of 10 yuan lottery tickets nearby. Above those tickets, he saw the same kind of floating success rate numbers. 10%, 100%, 0%, 0%, 20%, 50%. If only I knew which of these would give me 50 yuan or more, he thought. And then, right before his eyes, the floating numbers began to change. 10% turned into 20%. 100% turned into 200%. 20% became 40%. 50% turned into 100%. Just as I suspected, Bayu's heart leapt. His theory was confirmed. To further prove it to himself, he raised his head again and scratched his head, giving the shop owner another harmless smile. Looks like my luck today is still holding up. Holding up? The owner burst out. You're calling this not bad? What kind of saint were you in your past life to have luck like this? Bayu laughed awkwardly. Well, since my luck is this insane today, I might as well go all in. Boss, give me 20 more of these lucky streak, 10 yuan tickets. I'll take this one, and these others too. This time, out of the 20 tickets, Bayu purposely chose 10 with 0% success rates. It was a smokescreen. He didn't want the shop owner getting too suspicious. Getting lucky once or twice was fine, but consistently hitting jackpots like this? That would start raising serious questions. Kid, look, winning is winning, luck is luck, but seriously, don't get carried away. All of Huaxia has tens of millions of citizens, and those who actually hit the jackpot? Just a handful. The odds of winning are ridiculously low. The shop owner gave another heartfelt, fatherly warning. No worries, boss. I'm feeling lucky today. Who knows? Maybe all 20 of these scratch-offs will win. Even if I lose. I don't care. It's just 200 yuan. I already made over 20,000 today. Bayu scratched his head and laughed like it was nothing. The shop owner, following Bayu's request, the shop owner tore off 20 10 yuan scratch-off tickets one by one. Without a word, Bayu grabbed a coin and, as if choosing randomly, picked one ticket from the pile the shop owner had handed him. The shop owner watched every move, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Bayu scratched the first ticket. Nothing. Phew. He clearly heard the shop owner exhale in relief beside him. Kid, I told you, luck is unpredictable, comes and goes like the wind. You can't count on it. The shop owner raised his eyebrows and spoke with kind concern. Bayu scratched the second ticket. Nothing again. Third. Nothing. Fourth. Still nothing. Fifth. Nope. 10 in a row. All duds. Bayu's expression immediately turned grim. Well, grim in quotation marks, because he was faking it. The shop owner, on the other hand, let out a series of quiet sighs of relief. Seeing Bayu's frustrated face, he reached over to pat his shoulder and gave another kindly warning. Sigh, kid, I try to tell you. Luck is fickle. My guess is your big win just now. The 20,000 from that scratch-off? That probably used up your whole year's worth of good fortune. Bayu glanced silently at the remaining 10 unscratched tickets. On one of them, the system had clearly shown a 30,000% win rate. His expression grew even more miserable, and he clenched his fists, saying nothing. How about this? The shop owner offered, with a friendly tone that couldn't quite hide the satisfaction in his voice. I'll buy back the 10 remaining tickets for 100 yuan. At your current luck, maybe you'll win on just one of them, if you're lucky. People are funny like that, envying others when they win, but secretly gloating when someone else loses. No need, boss, I appreciate it. Bayu replied, face still grim, but determined. I don't believe it. There's no way these last 10 tickets won't have at least one winner. Kid, come on. Sometimes you gotta know when to quit while you're ahead. That's still 100 yuan. The shop owner advised. It's just 100 yuan. Bayu wave him off. I already made 20,000 yuan today. I was only scratching one ticket for fun, just goofing around, and bam, 20,000. That's 5 months of salary right there. The shop owner froze. Just moments ago, he had been secretly thrilled that Bayu's 10 tickets in a row were losers. Now, Bayu casually mentioned he'd already made 20,000. That stung. You sigh. Fine. Do whatever you want. The shop owner looked defeated, shaking his head. Bayu picked up his coin again. Under the shop owner's sharp gaze, the second round began. First ticket, 20% chance. 110 yuan. Ah, he. Bayu looked up at the shop owner and scratched his head with an innocent grin. Looks like my luck's coming back, boss. The shop owner forced a smile. Second ticket, 100% chance. 150 yuan. Whoa, another win, 50 yuan this time. Bayu shouted excitedly. The shop owner nodded calmly. Third ticket, 20% chance. 110 yuan. Boss, I won again. Bayu waved the ticket gleefully. The shop owner smiled faintly. Fourth ticket, 20% chance. 110 yuan. Why is it only 10 yuan this time? Bayu muttered, disappointed. The shop owner's smile started to twitch. Fifth ticket, 50% chance. 125 yuan. The shop owner. Final ticket, 30,000% win rate. Bayu didn't scratch it right away. He held his coin, eyes scanning over the 9 previously scratched tickets. Out of those 9, the best I got was 100 yuan. That's way too low, he muttered. The shop owner's lips twitched twice. Bayu held the final ticket solemnly. Heavenly spirits above, earth spirits below. Taishang Lao Jun, please bless this last ticket. Give me a jackpot over 10,000. Kid, the shop owner said, you know the odds of winning over 10,000 from a scratcher like this are basically 0.0001%, right? You already hit a 20,000 earlier. There's no way you'll win again. Before he could finish, Bayu suddenly yelled out in delight. 15,000. Boss, 15,000. I hit 15,000. I really won another jackpot. Ha ha. My luck really is heaven-defying. The shop owner rushed over to look. Double symbols. No mistaking it. 15,000. His whole body shook. So, boss, Bayu asked with a grin, what were you just saying about no way I'd win again? And nothing. The shop owner stammered, cigarette trembling in his hand. He forced a smile. Dingling. The familiar sound of an Alipay transfer notification rang out. Bayu glanced at his phone. 15,000 yuan had just been credited. A satisfied grin spread across his face. What a beautiful sound. But at that exact moment, the shop owner suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, this isn't right. The odds for scratch-off lottery tickets are fixed at the time of printing. Yet Bayu had just scratched out several winning tickets in a row. Big wins, too. That could only mean one thing. The remaining tickets in the batch now had significantly lower odds. The shop owner frowned. If another customer came in later and bought a bunch of these leftover tickets, they'd probably get just 1 or 2 small prizes at best. Thinking of this, the shop owner suddenly shivered. He looked up and forced a smile at Bayu. Kid, looks like your luck's running hot today. While you're still riding this winning streak, why not try a few more tickets? Who knows? You might hit another big one. Bayu swept his eyes across the remaining tickets behind the counter. After his earlier blitz, most of what was left had practically zero chance of winning. A few scattered ones might yield a measly 10 or 20 yuan, but that was it. He quickly did the math in his head. Based on what he'd scratched and what was left, the odds had likely dropped below 5%. Charity lottery tickets were supposed to have a 30% win rate. He shook his head earnestly. No, boss. I think it's time I called it quits. You know the saying, when things reach the extreme, they reverse. I already pulled 2 grand prizes back-to-back. I've hit my peak. If I push my luck now, it's bound to turn. The shop owner leaned in, coaxing with a sly smile. Come on, kid. You've already made over 35,000 yuan. What's a couple hundred more for a shot at another big win? What if I lose? Bayu asked. Even if you lose, it's no big deal. You've still made over 35,000 yuan. 2 or 300 is pocket change. Pocket change? Boss, come on now. Bayu straightened up and spoke with a solemn expression. Frugality and thrift are fine traditional virtues of our Chinese people. You really need to work on your moral outlook. The shop owner, what the hell, frugality? Moral outlook? Weren't you just the one saying you didn't care about $100 earlier? The shop owner looked like his soul had left his body. Boss, I get it. You just want the best for me. You want me to take advantage of my luck while it lasts. And you're not wrong, really. Bayu gave an honest smile, scratched his head, then said with exaggerated sincerity, but I've thought it through. You're right, completely right. Greed leads to downfall. A wise man knows when to stop. Contentment is true happiness. So I've decided today I'm done. The shop owner. And with that, under the shop owner's helpless gaze, Bayu turned and wobbled toward the door like a victorious warrior. Just as he reached the entrance, he suddenly paused. This ability of mine, aside from predicting lottery odds, I wonder if I can use it for other things too. With that thought, a new idea popped into Bayu's mind. He grabbed the door handle. muttering to himself. I wonder what the success rate of opening this door is. A second later, a glowing percentage floated above the doorknob. 100%. Just as I thought. It works. Bayou grinned and reached for the handle. But before he could push the door open, the percentage suddenly started to change. 90%, 80%, 50%, 10%. In under 10 seconds, the success rate for opening the door had plummeted to just 10%. Whoa, what the hell is going on? Bayou's pupil shrank. He quickly backed away from the door and returned to the counter. Something's wrong. Very wrong. For the odds to drop that fast. Something bad was about to happen. Hey kid, what's up? The shop owner asked, puzzled as Bayou backed away. I don't know, Bayou said cautiously. I just got this weird feeling like something bad's gonna happen if I walk out that door. Before he could finish, the percentage on the door handle suddenly dropped to 0%. At that exact moment, a black blur shot toward the store from outside. Bang! The thing slammed into the glass lottery kiosk with a loud crash, shattering the crystal-clear door into pieces. Oh, ow, ow! A long, drawn-out howl echoed through the wreckage. Bayou stared in disbelief. Lying on a shattered glass at the entrance was a dumb-looking husky, paws covering its head, howling in pain. Apparently, the black blur was this dog, who had just headbutted the glass door like a missile. Bayou, shop owner. Hey kid, how did you know that? The shop owner's eyes bulged like he'd just seen a ghost. He trembled as he asked, his voice unsteady. Even Bayou himself realized what he'd done just now was a bit much. He took a deep breath, calming his nerves, then looked up at the shop owner with a serene gaze. Let's try using this little trick of mine, telling someone's fortune based on probability. As soon as he thought that, a number floated over the shop owner's head. 50% success rate. Okay, what if I add a little flair? Say I'm an 18th generation heir of a mystical divination lineage. The success rate jumped to 64%. Just barely convincing. Bayou smirked inwardly, then turned to the shop owner with a mysterious smile. Boss, truth is, I'm a fortune teller. But don't lump me in with those street-side scammers you see near Tianxiao Market. My family's lineage traces back to the Zhou dynasty, too. Maybe even 3,000 years of pure fortune-telling tradition. Above the shop owner's head, the number wavered slightly, 63%. 2 to 3,000 years of fortune-telling skills? Kid, let me tell you, I'm a man of science. I don't believe in ghosts or gods, much less this mystical mumbo-jumbo, the shop owner said, skeptical. And if your family's really been doing this for thousands of years, how come I've never heard of you? You'd think that'd be famous by now. It's because my family has always kept a low profile. We've never involved ourselves in court politics or dynastic shifts, Bayou said solemnly. Revealing the secrets of heaven always comes with consequences. That's why we've stayed in the shadows. Success rate, 65%. Seeing a chance, Bayou pointed at the scratch-off lottery tickets on the counter. Boss, in fact, you've already seen my fortune-telling skills. The shop owner blinked. He looked at the scratched tickets, and his eyes widened again. The number shot up to 80%. Wait, you mean? Before the boss could finish, Bayou calmly added, that's right. I was reading my own fortune for wealth earlier. Every winning ticket you saw, that was me predicting the outcome. And when I stopped playing, that was because I sensed a backlash from the heavens. The 10 losing tickets that followed? Proof of cosmic retribution. Success rate? 90%. So that's what it was. I thought it was weird how I got so lucky with those tickets. 2 in a row worth 10,000 yuan each, the shop owner mumbled. I was just about to leave when something fell off. So I paused and did a quick reading. Turns out if I stayed near that gate a second longer, I might have been in danger. That's why I came back in. Success rate, 93%. Kid, no, master. Please, how much do you charge for a reading? I want one seriously, the shop owner asked eagerly, his eyes full of hope. Bayou gave him a long, cryptic look before shaking his head slowly. Our lineage strictly honors the law of cause and effect. Just now, I may have interfered with your business fate while seeking my own luck. That's karma. So, Tell me, what do you want to know? I want you to check my fortune for compensation. The boss said immediately. My old man's property is in the middle of demolition negotiations. The compensation amount hasn't been finalized. I want to know, how much should I ask for to get the best deal? And what's the amount you personally feel is fair? Bayu asked. Well, there are at least 200 or 300 square meters involved. I figure I should get at least 2 million yuan. I see. Bayu nodded and closed his eyes. Success rate if he offers 2 million? 100%. 3 million? 100%. 4 million? 100%. 5 million? 10%. For 0.5 million? 80%. For 0.8 million? 50%. For 0.3 million? 99%. 4.29 million? 100%. The entire lottery shop went quiet. With the shop owner watching breathlessly, Bayu opened his eyes. Master, what's the result? The owner asked anxiously. Bayu nodded. If you offer 4.3 million yuan, I guarantee they'll accept without hesitation. Offer 4.5 million, and there's an 80% chance they'll agree. Offer 4.8 million, and the odds drop to 50%. For a million, the boss shouted, eyes wide in shock. That's way more than I thought. Master, are you sure you're right? If you don't believe me, Bayu said calmly, call them right now and see for yourself. He was just as curious to test the power of this golden finger of his. All right, I'll call them now. The shop owner quickly whipped out his phone and dialed. 1 minute later, they agreed. They actually agreed. I offered 4.3 million and they said yes. Immediately. No hesitation. The boss shouted excitedly, then turned toward Bayu with sparkling eyes and a flushed face. Master, you really are a divine fortune teller. This karma, this gift you've given me is too great. I must repay you. Here, I'll send you 300,000 yuan as compensation. Bayu was just about to put on a modest act and refuse when, his phone vibrated. He looked at the screen. Construction bang reminder. An amount of 300,000 yuan has been deposited into your account, ending in 2333. Available balance, 3,368,600 yuan. As the lottery shop owner respectfully watched him leave, Bayu casually flicked his sleeve and walked out of the ticket store. That husky, the one who had just crashed into the crystal door, was still lying on the ground, howling in agony like a tragic wolf in a B-grade drama. This dog is too dumb. I bet a lot of shops have suffered thanks to it, huh? Above the husky's head, a percentage appeared, 100%. No wonder it's ranked number 1 among the 3 great snowboarding idiots. A merchant success rate of 100%. What kind of insane concept is that? If I were its owner, I'd probably develop heart problems from stress. Bayu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh, the husky suddenly raised its head and howled at Bayu, then scrambled up, twisted its butt, and dashed off in a random direction. It barely ran 2 steps before slipping dramatically. The husky staggered and face planted into the ground. Oh, it gave another miserable howl, then noticed the culprit that caused it to trip, a stray tennis ball. Furiously, it raised one of its back legs and kicked the tennis ball hard. Unfortunately, its hind leg slipped on the ball, and it tripped again. Oh. The husky crashed to the ground once more, legs splayed. Bayu. The poor dog seemed determined to fight this tennis ball to the bitter end. It climbed up again and grabbed the ball in its mouth. Oh. It shook its head violently like it was exacting revenge on the tennis ball, then flung it at a nearby wall with all its might. The ball bounced off the wall, hit the ground twice, and smacked the husky square on the head. Ugh. Oh. The dog howled again, this time sounding deeply betrayed. Bayu. He was completely speechless. No way. Letting a purebred husky like this wander freely is way too dangerous. Who knows? In a few minutes it could smash another glass door. Or worse, knock someone over. This is a public hazard. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a new probability percentage popped up in front of Bayu's eyes. 90%. This meant that if he left this husky alone, there was a 90% chance it would crash into something or hurt someone. Bayu decided he had to do something about it. But first, He had to make sure he wouldn't be the one getting hurt. Can this husky bite me? 0%. If I get bitten, is there a chance I'll get rabies? 0%. Will this husky listen to what I say? 100%. 2 zeros and a perfect 100. That reassured Baiyu quite a bit. He slowly approached the husky. The dog looked up sharply and locked eyes with him. Baiyu was a bit startled by its sudden movement, but quickly regained his composure. One man, one dog, they stared at each other in silence. After a few seconds, Baiyu raised a finger, crooked it slightly, and called out, "Hey, dumb dog." 1 second later, the husky's tail started wagging wildly, and it sprinted toward Baiyu. As it approached, it tried to stop by digging in with its front paws. It failed. Once again, it demonstrated its signature move, face breaking, and slid right into Baiyu. Baiyu. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. After getting back on its feet, the husky let out a triumphant howl, then began circling around Baiyu, clockwise, over and over like a whirlwind of fluff. Baiyu's face darkened. Let's see the chances I can find this husky's owner. 70%. If I head east, what's the probability of finding the owner? 40%. Okay, what if I go west? 100%. West it is. Hey, dumb dog, let's go. Baiyu called out to the still crazy, no, crazy dog crazy, husky. And so, a man and a dog set off toward the west side of the park. Chances I'll find the owner in this small park? 100%. How about at the pavilion? 0%. Right. Baiyu started testing various locations based on the probabilities. After 8 attempts, he finally pinpointed the location of the husky's owner and found her. The husky's owner turned out to be a young woman, and judging by Baiyu's standards, her looks were easily a 9 out of 10. That girl over there taking selfies. What are the chances she's the husky's owner? 100%. Damn, talk about calm. Her dog's been running wild, and she's still snapping selfies. Baiyu couldn't help but mutter under his breath and walk toward her. Oh wow, you have a husky too? It looks just like my Oreo. Yep, Oreo's my husky, the girl spoke first, cutting off anything Baiyu was about to say. Baiyu, you don't say. They don't just look alike, they're the same dog. His face darkened. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. The husky howled loudly at the girl. Oh, even the way it howls sounds just like my Oreo. Haha, this is so funny. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed in joy. Actually, Baiyu began to explain, but the girl was already circling the dog, analyzing it closely. Still, my Oreo's a bit cuter, more handsome. This one's a little dumber. Oreo's way smarter. She rattled off a full review, comparing the two different huskies. Ahem. Baiyu couldn't hold back anymore and coughed twice before speaking. Excuse me, but can I cut in for just a second? My Oreo eats Bernard Natural Premium. 500 yuan per bag. His coat grows super soft and shiny. When I pet him, he feels way better than your dog. There's clearly a big difference. And wait a minute. She finally looked confused. If I'm not wrong, this husky is your Oreo, Baiyu said calmly. That's not funny. Oreo's tied up back there on a park bench. I left him. She paused and turned around, pointing to a bench not far away. At that moment, near the bench, there was no husky in sight, not even a stray dog, only a leash, tied to the bench, empty, flapping in the wind. While what? Gaining a bit more credibility with each other. After that, this could only be described as a cute and clueless little martial arts girl blushing furiously, grabbing the husky by its ears, and scurrying off like she was fleeing the scene. Watching the girl walk away, Baiyu shook his head and casually opened up his Moments feed. Every day, someone would post on Moments. There was one friend in particular, Oreo, that girl from the Ha Trading House, who would upload at least 5 posts every weekend. From the kitchen to the living room, from the living room to the bedroom, from the bedroom to the bathroom. Every single room in the house had been destroyed at least twice. No wonder they say this dog has a 100% success rate as a demolition merchant. Royal bloodline of the husky, no less. Baiyu couldn't help but roast her in his head before shaking his head and heading home. But as he passed by the antique street, he suddenly came to a halt. Antique street. Maybe I'll get lucky and find a hidden gem. His eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he turned into the antique market. The place was bustling, shops lined up tightly, and customers constantly coming and going. Bayu didn't bother stopping at the neatly decorated storefronts with their old-school flair. Instead, he walked straight to the flea market section in the back where the real freelance trading happened. This so-called flea market was really just rows of street vendors and stalls packed together, selling all kinds of odd trinkets. And the deeper he went, the more chaotic it got. Vendors were shouting nonstop. Bayu had only ever heard about this kind of antique flea market. He'd never actually visited one himself. After all, he'd been broke for most of his life. Even the cheapest little trinket here would run him 2 or 3 grand. But now, he was free to explore. The crowd was full of seasoned collectors. They could tell at a glance that Bayu was a complete newbie, wandering around aimlessly. It didn't take more than a minute before all the vendors figured it out. Fresh meat had arrived. To them, a clueless newbie meant only one thing: money. So naturally, they all became overly enthusiastic with their greetings, grinning from ear to ear as they tried to lure him in. Bayu spent about half an hour strolling through the entire market, satisfying his curiosity. He finally circled back to a small booth near the entrance to begin his treasure-hunting journey for real. "Hey there, young man. Take a look. These are all antiques passed down in my family. I'm Li, and I heard my ancestor was none other than Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin." The vendor launched into his pitch with gusto. "Boss, you could spare me the sales talk. I'm just browsing." Bayu waved him off and began scanning the items on the blanket. As he looked over the random assortment of antiques, he muttered to himself, "What's the chance I actually find a genuine antique here?" The moment the thought crossed his mind, a number popped up in front of his eyes. 100%. Wait, 100%. He blinked in surprise and glanced up at the vendor. The vendor smiled kindly. "Does that mean these are all real antiques?" But something feels off. Bayu frowned and thought for a moment. Then suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. "That's it. I know why it's 100%. It's because of how I'm defining antique. These probably are antiques, technically, but from what era? Maybe they're just from the Republic of China? Even if they're from the Ming or Song dynasties, they could be mass-produced junk with no real value. Still antiques, technically, just not worth anything." With that realization, Bayu quickly revised the rule in his head. "What are the odds I can find an antique here worth at least 10,000 yuan? The number instantly changed from 100% to 0%. "All right, what about 5,000 yuan?" He adjusted the threshold. 0%. 4,000. 0%. 3,000. 0%. 2,000. 0%. 1,000. 0%. 500. 0%. 300. 5%. Bayu's face darkened. He scanned the small stall, which had maybe 20 items at most. 5% meant that only one of those 20 items might be worth more than 300 yuan. He tried another question. "What are the odds I can find something from the Republic of China era at this stall?" 100%. "Thought so," Bayu muttered to himself, then pointed at a glossy walnut prayer bead carved in the shape of a tiger's head and casually asked, "Hey boss, how much for this tiger head, walnut bead?" "Oh, you got a good eye, young man. This is the most valuable antique I've got here. They say Empress Dowager Cixi used to play with something just like this. Since we're fated to meet, I'll give it to you for only 20,000. The vendor looked like it broke his heart to even offer it. 20 grand. Bayu scoffed internally. This thing probably isn't even worth 200. The number flashed again, 0%. Without another word, Bayu turned and walked off toward the next stall. Hey, don't go, little brother. Fine, how about 10,000? 10 grand? Deal. But Bayu ignored him completely. At the next booth, he set the bar again. What are the odds I can buy an antique here worth at least 10,000 yuan? 10%. Huh, that's something. Eyes lighting up, he adjusted the benchmark. 20, 000, 10%. 30,000, 10%. 50,000, 10%. 100,000, 10%. Holy crap. I swear I'm about to hit the jackpot. The moment the success rate for an item worth 100,000 shot to 100%, Bayu knew he was on the verge of something big. Time to raise the bid again. If I can score an antique from this stall worth over 150,000, and the success rates still holding. The number hovering above the second booth remains stuck at 10%. What about 200,000? Still 10%. 250,000? Still 10%. 300,000? 10% again. After raising the price a dozen times, Bayou finally nailed down the artifact's actual value. 500,000. Looks like I'm really about to strike it rich this time. He was practically trembling with excitement. Sure, he'd seen this kind of lucky encounter in novels countless times before, but now that it was happening to him in real life, the thrill was unreal. Hey there, young man. See anything you like? The stall owner was a chubby, middle-aged man with a friendly smile. He'd noticed Bayou staring at his booth for a while and walked over with a grin. Don't worry. This is a fair business. I won't pull the kind of dirty tricks those shady dealers are known for. If you like something, just name it. The owner of Stall 1, nearby, looked visibly annoyed. The fat stall owner just gave him a smug grin, which only made the other man's expression darken even more. I'm just browsing, Bayou replied, flashing him a polite smile. Then he turned his full attention back to the 10 so-called antiques laid out before him. He had a 10% chance of buying something worth 500,000. That was 1 in 10. So, he decided to go with the process of elimination. His eyes landed first on a porcelain dish at the far left. What are the odds someone would buy this from me for 500,000? 0%. Pass. Eliminated. This one, 0%. This, 0%. And this, 0%. Finally, as the saying goes, persistence pays off. After eliminating 7 items, he landed on the 8th one, a bronze wine cup from ancient times. Success rate, 100%. Finally, Bayou's face lit up, his eyes locked on the bronze cup like a predator spotting its prey. The chubby stall owner furrowed his brows, and his eyes flicked quickly, clearly starting to scheme. He was already plotting how much he could squeeze out of Bayou. Oh, so you've got your eye on that bronze wine cup? The fat stall owner beamed. I'll be honest with you, kid. I picked that up from a rural village. Cost me 8,000 yuan. But hey, if you're serious about buying, I'll sell it to you at cost. 8,000. Not a penny more, not a penny less. 8,000. Bayou's eyes narrowed. Compared to the item's real worth, 500. 000. 8,000 was just pocket change. Still, judging by the guy's expression, Bayou figured the price could probably go even lower. No way that was the minimum. Plus, if he just accepted the offer without bargaining, it might make the guy suspicious. If the seller got cold feet last minute, Bayou would lose the deal for nothing. Let's say I offer 4,000 for the cup, success rate. 100%. What the hell? Even 4,000 gets me a 100% success rate. He pushed it further. What if I offer 2,000? 100%. 1,000. 80%. All right then. 2,000 it is. Bayou took a deep breath and looked back at the seller, putting on a hesitant expression. Mr. 8,000 feels a bit steep. Could you maybe go just a little lower? Sure. The fat stall owner chuckled heartily. You seem like a good kid. Name your price. 2,000. Bayou shot back instantly. The seller's smile froze. He stared at Bayou for a long moment before sighing dramatically. Fine, 2,000 it is. Honestly, I bought a batch of stuff for 8,000. Sold some already. And this cup was the last of it. Money was exchanged. The bronze wine cup, valued at 500,000, was now in Bayou's hands. He carefully wrapped it up, then wandered off to check out other stalls. As soon as Bayou disappeared from sight, the fat seller's face twisted from fake misery to smug glee. Bought a pile of junk from a village for 300 yuan and already made 9,000 off that girl yesterday for a busted wine jug. Now, this idiot give me 2,000 for another piece of trash? Easy money. The man chuckled to himself as he sat back down. Nearby, the owner of Stall 1 looked even more jealous and bitter. And just then, a slender, striking woman in a red dress walked briskly toward them. Hey, old Wong, isn't that the girl you ripped off yesterday? The one who spent 9,000 on that bronze jug? Looks like she's coming back for blood. The owner of Stall 1 smirked, clearly enjoying the show. Not my problem. She paid. No refunds. Old Wong crossed his arms, putting on a bold front. By now, the woman in red had reached the stall. Our shop has a no-returns policy. The fat stall owner blurted out before she could even speak. No, it's not that, the woman said calmly, not even looking at him. She was scanning the stall intently, flipping through items like she was searching for something. Where is it? Where did it go? She muttered to herself. The fat seller wiped sweat from his forehead. What are you looking for, miss? He had a bad feeling. The bronze wine cup? She suddenly looked up, urgency in her eyes. I'll pay 10,000. No, 50,000 yuan to buy it back. As soon as those words left her mouth, the chubby shopkeeper froze. A second later, his eyes bulged wide open. His face stiffened completely. Cold sweat started pouring down his forehead. He wiped his brow nervously with his sleeve and stammered, eyes full of disbelief. A little miss, why you said, how much? 50,000. The girl in the red dress calmly held up 5 fingers. Oh my God, 50. 50,000. The fat shopkeeper's whole body trembled. He stumbled back 2 steps, as if the future had suddenly turned pitch black. Shopkeeper, are you saying 50,000 isn't enough? The girl in red said sweetly. I could offer more. The man blinked in shock, muttering absent-mindedly. And not enough. She said she could go even higher. 60,000. Are you selling or not? The red dress girl offered again. The shopkeeper. Still not enough? The fat man looked like he'd just swallowed a bitter pill and muttered under his breath. This is what I get for always trying to outsmart others. Damn it. 80,000. Gone just like that. A nearby vendor snorted, laughing obnoxiously. Huh. Lao Wang, I gotta say, when it comes to business, I've never really admired anyone. Until today. You picked up a pile of junk from the countryside for $300, and now someone wants to buy it for 80 grand? Incredible. Mad respect. The fat man's face turned an even deeper shade of gloom. 100,000. I'll pay up to 100,000, the red dress girl suddenly said, her voice firm. His face went from dark to charred coal levels of despair. Little miss, the chubby shopkeeper said weakly, about that. I actually just sold that bronze wine spear, like literally a minute or 2 ago. The first vendor chuckled and chimed in, his face stiff as stone. What? You sold it? The red dress girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait here. I'll be right back. The chubby man suddenly snapped out of it, gave her a serious look, then turned and bolted in the direction why you had gone. But just as he took his first step, a loud commotion erupted from the center of the trading market. 300,000. This kid's got the luck of the gods. That bronze wine spear. Old Master Lee just offered 300 grand. Holy crap. If Old Lee is interested, that thing must be the real deal. Word is, that wine spear was found at one of the stalls right here in our own market, for just 2,000. What? 2,000? I bet the vendor who sold it is already crying his eyes out. Hey Lao Wang, that 2,000 yuan bronze spear, don't tell me that was the one you sold. The loudmouth vendor shouted with exaggerated drama. 300,000, the chubby man whispered, his whole body stiffening. His face looked as if all color had drained away. And just when a noise was dying down. Boom! More uproar from the crowd. He turned it down. The kid actually turned it down. 30 grand, and he refused. Is he crazy? Maybe he's just trying to start a bidding war. Whoa, 350,000. Oldie just raised the price. Dear God, from 2,000 yuan to 350K. Whoever sold that thing is probably bleeding from the heart right now. He refused again, hearing the chaos growing louder. You sold that spear for 2 grand, and now Old Lee's offering 350K. Yikes. You really misread this one? Huh? Even 350 isn't enough. The vendor kept whispering excitedly right into the fat man's ear. He said nothing, but deep inside, he was dying from regret. Absolutely dying. Ugh, what a pain. The red dress girl clenched her pale fists and muttered to herself. She paused for a moment, then headed straight toward the center of the market. The fat shopkeeper hesitated, then followed her. Inside the market, in the middle of the growing crowd, 400,000. An old man with kind eyes and gray hair raised 4 fingers and said calmly, "Young man, I'll give you 400,000 for that bronze wine spear." The crowd immediately exploded in noise again. Still not enough. Baiyu shook his head. Old Masterly furrowed his brow, gave Baiyu and the spear in his hands another look, then said with interest, "Young man, you clearly know what you're holding. Tell me your price." 500,000, Baiyu said directly. "Take it or leave it. One offer." Boom! Another wave of gasps and chatter swept through the crowd. 500,000. Bold ask. This kid's got some guts. I'll give him that. Despite the crowd's noise, Baiyu remained calm and unshaken. Why? Because even after he named that outrageous price, the success rate above old Lee's head hadn't changed. It still said 100%. Old Masterly gave him a long, thoughtful look, then finally nodded. 500,000. Deal. The fat shopkeeper's eyes rolled back in his head. Old Wong, are you okay? Say something." The moment Mr. Lee uttered the word possible, the chubby shop owner, who had just squeezed in a crowd, went pale and started trembling. His knees buckled and he staggered back a few steps. Luckily, a regular customer nearby caught him just in time. "FF 500,000, the chubby man muttered, eyes wide in shock. "Sigh. Old Wong, you heard it too, didn't you? That kid's luck is unreal. He bought that bronze wine vessel for 2,000 yuan, and now Mr. Lee's offering 500 grand. The regular customer helped steady Old Wong while shaking his head in awe. "I heard he picked it up at one of those flea markets here in our city, but no one knows exactly which stall. I bet whoever sold it to him is probably regretting it to death now." Old Wong's face twisted in pure agony. "Wait a second, Old Wong." The customer suddenly turned to him, squinting. "Don't tell me. That bronze wine vessel came from your stall?" Huh. Old Wong forced out a laugh that was more painful than cheerful. "Come on now. You all know I've been dealing in antiques for over 10 years. If that thing really came from my stall, how could I possibly not recognize its value?" Huh? I suppose that makes sense." The customer nodded thoughtfully. Then he frowned. "But why do you look like that then?" It's the sun. It's too hot today. Got me all lightheaded," Old Wong said, wiping his brow. "The sun?" The man glanced up at the sky, confused. "But it's clearly overcast today." "Yeah, no. I mean, it was sunny yesterday. I must have overheated then." "Yeah, I'm not feeling well. I think I'll skip the show and head back to rest." Old Wong gave one last mournful glance at Baiyu and the bronze wine vessel in his hands, then prepared to hobble away. Out of sight, out of mind. 600,000. A crisp female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Oh no, I'm ruined." Old Wong froze mid-step, his whole body stiffening. Baiyu looked up and immediately spotted the red-dressed girl walking confidently through the crowd. About 5 feet 7 inches, long black hair, striking C-cup figure, flawless skin, and legs for days. Easily a 9.5 out of 10. In the past, Baiyu would have been too intimidated to even glance at someone like her. Different worlds entirely. But now, things had changed. He calmly gave the red-dressed girl a once-over. Then his eyes drifted to Old Wong, whose face was now frozen in a perfect shade of charcoal gray. Their eyes met. Old Wong tried to smile. It looked more like a grimace carved from regret. "Hey, boss." Baiyu suddenly pointed exaggeratedly. "You're here too. Remember me? I just bought this bronze wine vessel from your stall for 2,000 yuan, and now someone's offering over 500,000. Old Wong. Whoosh. Every eye in the crowd turned toward Old Wong's darkened face. Wait, isn't that Old Wong? No way. That sharp old fox actually misjudged something. Damn, so it was Old Wong who sold it. And for just 2,000. Laughter erupted. Old Wong stood there, expression twisted with embarrassment. Nice one, Old Wong. The regular customer patted him on the back. The cleverest seller in the whole antique market finally had a bad day. Old Wong's face darkened even further. Ahok, there goes my reputation. Totally destroyed. How am I supposed to keep doing business here now? Young lady. Mr. Lee frowned and turned to the girl in red. That's a bit unfair, don't you think? I already made an offer to the young man. Jumping in now is kind of rude, isn't it? But sir, the red-dressed girl replied with a sweet smile, you haven't closed the deal yet, have you? Both of them turned to Baiyu, waiting for a response. He raised his hands innocently. Mr. Lee took a deep breath and after a few seconds said, 560,000. Old Wong, 570,000. The girl countered immediately. Old Wong, 580,000, Mr. Lee said. Old Wong, 600,000. The red-dressed girl said confidently, clearly determined to get the bronze vessel. Old Wong, Seve, Mr. Lee started, then suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the girl for a few seconds. Then he asked sharply, what's your relationship with that old ghost from Dimension and University? The girl froze. He's my grandfather. You're that little Empress Ching-Ching he's always bragging about. Mr. Lee asked, and you are? The girl, whose name was Di Ching-Ching, looked startled. Huh, what a small world. So you're here to buy the bronze wine vessel because of your grandpa? Yes, that's right. She nodded quickly. I'm Li Weigua, just like your grandfather. I'm a professor in the history department at Hangqing University, he said with a warm smile. You could just call me Grandpa Li. Oh, so you're the guy Grandpa always talks about. The one he says watch me grow up in diapers. Realizing her slip, Di Ching-Ching quickly corrected herself with a sweet voice. Grandpa Li. Ching-Ching, how's that old rascal's health these days? Still strong. He goes out for a jog every morning. Baiyu watched the two of them chat away like old family friends and felt his expression darken. Still, seeing as they were both rich, he held his tongue. 5 minutes passed. They were still chatting. Baiyu, 10 minutes passed. Ahem ahem. Baiyu finally couldn't take it anymore. He cleared his throat loudly and said, Hey, Grandpa Li. Miss Ching-Ching, so, are you two still planning to buy this bronze wine vessel or what? Buy it? Of course I'm buying it. Right there on the spot, Di Ching-Ching transferred 600,000 yuan to Baiyu without so much as blinking. His phone buzzed. Baiyu picked it up and glanced at the screen. China Construction Bank reminds you. Account ending in 2333 has received a transfer of 600,000 yuan. Remaining balance, 934,860 yuan. Bought it for 2,000. Sold it for 600,000. That's a 300x profit. Jackpot. Debt settled. Baiyu handed the bronze wine vessel to Di Ching-Ching with a smug smile. Hey, Ching-Ching, save my contact. All right. Then he added, you really seem to have an eye for antiques. Leave me your number, just in case I come across another treasure. I'll let you know. Who are you calling Ching-Ching? Di Ching-Ching glared at him, irritated. You talk like you're older than me or something. Statistically speaking, Baiyu murmured, you probably are older than me. As that thought crossed his mind, a percentage suddenly appeared above Di Ching-Ching's head. 0%. 0? Huh. Seeing that, Baiyu grinned and began pretending to count on his fingers. I knew it. I'm definitely older than you, Ching-Ching. You just say you're older, and suddenly that makes it true, she huffed. I'm guessing you're 20 years old, right? Success rate, 100%. She's 20. Same as me. I was born on September 30th. That means she must have been born in October. 0%. November. 0%. December. 0%. Baiyu frowned. She's younger than me. Not October, November, or December. And still 20. Don't tell me. She was born on September 30th too? 100%. I was born at 3:23 p.m. If she's younger, then she must have been born sometime between 7 p.m. and midnight. 0%. After 5 p.m., 0%. After 4 p.m., 0%. After 3:30 p.m., 0%. What the hell? You gotta be kidding me. Step by step, narrowing it down, Baiyu finally arrived at the exact answer. 3:24 and 36 seconds p.m. She was born just 1 minute after him. Ah, finally nailed it. Baiyu suddenly spoke up. Di Ching-Ching. who had been examining the bronze vessel, gave him a weird look. What the heck are you mumbling about? Ching Ching, Bayu said, still playing the mystic. You're 20 years old, right? Born at the end of September. To be exact, you were born on September 30th, weren't you? Die King blinked. Stand. How do you know that? I calculated it. Bayu replied, grinning mysteriously. Humph. What nonsense. But Bayu just smiled smugly. Let me double check. Yep, no doubt. You were born in the afternoon of September 30th. Di Ching's expression shifted. Her flawless, beautiful face was suddenly filled with shock. Let me focus a little. Bayu closed his eyes theatrically. A few seconds later, he opened them again. You were born at 3:24 p.m. On the dot. No mistake. You. How the hell do you know that? She stammered, eyes wide. No way. Is he for real? Dude can actually tell fortunes? What do you mean, fortunes? It's the 21st century. I bet he found that out ahead of time, just to flirt with girls. Wait, not just 3:30, 3:24, and 36 seconds. That's your exact birth time, Bayu said with a smug little nod. Di Ching didn't even respond. She just whipped out her phone and called her mom. Hello, Ching? What's up? Mom, do you remember exactly when I was born? September 30th, around 3:30 in the afternoon, right? Ching, seriously, you don't even know when your own birthday is? No, more specific. Like, was it 3:24 p.m.? Hold on, I'm not totally sure. Let me go check your birth certificate. A moment later, her mother's voice came back. Ching, you there? Yeah, I'm listening. Okay, I found it. It says 3:24 p.m. and 36 seconds. The certificate even notes the seconds. But how did you know that? I've always kept this in the safety deposit box. Wait, Ching? Hello? No, it's nothing. I was just curious. Click. Di Ching hung up, completely dumbfounded. She looked up at Bayu again. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, like she was staring at an alien. How did you know that? Bayu just smirked and motioned her closer with his finger. Come here. I'll tell you a secret. Di Ching hesitated for 2 seconds, curiosity getting the better of her, then leaned in. Bayu grinned. You just guess. Di King. Di Ching clung to Bayu like a little koala. Her big round eyes locked on him with an unrelenting stare. It was like she wasn't going to let him go until he explained everything. I mean, come on, Ching. If you keep staring at me like that, it's really awkward, you know? My face is going to turn red. I'm going to get shy, Bayu said with an exaggerated, bashful expression, playing it up like he was some maiden in distress. Di King. Her pale fists clenched tightly, and the death glare in her eyes looked like it could actually kill someone. Just kidding, just messing with you. Bayu scratched his head and chuckled. But really, what if I said I just guessed? Would you believe me? Guessed? Di Ching frowned. Yup, just a wild guess. Bayu nodded. Di King scolded. You guessed down to the exact day, hour, minute, and even the freaking second of when I was born. You expect me to buy that? Do I look stupid to you? MHM. Bayu nodded solemnly. You. Di Ching was fuming, eyes practically shooting fire. All right, don't be mad. I'll be serious now, Bayu finally said, putting on a straight face. I calculated it. Calculated it? Di King blinked. What do you mean, calculated? Like this, Bayu said, lifting his right hand and pretending to count on his fingers in a mysterious manner. I used divination. I calculated it. Puffed. Fortune teller nonsense. Di Ching muttered under her breath. Hey now, don't lump all diviners together as frauds. Bayu waved a finger. I'm not like those street-side swindlers under the sky bridge. I have real skills. I figured out your exact time of birth, down to the second. Isn't that impressive? For all I know, you saw my birth record somewhere. Di Ching huffed, taking a cautious step back, suspicion rising in her eyes. Today, Di Ching is wearing red underwear. 0%. Beige. 0%. Black. 100%. Under her sharp stare, Bayu once again acted like he was consulting the stars, then said casually, if my calculations are right, Ching Ching, you're wearing black undies today. Shut up. Di Ching Ching screamed, face burning red. Wait a sec. Looking at you like this. Don't tell me you've never had a boyfriend before. 100%. No way. You're serious? You've never dated? Bayu looked genuinely shocked as he stared at her. Di Ching Ching glared back and waved her pale hand. What are you looking at? Never seen a pretty girl before. Well, I've seen my fair share of beauties, Bayu said, voice dripping with sarcasm. But it's the first time I've met a 20-year-old stunner who's never even been in a relationship. Di King King. Wait, don't tell me you're Yuriko? He wasn't sure why, but the thought popped into Bayu's head out of nowhere. And boom, a percentage bar floated above Di Ching Ching's head. 100%. Holy crap. For real. Bayu stared in disbelief at the giant 100% symbol hovering over her. Damn. In a world where men were already outnumbered, someone like Di Ching Ching, a certified 9, 0 plus out of 10 beauty, was still unattached, and she turned out to be a Yuriko. That's such a damn waste of resources. Nope, no way. Bayu felt he had to do something. He couldn't just let this go. Thinking so, he suddenly blurted in a mock-serious voice, Ching Ching, I've got some advice for you. Being a Yuriko is great and all, but it's just such a shame. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Di Ching Ching snapped, startled, eyes wide. You really don't get what I'm saying? Bayu asked, giving her a look loaded with meaning. You? Di Ching Ching's face turned pale. Her whole demeanor was like someone whose darkest secret had just been exposed. Panic, nervousness, defensiveness. Suddenly, she pulled out her phone, looking like she was urgently messaging someone. Then she raised her head sharply, staring straight at Bayu. Hey, you. Come with me for a second, she said. That's not my name. Bayu replied with a smile. Call me Ed Tan. Fine. Ed Tan, you're coming with me. Di Ching Ching shouted, without even thinking. Only after the words left her mouth did she realize she'd fallen into his trap again. She quickly grabbed his wrist and dragged him into a side alley. Talk. How the hell do you know? Di King King demanded. Know what? Bayu replied innocently, pulling his hand free. My thing with her, Di Ching Ching said coldly. I told you. I calculated it, Bayu said, shrugging. Don't give me that BS. Di Ching Ching snapped, her temper exploding. Bayu suddenly focused, narrowing his gaze. Di Ching Ching has a secret. Either a birthmark or a mole in a hidden spot. 100%. Birthmark, 0%. Then it's a mole. 100%. Located on her back, 0%. Then on her chest or nearby. 100%. The mole is on her left breast. 100%. What about a mole on the upper thigh? 100%. Under her stunned stare, Bayu calmly said, If I'm not mistaken, you've got a mole above your left breast and another one on your upper inner thigh. Am I wrong? You. Di Ching Ching's eyes were wide in shock, like she'd just seen a ghost. All right, if anything comes up, just hit me up on WeChat, Bayu said casually. Or if I get my hands on something good, I'll send it straight to you. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Bayu waved lazily at Di Ching Ching, who still stood there wide-eyed, looking like she couldn't believe what just happened. Then, he staggered away from the alley. Di Ching Ching stayed frozen in place until Bayu's figure finally disappeared at the end of the alley. She still hadn't snapped out of it. At the end of the alley, this isn't going to work. Yuriko, seriously? What a complete waste of resources. Bayu muttered under his breath, then focused his thoughts. What's the probability that Di Ching Ching being Yuriko will go unnoticed by her family? 0%. 0. Don't tell me. Her family already knows she's Yuriko. 5%. 5%? What's that supposed to mean? Just as Bayu frowned in confusion, the number began to change. It shot up from 5% to 20%. Then, before Bayu could even process what was happening, it jumped again, straight to 60%. And just a few seconds later, 100%. Wait, hold on. I have a wild guess. Could this sudden spike in probability be because of me? 100%. Damn it. Don't tell me that old man Li Weigua really did call her family. Bayu quickly scanned his surroundings. Not far away, he spotted old Li Weigua on the phone. I swear, I only did this for the revival of the Chinese nation. Yuriko is just wasting potential. You can't blame me for this, Bayu muttered, eyebrows furrowing. He pulled out his phone and sent Di Qingqing a message. Ding ding. The notification tone rang out. Di Qingqing picked up her phone. It was a message from Bayu. Since you gave me that 600,000 yuan deal earlier, I did you a little favor. I checked your fate again. Turns out, there's no way your family won't find out about you being Yuriko. They might already know by now. Girl, I'm telling you, think seriously about your backup plan. Di Qingqing's expression instantly turned panicked. She rushed out of the alley to chase after him. But Bayu was long gone. Bayu, what the hell do you mean by that? She texted, demanding an answer. Exactly what it sounds like. Bayu replied with a single line, then focused his thoughts again. Will Di Qingqing's parents contact her within the next 30 minutes? 100%. Let's narrow it down. Within 15 minutes. 100%. What about within 5 minutes? 100%. Cough, cough, cough. He quickly sent another message. Just did another reading for you. Congrats. Your parents are going to call you in under 5 minutes. As for what they're going to say, you already know. Right after hitting send, Bayu immediately turned on Do Not Disturb mode. As it turned out, Di Qingqing didn't have time to press him for more answers anyway, because her mom called. Damn it, he was right again. Di Qingqing's face went pale. She hesitated for a moment before slowly and cautiously picking up. Mom, you still have a nerve to call me that. Di Qingqing, I'm giving you exactly 30 minutes. Get home. Now, your father and I, and even your grandparents, are all waiting for you. Di Qingqing felt like her whole world had collapsed. Elsewhere, Bayu was happily shopping at the mall. He wasn't here to spend money, just to window shop and enjoy the vibe. Phone, Huawei Mate 10, proudly made in China. Clothes, 3 full GUCCL outfits, 1 for each day. Because you know what they say, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. After switching into his new get-up worth over 20,000 yuan, Bayu practically became a whole new person. He could feel it. People were looking at him differently, especially the saleswoman at GUCCL. Her eyes were clearly sparkling now. As Bayu was leaving the store, she slipped a small piece of paper into his bag like a pro. Bayu glanced at it. Her WeChat ID. What's the success rate if I invite her for a one-night happy time? He thought. 100%. Bayu smirked, then tossed the paper into a trash can without hesitation. Prosperity, democracy, civility, and harmony. As the model youth of this new era, Bayu had principles. He would never indulge in one-night stands. Okay, maybe a little bit was because the saleswoman wasn't exactly a 10 out of 10, but still principles. He returned to his rented apartment, opened his laptop, and logged into his author account. Then, he posted a farewell chapter to all 3 of his current web novels. Of course, he didn't say anything about awakening a supernatural power or whatever. His explanation? He won 5 million yuan in the lottery and was retiring from the web novel world. Once the updates were published, Bayu let out a long sigh of relief. His entire body relaxed. No more killing myself every day just to write new chapters. Finally, peace. He exhaled contentedly. Right then, his phone rang. Hello, Mom? What? A blind date? Mom, I'm only 20. I'm in the prime of my youth. How can you just throw me into the battlefield of love and marriage? Fine. I get it. Tonight at 9. Got it. The blind date was set in a cozy little cafe. While looking at the photo his mom had sent him of the girl he was supposed to meet, Bayu felt that, judging by her looks, any guy with class and proper manners would arrive early to wait. Ahem. Let Bayu clarify one thing right away. He swore on his own chest. He absolutely wasn't arriving early just because the girl had a 95-point beauty score and an insanely good figure. Absolutely not. On his way, he passed by a lottery ticket shop and casually walked in to buy a few tickets. Plus 3,697 yuan. The store owner stared at him, dumbfounded, as Bayu softly hummed a tune and walked out like it was nothing. When he arrived at the cafe, it was only 8:15 a.m. He pushed the door open, ordered a random cup of coffee, and found a seat. About 5 minutes later, The cafe door opened again. Two figures walked in. Leading the way was his blind date, Mo Yini. Huh? She's early too? Bayu was still surprised when he noticed the girl walking behind her. His brows furrowed, and his expression turned a little odd. He recognized her. The second girl was none other than someone he knew, Di Qingqing. What the heck? Why is she here? Bayu quickly glanced between Mo Yini and Di Qingqing and had a terrifying thought pop into his head. Don't tell me. Please don't tell me my blind date is actually Di Qingqing. 100%. His internal system flashed the percentage. Not a doubt in his mind. His guess was spot on. No way. It can't be that much of a coincidence, can it? His face grew more awkward by the second. Wait, is this because of what I said this afternoon? Did Mo Yini's family arrange this blind date in a panic because of that? 100%. Holy crap. This is straight out of soap opera. Bayu muttered under his breath. Does Mo Yini's family know about her relationship with Di Qingqing? 50%. 50-50, huh? So they're suspicious, but not sure yet. In that case, this blind date must have been set up because of Di Qingqing. 100%. At the door, Mo Yini and Di Qingqing were having some kind of quiet standoff, neither of them looking too happy. Mo Yini stood tall and determined, while Di Qingqing looked like she was practically begging. Bayu didn't need to hear the words to guess what was happening. Mo Yini was trying to end whatever relationship the two had, and Di Qingqing was desperately trying to stop her. Suddenly, Mo Yini turned her head and glanced around the cafe. The moment her eyes landed on Bayu, surprise flashed across her face. Then, she frowned slightly, her expression unsure. But when she looked back at Di Qingqing, that hesitation was replaced by firm resolve. She turned and said something to Di Qingqing. Di Qingqing's head snapped up, and she looked straight at Bayu with a furious expression. When she recognized him, her shock turned into raw anger. Shit, why do I feel like Di Qingqing wants to kill me right now? Bayu shivered, and just then, Mo Yini walked straight toward him. You're Bayu, right? Yeah, and you're Mo Yini. I think you're great. Let's get together. Bayu nearly spat out his coffee. People nearby turned to stare at him, especially the guys. When they saw Mo Yini's figure and face, their eyes filled with pure jealousy. This is way too fast, isn't it? Bayu muttered, especially as he felt Di Qingqing's burning gaze from the entrance. You don't think I'm attractive? Mo Yini asked. You're beautiful, and my body, absolutely perfect. Anything you don't like about me? Honestly, I like everything. It's just, Bayu shrank down in his seat and confessed, I don't have a house, no car, no savings, and I don't even have a job. I don't mind any of that, Mo Yini said. I have a house, a car, 5 million yuan in savings, and I own an internet company. I'm 22 years old, I can cook, and... She leaned in closer, voice dropping to a whisper. I'm also a virgin. SSSSHHHHHH. A collective gasp echoed through the cafe. So, any other problems? If not, let's go. My parents are at home, waiting to meet you. And Mo Yini smiled sweetly. Oh God, is this a fairy or a demon? Bayu was stunned. 0%. His system immediately ruled out demon. Wait, then that means all of this was planned by Di Qingqing. 100%. So that's what's going on. Everything finally clicked in Bayu's mind. He looked up and gave Mo Yini a warm smile. Well then, let's go. Wait, Mo Yini suddenly said. Bayu blinked. She clenched her delicate fists, clearly hesitating. Then her eyes firmed. Hug me. You sure? Bayu shot a glance toward the doorway, where Di Qingqing was still standing. Right now? Here. Yes, she said firmly. As you wish. Bayu smiled, opened his arms, and gently pulled her into an embrace. At that moment, he could clearly feel her whole body stiffen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. After about 10 seconds, Mo Yini's body slowly relaxed. And then, she stood on tiptoes and kissed him. Their lips met for just a moment, but Bayu felt her entire body tense again. Holy hell, he muttered, eyes wide. At the door, Di Qingqing's face went pale. She turned around and staggered out of the cafe. Bai wasn't some saint like Liu Xiaohui who could sit with a beauty on his lap and remain unmoved. This girl practically handed herself over. Who was he to say no? Besides, everyone around them was watching. She was the one who made the first move, so she better not try to act like she didn't know him afterward. Not to mention, Mo Yini was easily a 9.5 out of 10, drop-dead gorgeous, not some plain Jane. Granted, this was their first time meeting, so there weren't any real feelings between them yet. But hey, there's a saying, spend enough time together, and feelings will grow. With that thought in mind, Bayu stopped hesitating. He leaned in and started exploring Mo Yini's lips. How dare he? Mo Yini's beautiful eyes widened, her body trembling slightly. A wave of nausea and disgust swept over her, but she held it in. I can't keep doing this. Not just for Ching Ching, but for myself too. She kept trying to convince herself over and over, her pale fists slowly unclenching. Seconds later, Bayu finally let go of her lips, reluctantly. Mo Yini's face was flushed completely red, like she'd just woken up from a strange dream. She blinked for a moment, dazed, then turned toward the coffee shop entrance. But she didn't see Di Qingqing anywhere. A flicker of loneliness passed through Mo Yini's eyes, but it was quickly replaced with determination. All right, Bayu, let's go home, she said firmly. Huh? Bayu blinked. What do you mean, huh? You got your kiss. Don't tell me you're planning to back out now. Mo Yini snapped coldly. Bayu's heart skipped a beat. Wait, was she serious? 100%. She's actually serious. She really wants to take me to meet her parents. 100%. She's really trying hard to fix her sexual orientation or something. 100%. Are you coming or not? Mo Yini's icy voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Bayu refocused, staring into her cold but determined eyes. All right then, let's go. A slight smile curled at the corner of his lips as he reached out and took her hand. Mo Yini's body went stiff from the contact. After a few seconds, she slowly relaxed again. Let's go, she said with a forced smile. The two walked out of the cafe, hand in hand. They hadn't gone far when they were suddenly blocked near the underground parking lot by Di Qingqing, whose face was streaked with tears. M.O.E. and I, Di Qingqing shouted, staring furiously at their intertwined hands. Bayu felt Mo Yini tense up beside him. Her grip on his hand suddenly tightened. Let's keep going, Mo Yini said coldly. They took a few steps forward, but Di Qingqing darted in front of them again, blocking their way. Yini Jie, no. Tell me this isn't real. This isn't really happening, right? It's all fake, just fake, right? Di Qingqing sobbed uncontrollably. Bayu put on his best. I have no idea what's going on face and looked toward Mo Yini. Qingqing, it's over, Mo Yini said with icy finality. I don't believe it. Di Qingqing pointed a trembling finger at Bayu, her voice cracking with betrayal. Yini Jie, how could you really choose to be with a guy like this? No man is worth it. You used to hate men the most. Why now? Why him? Whoa now, what's with the all men are trash talk? We men aren't that bad. Bayu tried to defend himself, then quickly corrected. Wait. No, I mean, we're not things. Not objects. I mean, whatever. Shut up. Di Qingqing snapped at him. All right, fine. Seeing how the whole prairie's growing on top of your head. I'll let it slide, Bayu mumbled under his breath. At that moment, Mo Yini's voice was unwavering. Qingqing, you said it yourself. That was before. I still don't believe it. Di Qingqing shouted. Her anger suddenly shifted toward Bayu. You, what did you do to her? What did you do to my Yini Jie? Qingqing, this has nothing to do with Bayu. This is my decision. Mo Yini continued. I can't keep hating men forever. Qingqing, you saw it with your own eyes. We just kissed. Lies. All lies. Yini Jie, you're lying. Di Qingqing shook her head violently. I mean it, Qingqing. Look, Mo Yini suddenly wrapped her arms around Bayu's, then leaned in and kissed him again. And this time, she even mimicked his earlier actions, grabbing his face, pulling him in. No, it's fake. It's all fake. I hate you. I hate you. Di Ching screamed, tears streaming down her face, watching her stumble away in devastation. Bayu couldn't help but feel like some kind of homewrecker mistress who just broke up a happy couple. Inside the car, it was dead silent. Neither Mo Yini nor Bayu said a word. The car drove along for nearly half an hour before pulling into an upscale neighborhood in the Westlake district. As the car slowed and eventually parked inside an underground garage, Mo Yini finally broke the silence. "I used to date girls," she said suddenly. "Yeah, I figured." Bayu nodded casually. "You're not surprised?" she asked, frowning. "Whoa, you're into girls?" Bayu fake gasped dramatically. "How's that for shock?" Mo Yini gave him a light punch on the shoulder, then went quiet for a few seconds. "You're not bothered by it?" she asked softly. "Why would I be?" he replied. Mo Yini fell silent again. After a long pause, she looked up at him and smiled. Bayu gently reached for her hand. Mo Yini instinctively tried to pull away, but he held on firmly. "I might need a bit more time to adjust to us," she said quietly. "I get it. We'll take it slow, starting with just holding hands." Bayu smiled back. "Thank you." Mo Yini whispered again. "Hey, can I call you Yini?" Bayu asked softly. "Yeah, sure," she nodded. "Yini, when I meet your parents in a bit, is there anything I should know?" he asked gently. "They don't know I used to, so they're always trying to set me up on blind dates. Let's just say we were high school classmates, dated back then, broke up for college, and just recently reconnected by chance at a matchmaking event." "Wow, you've really got the whole backstory prepared, huh?" Bayu chuckled. Mo Yini entered the password, scanned her fingerprint, and with a soft ding, the door unlocked and swung open. She stepped aside slightly, casting a sideways glance at Bayu. Their eyes met, her delicate cheeks flushed with nervous energy, but she tried to hide it. Bayu responded with a playful smirk. Mo Yini took a deep breath, eyes closed, as if summoning her courage. For the first time, she reached out and took Bayu's hand. "Let's go in," she said, biting her lip. Let's," Bayu replied with a smile. Hand in hand, they walked inside. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," Mo Yini called out as she stepped in, opening the shoe cabinet and rummaging around. She paused and called again. "Mom, we don't have any spare slippers?" A voice called out from deeper inside the house, followed by hurried footsteps. "Spare slippers? Yini, weren't you supposed to be on a blind date? Why are you home already? It's only 9:10. Don't tell me you ditched the poor guy again like last time. I swear, girl, today I'm really going to lecture you properly." A middle-aged woman, looking quite a bit like Mo Yini, came rushing out with a feather duster in hand and an intimidating presence. This was her mother, Yang Lian. As she stormed toward the door, she stopped dead in her tracks. There stood Mo Yini, holding hands with Bayu. She froze, blinked, and began sizing Bayu up. He stood tall and well-dressed, in that sleek GUCCL suit he'd just bought that afternoon. Nothing about him gave off a bad impression. Yang Lian quickly hid the feather duster behind her back and flashed Bayu a friendly smile. Then she turned to Mo Yini, eyes full of hope. "Yini, is this?" "Mom, this is Bayu," Mo Yini said confidently, pulling his arm closer. "He's your daughter's boyfriend now." In that moment, Bayu suddenly felt his arms sink into two soft, warm cushions. This softness, is that a D cup? 100%. Boyfriend. Yang Lian's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. "You silly girl. You should have told us you had a boyfriend. Your dad and I have been stressing out, trying to set you up with someone decent. We thought you were, well..." No, wait, Mom, listen," Mo Yini interjected. "Actually, I met Bayu today, on the blind date." Yang Lian blinked in Fuxian. "Then you two are..." "Well, Bayu and I actually went to high school together," Mo Yini admitted, resting her head on his arm. "And we kind of dated for a bit back then." "What?" Yang Lian gusped. "Why didn't I know this? Back in high school, you and Dad were always nagging me not to get distracted by boys." Mo Yini muttered. "And we were about to graduate anyway. Then Bayu, the genius that he is, went off to focus on his studies, and we lost touch. So I never told you." "No wonder," Yang Lian muttered, suddenly connecting the dots. Back in 12th grade, you had those 2 mock exams where your scores tanked. I thought it was just stress. Turns out you were dating. An older guy going after a younger girl. Just like how your dad chased me back in the day. By you. And Mo Yini. Yini's dating someone. And it's her high school classmate. Yang Lin suddenly shouted toward the back room. Really? Came an excited shout from inside. Mo Jangwo. Mo Yini's father. Rushed out, voice brimming with joy. This is amazing. Our girl finally found someone. Mom, Dad. Mo Yini grumbled, arms crossed. Are you two really my parents? Why do you sound like I've been single for 100 years? Well, isn't that kind of true? Exactly. Both parents replied in unison. Montak Yini. Puffed. Why you couldn't hold in his laughter. You're laughing? Mo Yini shot him a glare. Hey now, Yini. Yang Lin scolded, turning to her. That's no way to treat our guest. Be a proper young lady, will you? You finally bring home someone decent. Don't scare him off. Mo Yini's face darkened. She's right. Mo Jangwo chimed in. Mo Yini. By you, right? Come in. Make yourself at home. Let's check out Yini's room. Before she could protest, both her parents flanked by you like tour guides, dragging him deeper into the house, leaving Mo Yini standing alone at the entrance, windblown and stunned. Mom, Dad, she shouted after them, fuming. What are you yelling for? You're in your 20s now. Act like a lady for once. Yang Lin called back. Exactly. And in front of Bai Yu, too. Can't you be a bit more gentle? Her father added. Mo Yini. Bai Yu, this is Yini's room. You just have a seat on the bed. Make yourself comfortable. Her father and I will get you some late-night snacks and fruit. Before Bai Yu could even respond, the two of them disappeared in a flash. Bang! The bedroom door shut behind them. A few seconds later, it creaked open again. Bai Yu looked up to see a blushing Mo Yini being gently shoved into the room from outside. Their eyes locked. The room was quiet for a moment. Then Bai Yu broke the silence first. Ahem. Yini, are you really biologically mine? Mo Yini immediately shot him a glare. Give me back that joke, you idiot. The room went quiet again. An awkward tension slowly filled the air. Mo Yini leaned against the door, her eyes flickering with emotion. No one could tell what she was thinking. A minute or two passed. Suddenly, her pale hands clenched tightly, and her delicate face showed a rare trace of determination. She walked slowly toward Bai Yu and sat beside him on the edge of the bed. Bai Yu could feel it. Mo Yini was incredibly tense. Her whole body was stiff with nerves. Thump, thump, thump. He could even hear the rapid beating of her heart. Gradually, her stiff posture began to relax. If I take her hand now, chances she won't resist. 80%. 80%? Good enough. Bai Yu gently reached out and held her soft, slender hand. Mo Yini froze. She looked at him, but then quickly looked away. If I go for a hug now, success rate. 76%. So, Bai Yu slowly pulled her into his arms. She tensed again, bit her lip, and squirmed a little, but ultimately let him hold her. Thump, 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 thump. He could feel her heartbeat pounding against his chest. If I kiss her now, success rate is... He suddenly thought about it. A guy and a girl, all alone in a room, this close. 59%. Too risky. Better not rush it. He gently brushed a strand of her silky black hair behind her ear. Mo Yini clenched her fists tighter, curled up in his arms, not moving. When his hand brushed her head, she trembled slightly. Yini, are you okay? Bai Yu asked softly. I. Mo Yini bit her lip, her voice trembling. I can do this. But you seem really nervous, uncomfortable, even. I'll push through. She slowly raised her head. Her cheeks were pale, but her eyes were full of determination. I can handle it. For our future, for my parents, for our children. What the we just met today? How did this suddenly become about kids? Bai Yu was speechless. Just then, Mo Yini seemed to make up her mind. She suddenly grabbed his arm and looked at him seriously. Kiss me. How could he turn down such a golden opportunity? Bai Yu leaned in toward her lips. But then, the door flew open. Hey, Xiao Wu, have some fruit. Yini's dad just got back from the market. We've got lychees, walnuts, and monkey peaches. The fruit vendor said these are great for kidney health, especially for young men. Yang Lian walked in with a tray of fruit, her cheeks slightly flushed. She stopped dead in her tracks when she saw the two of them tangled up together on the bed. She froze. Then, with a knowing smile, she set the fruit on the table, turned around, and left the room without another word. You youngsters carry on. Slam. The door closed. Bayu, Montak Yini. They looked at each other in silence. So, should we keep going? Bayu asked. Mo Yini's cheeks flushed again, but she nodded seriously. MHM. Bayu smiled and leaned in again. But, bang. The door swung open once more. This time, it was Mo Jiangwa, Yini's father. He was holding a small tray. Bayu, I just got some grilled skewers from the vendor outside. I heard eating leeks at night is good for your health. As he spoke, he carefully took something out of his pocket and placed it on the table. With a very understanding look on his face, he added, I've been young too, you know. I understand. But before you two decide anything about having kids, make sure to use protection. I just grabbed these on the way back. Dad, Montak Yini yelled, multi-feet. All right. I'll leave you two alone. And with that, Mo Jiangwa left, closing the door behind him. Silence returned to the room. Still want to continue? Bayu asked, unsure. Montak Yini nodded. 1 second later, bang! The door opened again. Mo Jiangwa popped his head in and tossed something onto the table. Xiao Wu, here's some brand new men's underwear. Just picked it up from the supermarket downstairs. Thought you might need it. And then, he was gone. Door closed. Bayu, Montak Yini. 2 or 3 minutes passed. Ahem. Yini. Still want to keep going? Bayu asked. Nope. I just remembered. I've got something to do. Mo Yini scrambled out of his arms, rushed to the computer, and started it up. Bayu. Half an hour later. Yini, it's getting late. I should head home, Bayu said as he suddenly stood up. The moment he spoke, he clearly noticed Mo Yini, who was sitting at her desk with her back to him, let out a soft breath. Expecting someone like Yini, who used to be a hardcore Yuri fan, to suddenly start liking guys and not feeling uncomfortable around them after just one day, that was unrealistic. Bayu understood this perfectly. He never expected just a few hours would be enough for her to completely change her orientation. Like he always told himself, there's still plenty of time. Wait, Bayu, hold on. Mo Yini suddenly stood up and walked over to him, her face filled with determination and seriousness. I think I'm feeling a lot better. Bayu blinked in surprise. As he turned to look at her, he noticed she had her head raised, eyes tightly shut, and her small fists clenched. She looked super nervous. With a look like that, Bayu obviously knew what she meant. He was about to lean in, then paused, a thought crossing his mind. He cautiously glanced at the door and mentally checked the system prompt. Kiss success rate. 100%. Few Bayu let out a relieved breath. He was seriously worried. What if her parents suddenly barged in again? That would be beyond awkward. WY, what's wrong? Yini asked, confused. Following his gaze toward the door, she also recalled the earlier interruptions, and her cheeks flushed. She quickly walked to the door, locked it from the inside, then came back and whispered shyly, This time, nothing will interrupt us. Yini, how can you be this adorable? Bayu suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, and as she gasped in surprise, he pulled her close against his chest. And then, one step at a time, in the living room, Yang Lian and Mo Jiangwa were crouched near the door, whispering like two nosy kids. Aya, it's been over half an hour already. Why is it still so quiet in there? Yang Lian said as she pressed her ear to the door, whispering anxiously. Maybe we scared them earlier when we barged in. Young people care about pride, you know. Montag Jiang will explain it. This is all your fault. You had to go in and hand over that stupid bag. Yang Lian grumbled. We needed to make sure they were being safe. What if she gets pregnant? He replied. What's wrong with that? If she gets pregnant, we'll just have them get engaged and married right away. Then we can finally have a grandchild. Yang Lian continued. Old Mo, let's not overthink this. Weren't we just worried that our daughter only liked girls and wasn't into men? Now she's finally found someone she likes. The sooner they make things official, the better. We don't want some random floozy showing up later to mess things up. That actually makes sense. Mo Jangwo nodded. Aya. Yang Lian's face suddenly lit up with excitement. The door just locked. They locked it. For real. Mo Jangwo looked delighted. I still feel a little uneasy, though, Yang Lian said with a mischievous frown. After thinking for a few seconds, she added, Old Mo, go to the guest room and pour some water on the bed. Really soak it. Don't forget the couch, too. I'll go wet by Yu's shoes. That way, he'll have no choice but to sleep in Yini's room tonight. Genius idea. Mo Jangwo agreed with a furrowed brow. And so, the two of them began carrying out their little operation. Inside the bedroom. Huff, huff, huff. Mo Yini was lying on the bed, cheeks flushed red, breathing in soft, short gasps. Yini, how do you feel? Bayu asked gently. I am still a little uncomfortable, she said, biting her lip. But I can handle it. I feel way better than before. Before, even just touching a guy's hand would make me want to gag. She clenched her tiny fist again. I'll work through it. I'll help you through it, Bayu said softly. Huff, huff. I think I'm doing much better. Maybe we could try again, Yini murmured, her little fists clenching again. Bayu smiled, leaned down, and gently kissed her forehead. Yini, we could take it slow. There's no rush. You should get some rest. I'll head home for now. Okay. Yini sat up, biting her lip. I'll walk you out. After straightening up their slightly messy clothes, the two of them walked to the door. They exchanged a glance. Bayu reached out and held Yini's hand, fingers interlocking. Yini stiffened for a moment, but after 2 or 3 seconds, she gently squeezed his hand back. Let's go. Hand in hand, they walked out of Mo Yini's room and were immediately met by the sparkling, expectant gazes of Yang Lian and Mo Jangwo. Uncle, Auntie, it's getting late. I should head home. Bayu greeted politely. What do you mean, Uncle, Auntie? That's too formal. Just call us Mom and Dad. Yang Lian quickly chimed in. Exactly. Bayu, you can address us the same way Yini does. Mo Jangwo added with a grin. Mum, Dad. Mo Yini suddenly yelled, face turning red. Yang Lian and Mo Jangwo blinked, glancing at their daughter. Xiaoyu, why are you leaving so soon? Yang Lian asked. You sure you don't want to stay a little longer? It's already pretty late, Bayu began to reply. Before he could finish, Yang Lian suddenly slapped her forehead and exclaimed dramatically. I just remembered. Xiaoyu, when I was cooking earlier, I accidentally spilled soup on your shoes. I had to soak them in the tub to clean them. Bayu. Mo Yini. Inside the living room, a sudden silence fell over the house. Mom, Mo Yini narrowed her eyes and asked, if I remember correctly, there's no need to pass by the front door to get from the kitchen to the living room, right? So, when you were making soup, how exactly did you manage to splash broth on my shoes by the front door? Oh, well, that's because Yang Lian got stuck mid-sentence. Huh? How could you be so careless? Mo Jangwo quickly jumped in to defuse the tension. Let it go. Wet shoes are wet shoes. Yini, don't be so hard on your mom, okay? We'll just dry them overnight, and you'll be fine by morning. Right? Yang Lian gave Mo Jangwo an approving look and nodded. They'll definitely be dry by morning. Well, guess there's no other way tonight. Xiaowu, you'll have to stay here. Yini's bed is big enough to share anyway. Mo Jangwo turned to Baiwu with a helpless expression. Baiwu, Montak Yini. Right, you two can squeeze in a little. It's just one night. Yang Lian timid in tearfully. Baiwu, Montak Yini. Yini, what are you standing there for? Yang Lian winked. Hurry and take Xiaowu to your room. I've got some black chicken soup with goji berries simmering. Just 10 more minutes, and it'll be ready. Oh, and don't lock the door. With that, she gave them both a not-so-subtle push toward the bedroom. Mom! Mo Yini exclaimed, clearly on the verge of breaking down. Don't we still have 2 guest rooms? All right, silly me. Yang Lian dramatically smacked her forehead and turned to Mo Jangwo. Old Mo, are those 2 guest rooms usable right now? Can't sleep in Mo Jangwo answered with a sigh. When I was cleaning earlier, I accidentally spilled water on both beds. Bai Wu, Mo Yini. No worries, I can sleep on the couch. It looks comfy, Bai Wu said as he plopped down, only to leap up a second later as a cold, damp sensation spread through his pants. He turned to inspect the couch and was instantly speechless. The entire thing was soaked like someone had dumped 2 full buckets of water onto it. Ah, Xiaowu. Sorry about that. Mo Jangwo let out a sheepish chuckle. I was washing the chicken earlier and accidentally splashed water onto the couch. This was clearly on purpose, Bai Wu grumbled internally. 100%. The guest rooms too? On purpose. 100%. And my shoes? Also on purpose. 100%. They're absolutely trying to get me to share a bed with Mo Yini. 100%. With 4 consecutive mental 100% confirmations, Bai Wu was completely speechless. Mo Yini really is their biological daughter, he muttered. 100%. Lita, in Montag Yinis Bedrom. Bai Wu and Mo Yini sat at the edge of the bed, staring awkwardly at each other. What now? Bai Wu cleared his throat, trying to break the tension. Mo Yini looked totally flustered. Maybe I should just go? I could sneak out after your parents fall asleep. He felt like it might be too soon. It was only their first day like this, after all. No, it's fine. Mo Yini clenched her fists and looked down. It clearly took a lot of effort to say, you can stay. Sooner or later we'd have to face this anyway. Are you sure? Bai Wu asked gently. Yini, if you're not ready. I can do this, she said, lifting her head with determined eyes. Still, even as she said that, Bai Wu couldn't help but notice her white-knuckled hands and how hard she was biting her lip. She was nervous. No, terrified. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Both of them sat stiffly at the edge of the bed. Yini, want to hear a few jokes? Bai Wu finally offered. Okay. Mo Yini nodded hesitantly. Bai Wu reached over and gently took her small hand. Her body tensed at first, but quickly relaxed. Then he began, So, a butterfly says to his best friend the ant, you'll never get a girlfriend if you keep moping around like this. Have you thought about doing something about it? Yini, can you guess what the ant said? Mo Yini thought for a few seconds, then shook her head. The ant said, I did think about it, but Queen Ant just isn't my type. Bai Wu said, trying not to laugh at his own joke. Mo Yini stared blankly at him. A few more seconds passed. Still staring. Nothing. Bai Wu asked. No. Mo Yini shook her head, genuinely confused. Why would he say that about the queen? Is Queen Ant some other kind of creature? Bai Wu. No, he explained, exasperated. Queen Ant, like the ruler of the ant colony, not some weird creature. Mo Yini murmured, thinking it through, then started shivering from second-hand embarrassment. Still not funny? Bai Wu asked eyes wide. Hilarious. Mo Yini laughed stiffly and awkwardly. Bai Wu. Not long after, a knock came at the door. Xiao Wu Yini, are you 2 asleep yet? A woman's voice, Mrs. Yang, called from outside. Mom, we're still awake. What is it? Mo Yini responded with curiosity. Mind if I come in for a bit? Sure, come on in. The door opened. Yang Lian and her husband, Mo Jangwo, stepped into the room one after the other. Mo Jangwo was holding a ceramic pot, while Yang Lian carried a full set of bowls, chopsticks, and spoons. With practiced ease, the couple placed everything on the table. Then they glanced at the 2 teens sitting on the edge of the bed, Mo Yini and Bai Yu, holding hands. Their eyes sparkled, and they smiled knowingly. Xiao Wu, Yang Lian said warmly, I made you some nourishing soup with goji berries, black chicken, and red dates. Drink a little before bed. It's really good for your health. She quickly added, All right, we won't interrupt you young folks' night any longer. Jangwo, let's go. All right. Mo Jangwo gave Bayu a subtle eyebrow raise, then followed his wife out of the room. Just before the door shut, he pointed at a large box of Durex on the table several times. Dad! Mo Yini's face turned bright red. She glared in outrage. But what came next was a loud slam. The door closed. Silence returned to the room. Cough, cough. The stillness was broken by Bayu, who cleared his throat and said, Yini, I have a serious question. She asked, puzzled. Are you really their biological daughter? Bayu asked, dead serious. Even though his power confirmed it for him, Bayu still couldn't help but ask, because judging by the way those two behaved, Mo Yini didn't feel like their biological child at all. Bayu, are you looking for a death wish? She snapped, glaring at him. Ha ha, I was just kidding. Just kidding. Bayu waved it off with a laugh. But seriously, your mom's cooking skills are amazing. Just the smell alone is making me drool. Yini, don't you think so? You eat it if you want. I'm not hungry, Mo Yini replied, turning her head away. She made it for you, not me. I don't even think it smells good. Is she jealous? Bayu wondered, and right on cue, a percentage number appeared above her head, 100%. She is jealous. Bayu was stunned. What are you staring at? She huffed. Get up and go to bed early. And let me make this very clear. Tonight, keep your hands and feet to yourself. As she spoke, she reached for a pink plush doll about her size and plopped it between them on the bed. You are not allowed to cross this line. Yini, don't worry, Bayu said sincerely. Until you're totally comfortable with it, I won't do anything inappropriate. I swear. Then, he scooped up a spoonful of the soup, took a deep breath, and said in awe, Yini, are you sure you don't want any? It smells incredible. I said I'm not hungry, she snapped. Gurgle, gurgle, growl. Her stomach betrayed her. Yini, are you absolutely sure you're not hungry? Bayu asked in a mock-serious tone. Not hungry means not hungry. I'm not eating any, not even a drop of that soup. And for the record, I never eat after 7 p.m. I have principles. Gurgle, gurgle, growl. Her stomach rumbled again. Bayu gave her a look that could only be described as weirdly amused. Face flushed. Mo Yini shot him a glare. What are you looking at? Just drink your dumb soup. I'm going to shower. She jumped off the bed and hurried into the bathroom. But moments later, she rushed back out. Flustered, she grabbed a change of clothes from the wardrobe and bolted back into the bathroom. Bayu shook his head, chuckling. He poured himself a bowl of soup and sipped slowly. Half an hour later, Bayu had polished off half the pot, including the last bits of goji berries and greens. He let out a contented burp and flopped onto the bed. Right then, the bathroom door creaked open. He looked up, and there she was, Mo Yini in a pure white nightgown, stepping out slowly, her hair slightly damp, her skin glowing, like a lotus emerging from still water. Bayu's eyes lit up. For a moment, he forgot how to blink. Mo Yini blushed deeply. What are you staring at? Your turn. She extended one bare foot and gave him a light kick. Okay, I'm going. Still dazed, Bayu made his way to the bathroom. As soon as the door shut behind him, Mo Yini exhaled deeply. Then, after waiting a few seconds and hearing the water start to run, she crept over to the table. There was only one set of utensils left. She hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the bowl and chopsticks, scooped up some soup, and tore off 2 pieces of chicken. She took a bite. Pure bliss. So good, she murmured under her breath. Right? Yini, didn't I tell you Auntie Yang's soup is amazing? It's... At that exact moment, Bayu poked his head out from the bathroom mid-sentence, only to catch her red-handed, bowl in hand, sipping the soup. Montag Yini Frotze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Over 10 seconds passed. Mo Yini's flawless cheeks, completely unblemished, began to slowly heat up under Bayu's twinkling gaze. If you want to eat, go eat it yourself. I'm not hungry. I made this just for you, not for me. I don't want any, and I can't even smell anything. Bayu suddenly repeated her words in a mocking tone, mimicking her voice with exaggerated flair. Mo Yini froze, her cheeks turning bright red at a speed visible to the naked eye. I'm not hungry. I'm not eating. And this soup, I won't touch even a single drop. Bayu continued his teasing, again imitating her words with a smirk. Her face now completely flushed. Mo Yini dropped her head low, wanting nothing more than to bury her face between her two well-endowed peaks. I have principles. I never eat anything after 7 o'clock. Bayu went on, with another dramatic reenactment. Mo Yini looked like she was about to explode. Her whole face was crimson, her hands clenched into tiny fists. She looked up, gritting her teeth, like she was ready to rip Bayu to shreds right then and there. Ahem ahem. Go on, pretend I saw nothing, heard nothing. Bayu fake coughed, quickly pulling his head back in and sliding the bathroom door shut. Inside the room, huff, 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 face burning red, Mo Yini took tiny, quick breaths. She glanced at the chicken soup in her hand. Gulp, gulp, stomach growl. She swallowed hard, over and over again. I have principles. I'm not eating. I'm not eating. Like a martyr heading to battle, she tried to hypnotize herself, gently placing the bowl back on the table with a look of tragic reluctance. Then, she dove under the blanket and wrapped herself tightly, covering her head like she was hiding from the world. Silence returned to the room. From a bathroom next door, the sound of running water and a suspicious gurgling noise echoed faintly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. That weird noise continued for several minutes more. Suddenly, Mo Yini's head popped out from under the blanket. She stared in the direction of the bathroom for a long moment. After making sure the shower was still running steadily, she slipped out of bed again. Just a sip, just a tiny bit of soup. I'm not eating the meat, just the soup. That doesn't really count as eating. Trying to justify it to herself. She tiptoed over to the table, carefully picked up the bowl, took a deep inhale of the aroma. Her entire face melted into bliss. She took a tiny sip. This is amazing. Mom's cooking really is the best. Eyes half closed, she looked completely content. 1 second later, she took a much bigger sip. In no time at all, she finished the entire bowl of chicken soup. But instead of satisfying her hunger, it had the opposite effect. It stirred it up even more, like some kind of flavor bomb detonated inside her. And when she saw the juicy chunks of black-boned chicken left at the bottom of the bowl, she licked her lips, gulped again, then grabbed a pair of chopsticks. I wonder how the chicken meat tastes. In this moment, she completely forgot she'd already eaten a piece earlier. I'll just taste a tiny bit, just to see how it is. She fished out a big chunk of dark chicken meat. Mom's soup is always amazing, but soup alone doesn't reveal her full cooking skills. I have to try the meat to get the full picture. Exactly. I'm not eating for myself. I'm testing. It's a taste test. With that logic firmly in place, Mo Yini's eyes lit up. She stuffed a big piece of meat into her mouth. Her delicate cheeks puffed up adorably. Pure bliss. Pure satisfaction. A few seconds later, she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze drifted toward the pot, where half a black-boned chicken still sat. Just eating this bit doesn't really help me judge Mom's full cooking improvement. She comforted herself as she pulled 2 more large pieces from the pot. One after another, she devoured them. Eating only the chicken meat doesn't give the full picture either. I should at least try the wings or the feet. Muttering to herself, she stuffed a wing into her mouth. By the time she was finally satisfied, all that was left in the pot was a pile of bones. Urp. Rubbing her now round belly, Mo Yini stretched lazily and was just about to crawl back into bed when Bayu's voice rang out. You full. Tastes good. Very good. Soup was fresh, right? Uh-huh. She answered without thinking, head high with pride, then froze mid-thought. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. She quickly turned her head and looked toward the bathroom. And there stood Bayu, leaning against the bathroom doorway, staring at her with the strangest expression on his face. Mo Yini's eyes widened. She looked completely guilty, pointing at him with a trembling finger. When did you? I was standing here the whole time, Bayu replied with a grin. Since the moment you started chewing on that chicken wing. Mo Yini. Mo Yini's cheeks turned bright red. She lowered her head timidly, unable to meet Bai Yu's gaze at all. Yini, want me to tell you a joke? Bai Yu's eyes twinkled mischievously as he suddenly suggested. Huh? Sure, go ahead. Mo Yini nodded cautiously, then quickly added, but if it's another one of those lame jokes from before, then forget it, they're freezing cold. She even exaggerated a shiver for emphasis. Bai you mean the one about the ant? Was it that bad? As he thought about it, a giant glowing number appeared in front of Bai Yu's eyes, 100%. Clear. She really thought it sucked. Ahem ahem. Bai Yu cleared his throat, smiling. Don't worry, this one's different. I promise it's not a pun this time. All right, let's hear it. Mo Yini looked up at him suspiciously. Listen carefully, okay? Bai Yu sat up straight. There once was a man, a real tough guy, named Wang Jingzhe. Wait, that name. I swear I've heard it somewhere before. Yini furrowed her brows. Just hear me out first, Bai Yu said, grinning oddly. So this guy, Wang Jingzhe, was on a reality show once. During the show, he made this super bold declaration. Even if I starve to death, even if I die outside on the street, even if I have to jump off this cliff, I will never eat your food. But 10 minutes later, this man of steel was shoveling down that fried rice like a starving wolf. And then he even said, damn, this is delicious. Bai Yu burst out laughing, his reaction completely over the top. Mo Yini just blinked in confusion, her face blank. Yini? Why aren't you laughing? Wasn't that hilarious? Bai Yu looked at her with mock confusion. What's so funny about that? She asked flatly. Where's the punchline? Not hungry means not hungry. Not eating means not eating. Bai Yu mimicked her earlier firm tone with a weird smile. This soup, I won't even take a sip of it. Montak Yini. 1 second later, her face, which had just returned to normal, turned beet red again. She quietly lowered her head, practically trying to bury herself in the blanket. The room fell into silence. After a long pause, Mo Yini suddenly sat up, flustered. It's already almost midnight. I've got to be up early for work tomorrow. Let's just go to bed. With that, she dived under the covers. Bai Yu smiled to himself. All right. Mo Yini suddenly popped her head out from under the blanket again, pointing to the large plush toy placed in the middle of the bed. No crossing this line tonight. Don't worry. Bai Yu raised a hand. Yini, until you're ready to fully accept a man in your life, I'll never cross that line. Thanks. Montak Yini Mutut, then dove back under the covers. Too intense. Pushed too fast. Bai Yu realized if he kept rushing things, it might backfire, making Mo Yini uncomfortable or even resentful. After tidying up the pot and dishes a bit, he stepped out of the bedroom, planning to wash them in the kitchen. But the moment he opened the door, he was met by the sparkling eyes of Yang Lian and Mo Jiangwo. Xiao, it's so late. Why aren't you in bed yet? Yang Lian asked gently. Just took a shower. I was about to sleep. Just wanted to clean up these dishes first. Before he could finish, Yang Lian rushed over and took the pot and dishes from his hands. These little things, leave them to me. You young folks should get to bed early. But Bai Yu tried to say something polite, but the two elders pushed him right back into the bedroom. Xiao Yu, go rest early. Yang Lian smiled warmly. Could Mo Yini really be their biological daughter? Bai Yu couldn't help but wonder. 100%. Xiao Yu, Mo Jiangwo leaned in and whispered, don't tire yourself out too much tonight. Our Yini's never been that close to any boy before. This is her first time. Hack cough. Bai Yu choked on his own breath. Oh, and when you two get intimate, remember to use protection. Mo Jiangwo said, then immediately shook his head. Actually, you don't have to. Her mom and I wouldn't mind a little grandson or granddaughter showing up early. Bai Yu, all right. You two go get some sleep. Us old folks need our rest too. Bai Yu returned to Mo Yini's room, still dazed. He shut the door and instinctively locked it. Why did you lock the door? Mo Yini popped her head out of the covers, panicked. Auntie and uncle. Bai Yu raised his hands innocently. If I don't lock it, I'm scared they'll burst in tomorrow morning. Mo Yini. She sank back into the covers without another word. The room fell silent again. Bayu quietly walked to the bed and lay down. Thump, thump, thump. In the silence, Mo Yini's heartbeat pounded in her chest like a drum. No doubt about it. She was super nervous. Her little hands gripped the blanket tightly. Yini, I'm turning off the lights. Good night. Bayu's voice was warm and gentle. Mo Yini didn't respond. He smiled and reached for the light switch. But suddenly, wait a second. HM, what is it, Yini? We're officially dating now, right? Yeah. And, don't couples usually have a good night kiss? Her voice got softer and softer. Bayu paused, then smiled. He leaned in and gently kissed her lips. Montag Yini Frotze. Her hands clenched tightly at first. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Then slowly, she relaxed. 30 seconds. He pulled away. Good night. MHMG good night. Hoo-hoo. The lights went out. The house fell into total silence. Thump, thump, thump. Mo Yini's heart jumped at the sudden noise. In the dead quiet, every sound felt amplified. Her hands clutched the blanket tightly. Her cheeks, flushed from lack of oxygen, were burning red. But beneath that blush, what truly hid was a thick layer of fear and anxiety. And honestly, that was understandable. Up until today, Mo Yini had been just a high school girl. To put it bluntly, she was a bit unorthodox when it came to her preferences. In fact, Mo Yini had always leaned towards women. She'd avoided men like the plague. So how was Bayu able to hold her hand, hug her, cuddle up with her, and now even sleep in the same bed? Simple. Mo Yini wanted to change. She wanted to change herself, and also wanted to change Di Qingqing. That, and a second reason. Probably because I'm just that handsome, Bayu thought smugly to himself. 30%. A percentage popped up in front of his eyes with a swoosh. 30%? What the heck's that supposed to mean? You trying to tell me I'm not good looking? 60%. 60%? Only 60%? Don't tell me there's someone out there better looking than me. 100%. I don't believe it. No way anyone's more handsome than. 100%. Damn it. The night dragged on. Slowly, Mo Yini's frantic heartbeat began to calm. No one knew how much time had passed. Drowsiness started to creep in. When Bayu finally dozed off, somewhere in the dark, Mo Yini quietly poked her head out from under the blanket. She glanced in Bayu's direction. Maybe I don't hate guys that much. But then she quickly shook her head. No, no, no. Not guys. Just this guy. Moonlight slipped in through the gap in the curtain, illuminating Mo Yini's delicate and beautiful face. She stared deeply at the peacefully sleeping Bayu. The corners of her lips curled slightly. This is day one of us being together. She clenched her pale little fists. You got this, Mo Yini. The next morning. Cop. Bayu's eyes flew open. I forgot to update the latest chapter of Heavenly Spirit Lord. Damn it. But then, wait. What update? All 3 of my novels have already been axed. He slapped his forehead in frustration and muttered, God, what am I even doing anymore? Always talking about quitting the web novel scene, and then waking up in a panic over updates. He shifted. Soft. Wah. What the? Bayu froze. His hands seemed to be grabbing something soft. Wait a minute. Phone, eyesight, Di Qingqing, Mo Yini, Yuriko, meeting the parents' bed. Everything from last night came rushing back. In an instant, he was wide awake. Bayu looked down and saw Mo Yini curled up in his arms like a little octopus. They were face to face, which meant that soft thing he just grabbed was her butt. Bayu paused, taking it in. Man, that's really soft. 100%. Should I sneak a little squeeze? She's probably still asleep. Right? 100%. He stared at the glowing 100% sign floating in the air. His whole body tensed. Crap. Don't tell me she's about to wake up. 100%. A second later, Bayu felt Mo Yini stir in his arms. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. They locked eyes. Bayu gave his most innocent smile. Good morning. Mo Yini looked totally dazed. But within seconds, her sleepy eyes sharpened. Confused. Panicked. Terrified. Her eyes went wide in shock. No, just as she opened her mouth to scream, Bayu quickly covered it with his hand. MMPH. MMPHH. Mo Yini's entire body went stiff like a statue. Stop, stop, stop. Calm down, calm down. Bayu rushed to say, Yini, listen to me. I just woke up too. I swear, I don't know what happened. But I can promise you, I definitely didn't do anything to you last night. Also, I didn't cross the line. I stayed on my side of the bed. I don't know how you ended up in my arms when I woke up. Third. Okay, no third. Just don't scream, all right? I'm going to let you go slowly. Just nod or shake your head if you agree. MMPH. Oh, right, sorry. You can't speak with my hand on your mouth. Bayu gave her a sheepish grin. Okay, blink twice if you agree. Montag Yini blinked tvisse fast. All right, I'm letting go now. Just stay calm, calm. He slowly moved his hand away. His arms naturally brushed down as he pulled back. Unfortunately, they happened to pass right across a very prominent pair of peaks. Mo Yini's eyes widened in horror. Bayu's eyes also widened. At that moment, Bayu could swear on his ancestors. I swear, that was not on purpose. Total accident. Pure coincidenza. Seriously, what are the odds? 49.5%. Inside the bedroom. Silence. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Several minutes ticked by. The look of panic and confusion on Mo Yini's face slowly faded. In its place, a faint blush bloomed across her pale but beautiful features, the fear now replaced with something softer. It had already been 5 minutes. Suddenly, Mo Yini looked up. Blushing, eyes wide, she snapped at Bayu with embarrassment and irritation. Are you done staring, or are you planning to keep watching forever? Bayu didn't look away. If I look away now, it might send the wrong message. 100%. Now that he'd gotten the answer he wanted, Bayu had made up his mind. He kept gazing deeply at Mo Yini, smiling slightly. With a beauty like you in front of me, someone this stunning and moving. Why would I ever stop looking? Mo Yini was stunned for a moment. Then, slowly, a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Just then, the phone rang sharply. Mo Yini picked it up and checked the screen. The smile on her face vanished instantly. She looked up at Bayu, her expression now a mix of panic, guilt, and hesitation. It's Ching Ching, she murmured, biting her lip, clearly flustered. Bayu gave her a firm, reassuring look. Answer it, and if you can't handle it, I'll take the call for you. Mo Yini clutched the phone tightly, staring at the incoming WeChat video call, caught in a storm of indecision. After what felt like forever, just as she was about to answer, the call disconnected. She bit down hard on her lip, staring blankly at the missed call screen, lost in thought and completely silent. A few seconds later, the phone rang again. It was Di Ching Ching calling back. This time, Mo Yini picked up immediately and even turned on the speaker. Hey, Ching Ching, what's going on? She tried her best to keep her tone calm and cool. I miss you, Yini Jia. Di Ching Ching's voice trembled with emotion. What do you want? Mo Yini asked coldly. Yini Jia, can't we go back to how things were? I love you. I really love you. I can't live without you. I don't want to lose you. I want to love you. Her voice broke down into sobs. Ching Ching, we were never meant to be. We have no future, Mo Yini said calmly, glancing toward Bayu with determination. Besides, I have a boyfriend now. You mean that Bayu guy? No, no way. Yini Jia, don't lie to me. I don't believe it. Di Ching Ching cried out hysterically. I made up my mind. Let's run away together. Just the two of us. We'll buy a place by the Southern Sea, live together, sleep together, say good morning and good night to each other, travel together, watch sunrises together. I'm sorry, Ching Ching, but my heart no longer belongs to you. It belongs to him now. Mo Yini replied with icy clarity. Mother, listening to all this, Bayu couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Why does it sound like I'm the homewrecker here? Like some scumbag third wheel in their perfect little world. 100%? 100% my ass, Bayu grumbled with a dark expression. Yini Jia, stop lying to me. We've been together for nearly 2 years. I know you. You would never get with a man. Then she added, and even if you did, It could never be that by you. That liar. That jerk. Before she could finish, Mo Yini cut her off coldly. Enough, Ching Ching. Baiyu is my boyfriend. He'll be my man. My husband. I won't let you talk down to him like that. Yini. Di Ching Ching's voice trembled, still clinging to hope. This is all fake. You're doing this for my sake, right? Please drop the act. Come back to me. Ching Ching, you're overthinking it. I'm not doing this for you. I'm not acting. My feelings for him. They're real. Mo Yini said flatly. No, I don't believe it. I can't. Di Ching Ching insisted, every word soaked with disbelief. At that moment, Baiyu suddenly winked at Mo Yini. Then, with perfect timing, he leaned close and called out. Yini, who's calling this early in the morning? Don't people know it's rude to interrupt someone's sleep? A man's voice. A man's voice. Yini Jia, why is there a man in your room? Di Ching Ching screamed in disbelief. 1 second later, Baiyu slid right next to Mo Yini, gently wrapped his arm around her slim waist, and tenderly kissed her on the forehead, like it was the most natural thing in the world. And every bit of it was captured perfectly by the phone camera, displayed crystal clear on Di Ching Ching's screen. No, Ania. Di Ching Ching's scream tore through the speaker. Why? Why is he in your room? Why are you on the same bed? What are you two doing? That's right, Ching Ching, Mo Yini said with a serene, almost smug tone, resting her head on Baiyu's chest. We slept together last night. No, Baiyu, you bastard. What the hell did you do to my Yini Jia? Di Ching Ching was sobbing and shouting in frustration. You must have tricked her. I'll prove it. I'll show her that men are nothing but scum. Somehow, Baiyu couldn't shake the eerie feeling that Di Ching Ching sounded way too pure. Pure to the point of desperation. And maybe madness. The phone call cut off. Mo Yini sat there with vacant eyes, lost in thought. It was a long while before she finally snapped out of it. Ching Ching could be a bit impulsive. But don't worry, I won't let her interfere with us. There's no way anything can happen between her and me, Mo Yini suddenly explained. I believe you, Baiyu replied firmly. Thank you. Montak Yini smiled faintly. All right then, it's getting late. We should probably get up now. Didn't you say you had something important to deal with at the company this morning? Baiyu added, loosening his arm from around her slim waist. The moment Baiyu's hand left her waist, Mo Yini's tense body finally relaxed. Even though she seemed calm when facing Di Ching Ching earlier, Baiyu could clearly sense her nervousness, her unease. In fact, if Di Ching Ching had been paying more attention, she would have noticed something was off with Mo Yini too. Wait, hold on a sec. Mo Yini suddenly tugged on Baiyu's sleeve. What's wrong? He asked, confused. We're a couple now, so, in the morning, we should say good morning to each other. Her voice got quieter and quieter as she lowered her head in embarrassment. God, that's way too adorable. Baiyu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. He raised his hand gently and tilted her delicate chin upward. Mo Yini's whole body froze again. Her fair hands clenched tightly, and her eyes fluttered shut. Baiyu slowly leaned in. Wait. Hold on. Mo Yini pulled back suddenly, shyly muttering, we should brush our teeth first. Baiyu. All right, speaking of brushing teeth. Mo Yini widened her eyes and asked, You didn't brush your teeth last night, did you? Of course I did. How could I not? Baiyu replied, surprised. But I remember my parents didn't give you a new toothbrush yesterday. Mo Yini said, puzzled. What did you use to brush your teeth? That blue-handled toothbrush in the drawer, right? Didn't you leave that out for me? The blue-handled one. Mo Yini's eyes widened again. You mean the one in the drawer? Baiyu asked. She nodded slowly, expression shifting to something almost horrified. Wait, that toothbrush wasn't meant for me. Suddenly, Baiyu's face turned pale. Don't tell me. That thing was used to clean the fish tank or something? At that moment, Baiyu almost wanted to throw up the black chicken stew and goji berry soup he had the night before. His regret was overwhelming. He should have used his powers to check first. Thankfully, he glanced at the system's accuracy indicator. That toothbrush belonged to Mo Yini. 0%. That toothbrush belonged to someone else. 100%. Someone else? No way. A horrible suspicion crept into Bayu's mind, and he blurted out, "Wait, was that Di Chingching's toothbrush?" 100%. Mo Yini nodded with an awkward, guilty expression. Bayu, she came over last week, and I had that prepared for her, but she only used it twice. Montag Yini explained it softly. You brought her over to your house, too? Bayu stared at her in disbelief. Mo Yini nodded again, looking sheepish. No wonder, Bayu muttered under his breath. No wonder what? She asked. No wonder your parents were so eager to get us together, pushing for us to be alone, wanting something to happen. Maybe they already suspected you leaned a certain way. 100%. As for the toothbrush, since Di Chingching only used it twice, Bayu decided he could just barely let it slide. Granted, that was mostly because Di Chingching was a gorgeous woman. If she had looked like Aunt Fuang instead, it'd be a whole different story. After brushing their teeth, the two exchanged a subtle glance. Mo Yini immediately tensed up again, clenching her fists and closing her eyes. Bayu gently lifted her flawless, delicate face, as if he were handling the rarest of treasures. Her body trembled slightly. Good morning, Yini, Bayu said softly, leaning in and sealing her lips with his. Mo Yini let out a few muffled sounds, completely flustered. After leaving Mo Yini's house, Bayu headed straight for the old black market trading zone. On the way, he made a detour to 2 local lottery shops. Earnings, plus 4,550 yuan. Money isn't everything, but without it, you're nothing. Make money. Make money. Right now, Bayu's top priority was to earn cash. After all, he had no intention of being branded as some loser living off a woman. Well, isn't this Boss Wong? The moment Bayu stepped into the market, he bumped into a familiar face. Boss Wong, the chubby shop owner from the day before. When the rotund man recognized Bayu, his face immediately turned pale, memories of yesterday's painful experience flooding back. Boss Wong, so, did you happen to pick up any antiques out in the countryside today? Bayu asked with a friendly smile. The chubby shop owner's expression darkened for a second, but almost immediately, a good-natured grin crept back onto his round, pudgy face. Kid, you've got good timing. I actually went out last night and picked up quite a few pieces. Want to take a look? The fat shop owner said with a wink. Bayu chuckled inwardly. 100%. This guy's probably trying to pawn off some fakes on me again. 100%. Damn, is he really that shady? 100%. What happened to basic human trust? I just bought a bronze wine vessel from him for 2,000 yuan and flipped it for 600,000. Now he's trying to scam me again? TCH. Let's play along and see where this goes. While thinking all that, Bayu still put on an earnest smile and said, Well then, Boss Wong, lead the way. Right this way. The two of them walked over to the stall. On the table were 7 or 8 porcelain pieces. The ceramics were painted in yellow, green, off-white, beige, and black, but mostly in the Tang Dynasty's signature tricolor: yellow, green, and brown. Come, take a look. I picked these up from a small mountain village, right from someone's ancestral home, and, Boss Wong paused, stuttering. It looked like he was thinking about how to pitch the price without scaring Bayu off. A second later, he raised a hand and continued. I got all 7 of these for just 50,000 yuan. He leaned in close and whispered mysteriously. I asked around the village. Word is, their ancestors got rich during the early Tang Dynasty with Li Shimin and peaked during Empress Wu Zetian's reign. These porcelain pieces, they could very well be. Damn it, Li Shimin. Empress Wu Zetian? Bro, at least write a script before you start making stuff up. Tang Sankai, Bayu said, feigning excitement. Boss Wong nodded like a proud teacher. Exactly. Whether you look at the craftsmanship or the glaze, these really could be genuine Tang Sankai. These are interesting. How much are you asking? Bayu said, pretending to be tempted. Well, since you're a loyal customer. Boss Wong flashed a 6-finger gesture. What do you think, kid? 60. Bayu gasped dramatically. Boss Wong's face instantly darkened. Before he could respond, Bayu grabbed his arm and looked deeply moved. Boss Wong, you're being too generous. 7 porcelain pieces, and you're only charging me 60 yuan? Even factory-made, ones cost 10 or 20 apiece. No, you will misunderstand. Boss Wong tried to explain, but Bai Yu cut him off again. No, I can't let you take such a loss. 60 yuan is way too cheap. My conscience can't take it. He clutched at his chest dramatically. Your conscience is on the right side of your chest. Boss Wong muttered under his breath, face going black. Tell you what, Bai Yu said seriously, I can't let you get ripped off. Let me think it over and give you a fair offer. He stared at the 7 porcelain pieces on the table and thought to himself, these have to be fakes, right? 14.28%. Wait, that's 1 in 7. Does that mean one of them might actually be real? 100%. Holy SHD. Asterisk. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. A crazy but thrilling idea popped into his head. There's a 28% chance that one of these is actually a genuine Tang Sankai piece. 100%. Oh my god. Damn. Crap. No way. 100%. It's real. It's actually real. 100%. That Tang Sankai has to be worth at least a few million, right? 100%. 5 million. 100%. 7 million. 100%. 10 million. 90%. Holy crap. I'm about to strike gold. Bai Yu's cheeks turned red with excitement, and he struggled to keep his cool. Meanwhile, Boss Wong stood beside him, eyes narrowed smugly. He said, Kid, because I like you, how about this? 60,000 yuan. Take all 7 Tang Sankai pieces home. Confirmed. Bai Yu looked at him with sheer joy, like he was staring at the god of wealth. If you think that's too steep, Boss Wong, thrown off by Bai Yu's enthusiasm, quickly added, Okay. Special discount. 50,000. Deal. No problem at all. I'll transfer it right now. Without hesitation, Bai Yu scanned the QR code and transferred 50,000 yuan on the spot. Boss Wong froze in shock at how fast Bai Yu paid. Wait, could there actually be a real piece in there? He quickly shook his head. No way. I got these wholesale from a local Tang Sankai craft shop in the mountains. 200 yuan each. No way any of these are authentic. Still, he couldn't help grinning smugly to himself. Young people these days, they all think there's some protagonist in a novel. Like they can just walk into any stall and find a real treasure. TCH. So naive. Old Wong, just like that. You sold out everything in the blink of an eye. The owner of stall number 1 took a bite of his steamed bun as he walked over. Noticing that Old Wong's stall was completely empty, he looked puzzled. Yeah, tell me about it. Old Wong, the chubby stall owner, allowed a dramatic sigh, but couldn't hide the grin on his face. Honestly, I didn't expect everything to sell that fast. It's been great just hanging around here. The customers are smart and polite, conversations are pleasant. I love this place. But yesterday, that young guy insisted on spending 500,000 yuan to buy everything I had. What could I do? Old Wong looked as if he was sighing, but his smile practically lit up the market. He emphasized 500,000 yuan with particular pride, clearly reveling in the moment. The owner of stall number 1 froze mid-bite. A life, huh? Full of ups and downs. Old Wong went on, completely satisfied. Spend a couple thousand on some porcelain, and boom, flip it for 500,000. Making money's never been easier. The stall number 1 owner's face turned darker by the second, stiff and unreadable. Then suddenly, hold on, Old Wong. What did you just say? He asked, something finally clicking in his mind. His voice went sharp and suspicious. You said a young guy yesterday? Don't tell me. It was the same guy who bought a bronze wine vessel from you for 2,000 yuan and resold it for 600,000. Old Wong's smile faltered for a moment. He nodded. That's the one. The stall no. One owner looked stunned. I swear, Old Wong, did you lose your memory just overnight? If that guy was willing to drop 500,000 without blinking, and you said he insisted on buying, then he paused, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Are you sure there was even one genuine piece in those ceramics you sold him? Old Wong straightened his back proudly and huffed. Come on, Old Yang. Give me some credit. I've been in this business for almost a decade. I've got a good eye. No way I'd mistake a fake for the real thing. Uh-huh. Old Yang muttered, chewing slowly. Didn't you make a mistake just yesterday? Old Wong's smile twitched again. He let out a dry chuckle. That was a one-time fluke. But those 7 ceramic pieces he bought today, I got them wholesale from the handicraft workshop. Picked them right off a dusty shelf in their storage room. 200 yuan each. No way anything real was mixed in. He leaned closer, eyes gleaming. I'll tell you what, he said proudly. If even one of those 7 ceramics turns out to be genuine, Old Wong, will strip down and streak across this entire market in front of every vendor here. All right, Old Yang, enough chit-chat, Old Wong added, already starting to pack up. I'm heading back to buy another batch of ceramics from that same factory. Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky again and find another clueless sucker. Haha. Meanwhile, outside the open-air flea market, a Hummer rolled to a stop, catching everyone's attention. The door swung open, and out stepped a young woman, short hair, round glasses, dressed in a hanfu. Her elegant style clashed hard with the massive, rugged vehicle, a real beauty and the beast moment. She looked visibly anxious. Ugh, last night when I was organizing things, I accidentally put Grandpa's favorite Tang Dynasty tricolor glazed porcelain on the shelf, and someone bought it for just 200 yuan. The girl muttered to herself in frustration. This was Xia Xiao, the granddaughter of the factory owner where Old Wong sourced his goods. She rushed into the market. From afar, she spotted Old Wong just as he was about to leave. Hey, you, the chubby guy, stop right there. Old Yang nudged Old Wong and whispered with a smirk. Looks like some girl's calling for you, Old Wong. Heh, not bad. Luring in a glasses-wearing cutie. Don't talk nonsense, Old Wong snapped. I'm a respectable businessman. Still, he turned toward the girl with a confused look. Huh? Who is she? Old Yang squinted. You seriously don't know her? Looks like she came here specifically for you. Don't tell me you got drunk and did something stupid last night. Cut it out. Old Yang, wait a sec. Old Wong squinted at Xia Xiao as she hurried over, trying to place her face. A moment later, realization hit him. Oh, that's where I've seen her before. Last night, at the handicraft workshop. She's the granddaughter of the factory owner. Why would the factory owner's granddaughter come running over to find you? Old Yang asked, just as puzzled. Good question. Why would she come find me? Old Wong echoed, scratching his head. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Both men suddenly went wide-eyed. Their gazes locked. Don't tell me. No. The fat shopkeeper shook his head furiously. Absolutely not. No way. 100% no. At that moment, Xia Xiao rushed up to him, visibly panicked. Huff. Boss, she panted heavily, struggling to catch her breath. A little miss, is something wrong? The fat shopkeeper stammered, gulping nervously, his head retreating into his shoulders like a turtle. Huff, big guy, the 7 porcelain pieces I sold you last night. Do you still have them? I'll buy them back for 20,000 yuan. Xia Xiao said between breaths. Oh, the fat shopkeeper's eyes twitched. A bad feeling crept over him, getting worse by the second. He swallowed hard and asked cautiously, why? Is something wrong with the porcelain? No, nothing like that, Xia Xiao said, looking awkward. It's just, one of those pieces was my grandpa's favorite work. He was planning to keep it, not sell it. I must have accidentally put it on the display shelf last night. Phew! Hearing that, the fat shopkeeper finally relaxed. He exchanged glances with the owner of stall number 1 next door and chuckled. Oh, that's it? You had me worried for a second. So it's just one of the fakes, then? All good, big guy. Xia Xiao looked at him with innocent eyes. How about this? You bought those 7 pieces at 200 yuan each, 1,400 total, right? I'll give you 20,000 yuan to buy them back. Deal. The fat shopkeeper shook his head. No, it's not that, miss. Before he could finish, Xia Xiao cut him off anxiously. 30,000. Big guy, I'll pay 30,000. No. 50,000. I'll give you 50,000 yuan to buy those 7 pieces back. Miss, at least let me. 100,000, she interrupted again, looking like a pitiful puppy. Please, big guy. That porcelain means so much to my grandpa. Listen to me. The fat shopkeeper finally raised his voice, trying to explain. It's not that I don't want to sell them back to you. I already packed everything and sold them to someone else. What? Xiao 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 looked like she'd been struck by lightning. Sold? Yeah. Girl, the stall owner next door chimed in. Old Wong said some young guy insisted on buying all 7 pieces for 500,000 yuan. 500,000? Xiao Xiao Xiao's eyes went blank. Yeah. I mean, how'd you charm that kid so hard? Those are just some knockoff pieces from your little craft workshop. He actually paid 500,000 for him. Stall number 1's owner stared at Wong suspiciously. I didn't even say much, the fat shopkeeper said smugly. Just told him I picked them up from some rural village. So the family had roots going back to the early Tang dynasty. Helped Emperor Taizong conquer the country. They hit their peak in Empress Wu Zetian's reign. You told him those were Tang Sankai pieces? The other vendor's eyes widened. And that kid believed you? Well, technically, I wasn't lying, the fat shopkeeper said, scratching his head. Her workshop is in a rural village, and their craft has been passed down for generations. Those porcelain pieces are Tang-style Sankai, just not from the Tang dynasty. That guy seemed pretty sharp, though, the stall owner muttered. Jealous. Yesterday, he got a bronze wine vessel worth 600,000 from you for just 2 grand. Now he drops 500,000 on knockoffs. Haha, young folks, you know, always impulsive. Totally normal. The fat shopkeeper laughed proudly. Sigh. Wong, I envy you, man. When's it going to be my turn to meet a sucker like that? The neighbor groaned. Oh, no. Meanwhile, Xiao 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 was practically doing laps in panic like an ant on a hot pan, muttering, What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Xiao Xiao Xiao, you idiot. All because you wanted to log in and play some chicken dinner game faster. You messed up big time. Aya, she was close to tears. Just last night, she had rushed through packing the porcelain so she could go home and play her game. She hadn't realized she'd accidentally included an authentic Tang Sankai masterpiece, one her grandfather had personally planned to preserve. It wasn't until this morning, when she opened the shop, that she realized what she'd done. Now that she thought about it, she was this close to crying over her own stupidity. Hey, don't cry, little miss, the fat shopkeeper said hurriedly. Even if that was your grandpa's favorite piece, it's still just a fake. Just go home and apologize, okay? No need to cry. Who's crying? Xiao 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 snapped her head up and glared at him. First off, I'm not crying. Second, don't you dare call that piece a fake. The fat shopkeeper froze. 1 second later, his eyes bulged. Wait, what do you mean? You're saying it's not a fake. And stop calling me little miss. Xiao 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 crossed her arms and huffed. I'm 18, okay? An adult. And yes, I meant what I said. That porcelain piece was passed down in my family. One time, someone offered over $1 million for it. And my grandpa still turned them down. As soon as Xia Xiao Xiao finished speaking, the fat shop owner looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Clang. His phone slipped from his hand and hit the ground with a crisp thud. A second later, his pupils shrank suddenly. His eyes bulged wide, almost cartoonishly like a pair of giant bull's eyes. The fat shop owner trembled all over, his voice shaking as he stammered. Oh, how much did you say? Someone offered tens of millions and still couldn't buy it. Xia Xiao Xiao repeated. The fat shop owner's jaw dropped. He whipped his head toward the vendor at booth 1. Old Yang, did I hear that right? Old Wong. The vendor at booth 1 patted the fat man on the shoulder and, taking a bit of schadenfreude in his tone, said with a grin, You've really had a rough week, huh? Yesterday, you sold a 600,000 copper spirit wine bottle for $2,000. And now, you just sold a real Tang Dynasty Sankai camel worth over 10 million for 500K to some guy named you. The fat man's face turned as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. He looked like he'd just swallowed a pile of dung. Hey, fatty, where did that guy go? Xiao 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 asked urgently. He went toward the ancient relic pavilion. Suddenly, the fat man froze mid-sentence, his face contorting with shock. He's actually heading straight for the ancient relic pavilion. Don't tell me. he spotted the real deal among those 7 porcelain pieces just by glancing at them. The ancient relic pavilion. Xiao Xiao's eyes flew wide open. This is bad, very bad. Absolutely not. I cannot let him go in there. If he does, it's over. Muttering to herself, she turned on her heel and bolted toward the ancient relic pavilion. At that exact moment, on the top floor of the ancient relic pavilion, inside a tastefully decorated room, Baiyu lounged casually on a leather couch. Across from him sat an elderly man with silver-gray hair, sharp eyes, and a surprisingly energetic aura. The old man wore a blue robe and held a high-end, magnifying loupe, carefully examining a camel-shaped porcelain figure placed on the table. After a long moment, the old man finally set the loupe down. He looked up and stared intently at Baiyu, eyes glowing with heat and delight. "Mr. Bai," the old man asked, "may I ask where you acquired this Tang Sankai camel sculpture?" "I just bought it outside at the open trading market for 500,000 yuan, Baiyu replied, frowning slightly. The vendor said he got it from some rural farmer for 50,000. "Is there something wrong with it, sir? Some flaw in the piece?" The old man waved a hand quickly. No, nothing like that. Before we get into that, can I ask, was the vendor male or female?" Baiyu, more confused than ever, answered honestly. "Male. People at the market call him Old Wang." "Huh. So it was that rascal Wang Yud," the old man exclaimed with a deep sigh of realization. Baiyu was now seriously baffled. "Why do I feel like something's off here?" 100%. "Sir," Baiyu began to ask, but the old man raised a hand and explained first. "Rest assured, Mr. Bai, this Sankai camel sculpture is flawless, preserved in excellent condition." "Then why were you acting so strange earlier?" Baiyu pressed. The old man chuckled. "You see, I happen to have an identical sculpture at home. When I saw this one, I thought my granddaughter had secretly sold it." "I see," Baiyu nodded thoughtfully. "Still a Tang Sankai piece passed down from the Tang dynasty. Over 1,000 years old. And it looks exactly like another one. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Wait, could this one be the very sculpture the old man's talking about?" 100%. Seeing the sudden percentage in his vision, Baiyu couldn't help it. He spat out a mouthful of tea. Fortunately, his reflexes were fast, and the tea landed entirely in the trash can. "You okay, mister Bai?" the old man asked. No, I'm fine. Just burned my tongue a little," Baiyu replied with an awkward laugh, though inside his mind was spinning. "Holy shit. Don't tell me this is the exact sculpture that fat guy stole." 0%. So it wasn't stolen by him. Could someone else have secretly sold it, and he just picked it up cheap? 0%. Then, is it possible the fat guy was telling the truth, and he really did buy this fair and square? For just 50,000? 2.8%. Wait, 2.8%? Baiyu focused. So the fat guy didn't even pay 50,000. 100%. Not even 40,000. 100%. Not even 500. 100%. Not even 300. 100%. 200 yuan. 100%. Goddamn, that fat guy's a beast. He bought an authentic Tang Sankai for just 200 yuan. That's insane. Baiyu suddenly felt a strange kind of admiration for the chubby vendor. "Mr. Bai," snapping out of his thoughts, Baiyu looked up as the old man's face lit up with anticipation. "If you're willing, I'd like to offer you 9 million yuan to purchase this Sankai camel sculpture. If you were to wait for the auction 3 months from now, it might fetch around 12 million, but auctions charge a 10% service fee, plus all the paperwork involved." 9 million, Baiyu paused for a beat. "Don't worry about whether it's too low," the old man said quickly. "Really, after fees and time, it's a fair price." Baiyu smiled. "Then it's a deal, sir." 9 million credited. "Dear esteemed star-level user, Construction Bank kindly reminds you, account ending in 2333 has received a transfer of 9 million yen. Current available balance, 9,454,860 yen. Baiyu withdrew his gaze from the text message. Looking up, he smiled politely at the elderly man in front of him. With a gentle motion, he slid the tricolored camel figurine across the counter. "Sir, this is for you," Bai said with a smile. The old man carefully took out a sandalwood box from behind the counter and reverently placed the camel inside. After closing the lid, he let out a satisfied breath. I won't keep you any longer then, Bai said, rising and giving a respectful nod. Wait a moment, Mr. Bai, the old man called out. He pulled a simple business card from his coat pocket and handed it over. This is my card. If you ever come across more good stuff like that in the future, don't hesitate to call me. I promise I'll give you a price you'll be happy with. I understand, Bai replied as he glanced at the card. Xia Yongkong, huh? Elder Xia. The old man, Xia Yongkong, nodded, eyes crinkling kindly. As Bai descended the stairs and reached the entrance of the antique shop, a short-haired girl in glasses suddenly rushed toward him from across the street. She was clearly in a hurry. Her sporty white and teal outfit clung tightly to her slim figure. Holy crap! How come I never noticed there are this many hotties around here? Bai's eyes lit up. That short-haired girl's easily a 9.3 out of 10. The girl's appearance, short hair, big glasses, youthful athletic clothes, screamed pure-hearted schoolgirl who hasn't been tainted by society yet. It gave people the uncontrollable urge to hug her and protect her with everything they had. She's in such a rush. Is something urgent going on? As Bai watched her hurry across the street, he couldn't help but wonder. 100%. Even if there's something urgent, she shouldn't be running that fast. What if she trips or something? 100%. Huh? What's with this 100% thing? He froze. Don't tell me this short-haired cutie is actually going to trip? 100%. Quickly, Bai tore his gaze away from her and scanned the entrance of the antique shop for potential tripping hazards. Maybe she'll trip on the steps? 0%. Or on the threshold? 0%. Maybe she'll bump into someone? 0%. Then how the hell is she going to fall? He frowned. Don't tell me. She's going to trip over her own damn feet. 100%. What the hell? Bai was speechless. At that moment, the girl, Xia Xiaoyao, finally reached the front of the antique shop. Panting, she bent over with her hands on her thighs, trying to catch her breath before heading up the steps. She muttered between gasps, "Phew, finally caught up. I hope I'm not too late." Just as she stepped up toward the entrance, she brushed past Bai, their shoulders almost touching. "Careful there," Bai suddenly warned. "Don't trip over yourself." Xia Xiaoyao paused and looked at him confused. "Huh," I said. "You're in such a hurry. Be careful not to trip yourself," he repeated with a smile. "Ah, funny guy. Do you even know who I am?" She huffed, puffing up her chest proudly. "Nope," Bai replied bluntly. "Well, listen up. I'm Xia Xiaoyao." As if I'd trip over myself. What a joke. She looked him up and down. "Hey bro, is this your idea of flirting or something? That's a pretty tired line. You single or what?" "Bai, flirting? Single? Girl, I'm already taken, all right? My girlfriend's chest is like 10 times bigger than yours." "Wait a sec. Xia Xiaoyao. Her last name is Xia. I think Mr. Xia Yongkong mentioned he had a granddaughter." Bai suddenly remembered. He glanced back at her. 100%. Seriously? She ran all the way here. Don't tell me she's here for that camel figurine. Just then, Xia Xiaoyao muttered under her breath. "Aya, Xia Xiaoyao, what are you doing? There's no time to be flirting with random cute guys. You gotta fix Grandpa's mess and get that tricolored camel back." Tricolored camel? Bai's eyes widened. No way, was it really her who sold it? 100%. So she's a money-burning maniac, huh? Bai thought with a sigh. That priceless Tang Dynasty relic. And she sold it for just 200 yuan. She really had no idea what she had. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoyao anxiously stepped forward toward the counter on the first floor. But as soon as she took the first step, her left toe caught the back of her right heel. And just like that, she lost her balance. In perfect accordance with Bai's earlier warning, she tripped herself. OSH, my face. Ah. From a distance, Xia Xiaoxiao looked like a cute short-haired girl with a fierce attitude. At the same time, Bai also glanced at the freshly updated debt of 9 million yuan in his bank account. He had already anticipated that Xia Xiaoxiao would trip over herself and fall into him. So he reacted quickly and reached out, ready to catch her. But Before Bai Yu could even extend his hand, Xia Xiao lunged at him like someone drowning, desperately grabbing for a lifeline. She flailed, waved her arms and legs, and in her panic, threw herself right into Bai Yu's arms. In the end, she clung to him like a koala hanging on a tree. See? I warned you to be careful. Told you not to trip on your own feet. Bai Yu hadn't even finished his sentence when Xia Xiao, cheeks flushed and breathing heavily, glared at him and shouted, "Shut up, you damn jinx." Okay. I'll shut up. Bai Yu muttered under his breath. Seriously, like the saying goes, saving a dog and it bites Lu Dongbin. Who are you calling a dog? Xia Xiao's eyes widened as she snapped at him. She had the expression of, if you don't explain this properly, I'm not letting you off. No one. I'm not talking about anyone, Bai Yu said, immediately backing off with a nervous shake of his head. At this point, people around them began to take notice, seeing the two of them tangled up in what looked like an embrace. They all started whispering and shaking their heads. Sigh. Young people these days, morals are really slipping. In broad daylight, too. No sense of modesty. Public indecency, TSK. The murmurs and gossip started spreading from every direction. Xia Xiao's face turned crimson red. Embarrassed and fuming, she screamed, "You perv! Why aren't you letting go of me? I'm gonna call someone." Ahem. Bai Yu held back the uncomfortable, or rather, too comfortable, sensation coming from down below, cleared his throat twice, and said, "Hey, technically speaking, you're the one clinging to me." "Me? Let go of you." Xia Xiao blinked. She looked down, and only now realized that it wasn't Bai Yu hugging her at all. In a moment, she almost fell flat on her face. She had instinctively wrapped herself around him, arms tightly locked around his neck, and both legs clinging around his waist like a clamp. Which meant Bai Yu's third leg was currently poking right up against her backside. A very awkward mix of pain and pleasure. What the hell? Xia Xiao froze for a second, and in the next moment, her cheeks turned fiery red. She seemed to realize something, and her eyes went wide with horror as she gave Bai Yu a shocked, panicked look. You? He. Bai Yu could only grin sheepishly. Without another word, Xia Xiao immediately let go of him and jumped back like she had been electrocuted. Her face was beet red as she glared furiously at him. Ahem. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll get going now. Bai Yu awkwardly coughed and tried to excuse himself. No, you're not going anywhere. You stay right there. Xia Xiao growled through clenched teeth. Noticing the curious stares still coming from all sides, Bai Yu took a deep breath, forced a friendly smile, and said in a gentle tone, "Miss, there's really no need to thank me. I just happened to be passing by and saw you about to fall, so I gave you a hand. If you must know my name, just call me Lei Phone." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, glanced at the time, and added, "Oh, look, it's getting late. I've got things to do. Gotta run. Bye-bye." "You stop right there," Xia Xiao shouted, fuming. Bai Yu kept walking. "If you don't stop, I'll tell everyone what just happened," she yelled after him. He halted immediately. Turning around with an innocent look, he scratched his head and asked, "What do you mean? What just happened? You really gonna pretend like nothing happened?" Xia Xiao exaggerated her expression and dramatically pointed at him. You did that to me, and now you want to walk away." Schwupp! All at once, every curious onlooker turned their eyes toward Bai Yu again. "Hey now, don't slander me. I didn't do anything. I stand for prosperity, democracy, civility, and harmony." Bai Yu protested. You were clearly poking me with that thing." Seeing that Xia Xiao was really about to say it out loud, Bai Yu panicked and quickly surrendered. Okay. Auntie, I surrender. Just tell me what you want." Should have done that earlier. Wasted my time," she snorted proudly, then reached out with her soft, delicate hand. "Give me your phone." No resistance. No fuss. Bai Yu obediently handed over his phone. Xia Xiao fiddled with it for a moment, then casually tossed it back to him. "Consider yourself lucky today. I've got things to take care of, but I'll settle the score with you next time." With that, She adjusted her oversized glasses and rushed off toward the administration building. Bayu glanced down at his phone. He had a new WeChat contact. No name, Big Bro. His expression darkened instantly. Without hesitation, he changed it to Xia Xiao Xiao. Casually and out of habit, Xia Tian Tian opened her social circle app. The first post that popped up. Originally, try to hide this from my family. Wawa. Emergency, everyone. Last night, I just wanted to squeeze in a quick chicken dinner match, and I accidentally placed my grandpa's favorite three-color Tang Dynasty camel statue on the shelf, and someone bought it for only 200 yuan. Attached below were 9 images. 8 of them were selfies in various dramatic poses. Right in the center of it all was a photo of the said three-color camel statue. She really has guts. Sold a multi-million antique for 200 bucks, and even made it the centerpiece of her selfie montage on social media. Bayu spat out his tea and immediately shook his head in alarm. Nope. I better get the hell out of this mess. I've got a bad feeling something's going to go down at the exhibition. Ding. 100%. Seeing the progress bar suddenly hit 100%, Bayu didn't hesitate. He hurriedly slipped out of the Guiyun Pavilion. On the way out, he had just arrived near the free trade market entrance when a familiar voice rang out nearby. Bayu turned his head and saw the pudgy shopkeeper he knew all too well. His eyes lit up. He walked over and greeted warmly. Hey there, Boss Wong. Little rascal. Boss Wong's face was a mix of smiles and barely concealed tension. He asked cautiously, those 7 porcelain pieces I sold you earlier, do you still have them? 6 left. I sold one just now while browsing around the market. Bayu replied with an innocent smile. Why? Is there something wrong with them, Boss Wong? And no, nothing at all. The pudgy man's eyes narrowed as he leaned in, asking carefully, Say, that porcelain you sold, who did you sell it to? And for how much? Oh, I sold it to Mr. Xie Yongkong from Guiyun Pavilion. Bayu suddenly grabbed Boss Wong's hand with a grateful expression. Honestly, I owe it all to you. If you hadn't told me that the set might be from the Tang Dynasty, I never would have thought to bring it to the pavilion, and I definitely wouldn't have gotten such a good price. Boss Wong swallowed hard, eyes wide. His lips trembled. Ella, little rascal. How much did you sell it for? Bayu scratched his head, pretending to be shy. Just 9 million. Nothing big. The moment he said that, Boss Wong's eyes popped open like an ox about to charge. His entire body stiffened. He staggered 2 steps back, as if struck by lightning. And in 9 million. His eyes went blank. His soul seemed to float away. Yup, Bayu nodded sincerely. 9 million. Mr. Xie wired it to me on the spot. That's why I said, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't insisted I take a look at your wares that day, I wouldn't have become a millionaire overnight. Hearing this, Boss Wong instinctively clutched his chest. His face turned black, as if he'd eaten a block of charcoal. He regretted it so hard. Even his intestines were twisting. Boss Wong, don't worry. Bayu patted the man's shoulder like a loyal friend. I promise I'll visit your stall again soon. My parents always told me, never forget your roots. It was you who helped me get here today, and I'll never forget that. With a firm expression and grateful honesty, he added, Anyway, I'll head out now. Gonna enjoy this good weather. Maybe shop for a car or 2. Have a little fun. Boss Wong's face was ashen. His voice barely a whisper. Sure, take care. Just then, another vendor nearby walked over and clapped Boss Wong on the shoulder. Old Wong, the man sighed. Next time you bring stuff back from the countryside, let your bro know first. Give me a shot at striking gold too. Boss Wong's face went even darker. Meanwhile, inside Guiyun Pavilion, Xia Tiantian was nervously scanning every face in the hall. She was trying to spot the young man who had apparently bought the 3-color Tang camel from her at the staggering price of 50,000 yuan. Just then, her grandfather, Xie Yongkong, cheerfully came downstairs and immediately spotted her. Tian Tian, he waved excitedly. Crap, hearing his voice. Xia Tian tensed up. No way. I can't let Grandpa find out. Stay calm, Xia Tian. You can do this. After psyching herself up, she turned around with a bright smile. Grandpa, my little girl, what brings you here today? Xie Yongkong beamed kindly. Oh, well, I just thought I'd stop by and see how you're doing. She was scrambling to come up with a cover story. She had to distract him. But before she could finish, Xie Yongkong smiled even wider. Come upstairs, sweetie. Grandpa just got his hands on something amazing. Something amazing? Xia Tian froze. A bad feeling crept in her chest. No, it can't be. There's no way. Still, she followed him nervously upstairs. Grandpa, what kind of amazing thing? You'll see in a moment. Xie Yongkong chuckled. Cost me 9 million, but worth every penny. 9 million? No way, don't tell me. Her sense of dread exploded. At the top floor, Xie Yongkong entered a long password to unlock a massive safe. Then, with utmost care, he pulled out a delicate incense wood box. Xia Tian watched in growing horror as he slowly lifted the lid. Inside, a perfectly preserved three-color Tang Dynasty camel statue gleamed under the light. It was her camel, the very one she sold for 200 yuan last night. The ancient vault, top floor. Complete silence. Xia Yongkong was completely absorbed, staring at the three-colored camel statue inside the box, his face full of admiration and deep reflection. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoxiao looked dazed and dizzy. Oh no. Her eyes were wide open, her small mouth agape. The exquisite, cute little face on the statue concealed a look of desperation. Done for. Done for. That three-colored camel statue. It wasn't that I carelessly sold the other one for just 200 bucks, no. I was just one step too late, aw. Without showing any change in expression, Xia Xiaoxiao took 2 steps toward the stairs, seemingly planning to sneak away quietly before her grandpa, Xia Yongkong, noticed. But even though her movements were small and light, Xia Yongkong caught sight of her. Hey now, what's going on? Xia Yongkong lifted his gold-rimmed glasses and, eyes lingering affectionately from the three-colored camel statue to Xia Xiaoxiao herself, said suspiciously, What's wrong? No, no ting at all. Xia Xiaoxiao forced a calming smile, trying to sound casual. I don't know why, but you're acting kind of strange, Xia Yongkong said, eyeing her with suspicion. Xia Xiaoxiao tried hard to keep her face neutral, pretending nothing was going on. Tell me, Xiaoxiao, don't you think this three-colored camel statue looks very familiar? As Xia Yongkong spoke, he gently lifted the statue from the table, placed it down carefully, then grabbed his binoculars and examined it with delight. Ah, yes, it does look familiar. Huh, it really does look familiar. Xia Xiaoxiao blushed fiercely, awkwardly agreeing. Truly a masterpiece, she added reluctantly. Xia Yongkong sighed deeply. In this world, there are naturally some things passed down unchanged from the Tang Dynasty. This three-colored camel statue really is a marvel. You're right, Xiaoxiao. Huh? Xia Xiaoxiao froze. Xiaoxiao, what's gotten into you today? You seem distracted. How could you not notice? This three-colored camel statue is exactly the same as the precious one Grandpa has at home. It's like they were cast from the same mold. Xia Yongkong looked up, scrutinizing Xia Xiaoxiao carefully before asking. Yeah, it really does seem like that. Xia Xiaoxiao struggled to agree. But even though they look the same, there are small differences. Xia Yongkong pointed to the camel's eye on the statue. Look at the sharpness and vividness of this camel's eye, but the one at home, well, it's a bit different inside. Xia Xiaoxiao. Besides, this one has better horns and limbs compared to the one at home. So, based on Grandpa's guess, this one must be a male camel, while the one at home is the mother. Xia Xiaoxiao. But that's just speculation. When we get home tonight, I'll put both statues side by side to compare carefully. Then we'll see exactly what differences there are. Xia Xiaoxiao, right? Xiaoxiao, the three-colored camel statue you collected last night. Before Xia Yongkong could finish, Xia Xiaoxiao suddenly started coughing violently. Cough. What's wrong? You catching a cold? Xia Yongkong frowned. Yeah, Grandpa. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'm planning to go to the hospital now. I'll go first. Without looking back, Xia Xiao hurried down the stairs, as if her feet were made of dust. Xia Yongkong was full of doubt. This girl, she's really quite anxious, jittery. How is she going to get married with this personality? She seems so gentle on the outside. Shaking his head, Xia Yongkong muttered to himself, then suddenly stopped. His brow furrowed sharply. He took a deep breath. No, this girl is acting way too strange today. I remember the last time she acted like this. She was little then, mischievously hiding a Qinghua porcelain vase that she thought was ordinary, then sold it for $10. His eyes uncontrollably drifted back to the three-colored camel statue on the table. His gaze darkened. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Wait a second. Xia Yongkong's eyes widened in a sudden, wild suspicion. He trembled as he grabbed his phone and dialed. The call connected quickly. Hey, Dad, what's up? Ziyuan, are you home now? Xia Yongkong asked. Yeah, Dad, what's going on? Can you help me look? This three-colored camel statue. Did your precious daughter hide it somewhere? Okay, Dad. Hold on a moment. I'll help you look. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Oh no. 3 minutes. Very strange. 5 minutes. 10 minutes later. Hey, Dad, can you hear me? So, did you find it? Xia Yongkong's voice shook slightly with concern. No. I've searched the entire house. Even our workshop came to help look, but no luck. No idea where she could have hidden this three-colored camel statue. I'll keep searching for you. No need, no need. Xia Yongkong's face darkened as he stared at the statue on the table. I know where it is. He hung up. Without hesitation, he called Xia Xiaoxiao's phone. Hello? Xia Xiaoxiao's weak voice answered. Grandpa, what's up? I'm at Grandma's place now. Xiao, don't think you can use Grandma as a shield to get away with whatever you're doing. Let's see what good you've done. Xia Yongkong growled angrily, but before he could finish, a woman's voice interrupted on the other end. Old man, what are you calling for? You're making such a ruckus. Look at you scaring your precious granddaughter unjustly. No. What do you mean no? There's 70 or 80 people here, and now a kid throwing a tantrum? Isn't that embarrassing? Xiaoxiao's only 18, still so young. No matter what mistake she made, you shouldn't have scolded her. Listen, if you scare my precious granddaughter to tears, I won't let it slide. Listening to his wife scold him over the phone, Xia Xiaoxiao lowered her head weakly. The original look of injustice on her face now showed a hint of satisfaction. With a flick of his hand, before the chubby shop owner even had time to take a second look, Baiyu turned and headed out toward the market. He had barely taken a few steps when someone familiar appeared in front of him. It was Di Qingqing. Her face was pale as a sheet. She looked disheveled, furious, and full of unwillingness. Her fists, white as snow, were clenched tightly. She stared at Baiyu as if he were a mortal enemy and walked straight toward him. Crap! What's Di Qingqing planning now? Don't tell me she still hasn't given up? 100%. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? 100%. She's not here to cause trouble, right? 100%. Crap. A real man doesn't fight with a woman. If she starts something, I can't even run away fast enough. I should bolt right now. Without a second thought, Baiyu spun around and headed straight for another exit to the trading market. Bye. You. Di Qingqing suddenly shouted, completely abandoning any concern for her image. Her voice was full of sorrow and grievance, like a woman who had been mistreated and cruelly abandoned by the man she loved. The tone hit hard. Everyone nearby couldn't help but turn and stare. Well, okay, maybe no one actually cried, but the emotional damage was real. Still, that single shout from Di Qingqing drew curious glances from every direction. Damn it, time to dip, quick. Baiyu shivered and picked up his pace, walking faster without even glancing back. Stop right there. Di Qingqing's wailing cry echoed behind him. Her presence surged with rage as she stormed up and grabbed Baiyu by the sleeve, pulling him back with force. Well, if it isn't little Miss D. What's the matter now? Baiyu sighed inwardly, resigned. He turned around with an expression of innocent confusion and asked calmly, You seriously don't know? Don't tell me you don't know exactly what you did? Di Qingqing's tone was ice cold. Speak. What exactly did you do to her? What did you give her? What spell did you cast? Why? Why did you come between us after 2 whole years of love? Tell me why. No reason, Bayou shrugged. It was love at first sight. Mutual affection, plain and simple. Liar, die King gesnept. There's no way she'd fall for a man. No way she'd fall in love at first sight with a guy. Mutual affection, my ass. The moment those words left her mouth, the crowd fell silent. The atmosphere grew strange. Though she technically said Bayou clearly understood who she meant. Emoyini. But the problem was not everyone else knew that. They glanced between Bayou and Di Ching, and then the wild mental theories began. Hiss, why do I feel like something big just dropped? Murmured the chubby shop owner, taking a sharp breath. Old Wong, what do you see? Asked a nearby customer. Let me break it down for y'all, the shop owner said solemnly, stroking his chin like a seasoned gossip analyst. First off, this is definitely a love triangle. No **T, Sherlock. Duh, even a blind guy can see that. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Just listen to my breakdown. He raised a finger and started explaining like a courtroom drama. From what I can tell, this young lady was dating her boyfriend for 2 years. Then this Bayou guy came out of nowhere and seduced him away. The boyfriend dumped her and ran off with Bayou. Hyacinth. The whole trading market seemed to inhale at once. A second later, everyone turned to glare at Bayou and Di Ching. Man, today's young folks. No morals at all. That poor girl. She just got dumped cause her boyfriend got stolen by another guy. Wait, I know that kid, Bayou, right? Seemed normal enough. TCH. Never judge a book by its cover. He's one of those guys, huh? Swinging that way. Sweetie, just let it go. A man like that ain't worth your love. Hearing the rising tide of criticism and misunderstanding from all directions, Bayou's face darkened. What the hell? Since when am I into dudes? I'm perfectly straight, damn it. No, no, no. I have to clear this up before my reputation's totally ruined. Hi everyone. This is all just a huge misunderstanding, Bayou said awkwardly, trying to explain. Tui, shameless. Society's doomed. Kids these days. Explaining means hiding. Hiding means guilt. Bayou. And right then, Di Ching's eyes began to well up. And the next second, wah! She burst into tears right there on the street. Bayou, I'm begging you. Please, please give her back to me. I can't lose her, I can't. I love her. I love her more than anything. She sobbed and pleaded with Bayou, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her cry so desperately, Bayou did feel a little guilty. But, Emoyini, she's mine, and I'm not letting go. Sure, they'd only known each other for a single day. But after spending that intense, emotional time together, Bayou realized that he genuinely liked Emoyini, that pure-hearted sweet girl. I'm sorry, he said coldly. What's done is done. I'm not walking away. No, no, I don't believe it. Di Ching sobbed. You must have tricked her. You had to have manipulated her. Why else would she leave me? Why? This morning, you saw us together, didn't you? Bayou replied. We were happy. But before he could even finish, Di Ching screamed over him. No, you're lying. You're lying. You must have sweet-talked her with some slick words. That's the only explanation. I will expose you. I'll show her who you really are. She'll come back to me. She will. I swear it. It was a quiet, deserted alley. Suddenly, 2 sets of hurried footsteps broke the silence. I'm telling you, Ching, what exactly are you trying to do? Bayou was dragged into the alley by Di Ching, confusion written all over his face. Di Ching pulled out her phone, shot him a cold glare, then held up a single finger. 1 million. Bayou blinked. All men are the same. You're getting close to M.O.E., not because you like her, but because you're after her money, right? Or is it just because she's pretty? Di Ching's voice was filled with disgust and ice. I can give you 1 million right now, she said coldly. With that, you can go sleep with a few hundred escorts. All I ask is that you delete every way of contacting M.O.E. and disappear from both her life and mine immediately. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? Bayou said firmly. My feelings for Ear are real. 2 million. Di Qingqing upped the price without hesitation. Bayu's expression didn't change. 3 million. Di Qingqing, let it go. Bayu shook his head. You an ear. There's no future there. 5 million. What the hell? Bayu couldn't help but mutter internally. She didn't even blink at 5 million. Does this girl's family own a gold mine or something? 100%. No way. She really does own a mine. 100%. Does it even matter if she owns a mine? Bayu thought to himself. Now that I've awakened superpowers, my ability to make money isn't far behind. He did some quick math in his head. Since yesterday afternoon to now, less than 24 hours, he'd already made over 9 million yuan. And that was just the beginning. He was still getting used to his new powers. For someone like him, the path to making money? Plenty of options. Seeing Bayu pause in thought, Di Qingqing looked hopeful. As long as you agree right now, the 5 million is yours. Di Qingqing, I'm not with Ear because of money. Before he could finish. 6 million, she cut in again. Just let me finish. 7 million. Can you? 8 million. I'm saying 10 million. Fine. Bayu finally snapped after getting cut off over and over. He yelled, Di Qingqing, listen up. First of all, I'm not broke. Oh, Di Qingqing sneered, sizing him up. Seriously? A man like you can't even be satisfied with 10 million? What do you want, huh? Just name your price. Isaid, Di Qingqing. Bayu continued firmly. I'm not broke. I really don't need money. I'm not even exaggerating. Just from yesterday afternoon until now, I've earned nearly 10 million. Di Qingqing froze, lowered her head, fell silent. Slowly, her fists clenched tight. When she looked up again, her face was wet with tears. Sobi, what do you want from me? She choked out. Just say it. Whatever it is, if it means I can have Moe back, I'll do anything. Please, I can't live without her. Di Qingqing, if you truly love Ear, then you should let her go. Bayu's voice softened with meaning. I admit, no matter how you see it, I'm the one who came between you two. But the truth is, you and Ear, you were never meant to be. She wants a child, a happy family. That's something you can't give her. Di Qingqing hung her head lower, tears dripping silently. She wants her child to grow up with a father who can protect both of them, Bayu added. And again, that's something you can't offer. She whispered, but said nothing more. This is the happiness Ear wants, Bayu said. Think about it carefully. Don't interfere between us anymore. I'll do everything I can to make her happy. With that, Bayu turned and walked away, heading toward the exit of the alley. Di Qingqing stood frozen in place, head lowered, lost in thought. Just as Bayu was about to leave the alley, she suddenly looked up. Her tear-streaked face was full of fierce determination. Her pale fists clenched tighter. Montak is happiness, she whispered under her breath. Emo. Qingqing understands now. I know what I have to do. I'll fight for your happiness, but I won't leave you. I can do this. Thud, 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 thud. With wild resolve and madness in her eyes, Di Qingqing charged forward. Bayu, she shouted. Bayu turned, confused. Then he saw her running straight at him. What now? Bayu was stunned. The next second, Di Qingqing was right in front of him. She reached out and shoved him against the wall of the alley. What the hell? Bayu blinked. Did I just get wall slammed by Di Qingqing? 100%. What's she trying to do now? Before he could figure it out, Di Qingqing suddenly looked up and stared deeply into his eyes. Her gaze was unwavering. I can do this, she said with conviction. What? Bayu was completely baffled. Then just like that, Di Qingqing stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Holy! What the hell? What is happening? Bayu's eyes widened in shock. What kind of situation is this? After a stunned pause of 2 or 3 seconds, he quickly pushed her away, panicked. Di Qingqing, are you insane? Herc, gasped. Di Qingqing leaned against the wall, dry heaving a few times before lifting her head again, her face filled with crazed determination. Her voice trembled, but her eyes never wavered. If it means I can stay with Moe forever, no matter what you do to me, I'll endure it. I'll overcome it. I can adapt. Stop. Just stop. Bayu had his arms crossed tightly over his chest like he'd just barely survived some wild, violent assault. His mind was blank, and his entire face screamed one thing: suspicion. What kind of twisted stunt is Di Ching trying to pull this time? What the hell just happened? Is she scheming something again? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a percentage meter popped up in front of Bayu's eyes. Probability, 0%. 0%? Then what the hell was that kiss about? Has she gone crazy? Still 0%. Damn it. What kind of nonsense is this? Bayu felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, don't tell me this girl's not actually trying to seduce me to trap me. Then run, crying to Yini, so she'll start hating me? The idea unsettled him. To be honest, Bayu had grown a little fond of Mo Yini. Sure, a big part of it had to do with her breathtaking beauty and that perfect figure, but it wasn't just that. He admired her simplicity, how she genuinely wanted to change and work on herself. Her determination really touched him. Bayu liked where he was in life. He had money. He had a sweet, understanding girlfriend. What more could a man want? The last thing he wanted was for Di Ching to mess all that up. But even now, the probability meter in his vision still read 0%. Weird. What the hell is Di Ching actually trying to do? Bayu couldn't figure it out. Then he suddenly recalled what she had said just moments ago. As long as I can stay with Sister Yini forever, I'll do my best to endure, no matter what you do to me. I can take it. I'll adapt. Wait a second. I'll endure. I can take it. I'll adapt. Why does that sound so damn familiar? Haven't I heard that before somewhere? 100%. Oh crap. I remember now. Bayu's eyes flew wide open. If I'm not mistaken, Yini said those exact words before too. He glanced at Di Ching, who stood there, stubborn and determined, and a terrifying, crazy theory popped into his head. Could it be? This girl is willing to endure me, just to stay close to Yini and make sure she's happy? 100%. Holy SHD. Asterisk. Bayu's body trembled. He stared at Di Ching with horror. Ching, what the hell is going on in that head of yours? Are you seriously thinking what I think you're thinking? I can't lose Sister Yini. I won't lose her, Di Ching said, face filled with fierce resolve. As long as I can stay by her side, I'll do anything, even if... She suddenly looked pale, gagged once, then clenched her fists and forced herself to continue. Even if you desire me, I'll still stay with Sister Yini. She's nuts. Di Ching, you're insane. Bayu finally blurted out. I'm not crazy, she said calmly. I know exactly what I'm saying. For Sister Yini, I'm not even afraid of death. So why should I fear sleeping with a man? She looked him straight in the eye and said, stone cold, Bayu, let's get a room. You really have lost it, he shouted. I'm not insane, she said, eyes still full of clarity. This girl, is she really willing to throw away her purity, her body, just for the sake of Yini? 100%. I don't even know what to say anymore. You really don't need to make such a huge deal out of this, Di Ching suddenly said. To me, this is nothing more than a transaction. A transaction? Bayu narrowed his eyes. That's right. She nodded. My body, do whatever you want. But you have to promise me. You must make Sister Yini happy. And you can't interfere with how she and I interact. You're insane. Completely, totally insane, Bayu said firmly. Right? 0%. I'm not crazy. Di Ching stood her ground. I've already said it. For Sister Yini, I'm willing to give everything. But why? Bayu asked, truly confused now. You've only known her for 2 years. Why go to such extremes for Yini? Di Ching lowered her head. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3. Finally. She looked up, voice soft. Do you want to hear a story? Bayu grunted. 2 years ago, a high school girl graduated and decided on a whim to go hiking alone in the mountains over summer break. She packed a small bag, caught a bus to Mount Yo, and just went. It just so happened at the base of that mountain. She met another girl who was also there to hike. They decided to climb together. But not long after they entered the forest, they were kidnapped by a wanted criminal, someone who had already killed 7 or 8 people. The 2 girls were taken hostage and dragged deep into the woods. During that time, The older girl never stopped comforting and protecting her. Whenever the younger one was about to get hit, the older girl would shield her from the criminal's beatings. For days, the fugitive was on the run, with police chasing him nonstop. They barely had time to rest. When a younger sister couldn't walk anymore, the older one carried her through the forest. And little by little, the younger girl fell in love with her. And the older girl felt the same. Then, on the third day, the police finally located them. While the fugitive was distracted negotiating with officers, the two girls tried to escape. But that foolish younger girl tripped and screamed. The fugitive turned back and fired. The older girl jumped in front of her and took a bullet that was meant for her heart. From that moment on, the little sister's heart no longer belonged to herself. Her heart belonged to that older sister who had cared for her, protected her, and in the end, took a bullet for her. Di Qingqing spoke with a calm tone. If Baiyu hadn't seen the tears constantly streaming down her face, he might have thought she was just telling an ordinary story. Now, how do you understand? Di Qingqing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her face full of determination. That older sister was Eni, Baiyu said, and the younger sister was you? Di Qingqing smiled without denying it. This has given me a headache, Baiyu sighed, glancing at Di Qingqing. After hearing the story, he finally understood why she seemed so obsessed, why she acted so irrationally. A love born between life and death, twisted and unbreakable. A headache, a massive one. Baiyu tapped his head and muttered to himself, "What are the chances I can talk Di Qingqing out of this madness? 0. Can't you at least give me a 1% chance? Even 0.1% or 0.01%, just something. At least then there's a slim hope I might succeed." He couldn't help but curse. What are the odds that Di Qingqing's twisted love for Moeni will fade with time? 9.34%. What about after 1 month? 0%. 5 months? Asterisk. 0%. 1 year? Asterisk. 0%. 2 years? Asterisk. Still 0%. 50 years? Asterisk. 0.1%. 100 years? Asterisk. Back to 0%. Wait, how the hell does it go back to 0 after 100 years? Baiyu blinked, thought it over, then sighed. Right, by then everyone's long dead in dust anyway. As Baiyu was rubbing his temples over Di Qingqing's emotional mess, she was reliving the life and death moment she'd experienced with Moeni 2 years ago. Her eyes grew even more resolute. "I will win." She clenched her pale fists tightly and looked straight at Baiyu. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a brief pause, Di Qingqing suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. "What are you doing?" Baiyu blurted out. Her tone was cold. "Let's get a room." Whoa, hold up." Baiyu yanked his hand back in a panic. Di Qingqing looked confused as he tried to calm her down. "Qingqing, take a breath. Slow down. Let me finish what I'm trying to say." Before he could even finish, she cut him off. "What? Are you trying to say I'm not pretty?" Baiyu froze. He looked her up and down. Even though her eyes were red from crying, her face streaked with tears, and her hair a bit messy, to Baiyu, she was still easily a 9.3 out of 10 beauty. You're gorgeous. Of course you are. But, before he could finish, she interrupted again. "What? You think my body's not good enough?" It's great." Baiyu swallowed nervously, nodding like a bobblehead. "I'm still a virgin, you know. Don't tell me you don't want me." Baiyu was speechless. To be honest, if a girl like Di Qingqing walked down the street, she'd totally outshine all those A-list actresses on TV. Sure, those celebrities might score a 90 on looks, but who knows how much makeup they've caked on, or how heavily their pictures have been photoshopped. But Di Qingqing right now? Completely natural. No makeup at all. Let's be real. What guy wouldn't be into a girl like her? What guy wouldn't want to, yeah, you know what I mean? Fine. I admit it. I do want you. Baiyu finally gave in. Hands up. Great, let's go then. Di Qingqing grabbed his hand and started pulling him toward the alley. Wait. Qingqing, slow down. Baiyu was truly flustered now. Listen to me, okay? Just hear me out. What's the rush? Di Ching turned her head. What do you want to say? I mean, I barely even know you. She interrupted again. Didn't you just admit you wanted me? What's the point of knowing each other well or not? Fine. Bayu looked utterly defeated. Then let me flip the question. You don't really know me, yet you're ready to give your virginity to me, just like that. I trust Ini's taste in men. Di Ching replied, completely serious. Huh? What's that got to do with Ini? Bayu looked genuinely confused. If Ini slept with a scumbag like you, then why can't I? She said without hesitation. Bayu. And besides, all men are trash. Don't think just because you're all lovey-dovey with Ini now, I don't know how guys like you are. Who knows when you'll cheat or hook up with someone else? Then the king suddenly paused. She hesitated for a few seconds before continuing, her voice softer, almost shy. So, if one day you really do catch feelings for someone else, just come to me, okay? I'll try my best to satisfy you. Bye, you. God damn it. What the hell is going on? God damn it. People outside think I'm some homewrecker or mistress. Bayu's face darkened. He spat on the ground and snapped. Come on, be honest with yourself. Do I look like that kind of guy? 100%. Don't try to deny it. Di Ching rolled her eyes, full of disdain. Men are all talk. Didn't you just admit it yourself, that you're into me? Ha ha ha. Bayu let out an awkward laugh, clearly deflated. Look, not all men are like that, okay? There are some decent guys out there. At least, you're definitely not one of them. The king got in coldly. I mean it, I'm really loyal. You already admitted you're into me. But I truly care about you. You admitted you're into me. I would never cheat. You admitted you're into me. Bayu. Men, you're all the same. Talk all sweet and noble. But your bodies always betray you. My dad and mom were the most lovey-dovey couple in all of Hangchun. Guess what? He still cheated. Had mistresses left and right. A third, a fourth, even a fifth woman. The moment Di Ching brought up her father, her delicate features turned frosty. Bayu felt a theory forming in his mind. Could her obsession with Yi and her deep hatred of men be rooted in what her father did? 100%. Just as I thought. Bayu looked at Di Ching, a trace of pity flickering in his eyes. Di Ching noticed and immediately grabbed his wrist, her voice firm. Let's get a room. Wait. Hold on a second. No more waiting. I said wait. Suddenly, Bayu threw off her hand and slammed her against the alley wall. What? You want to do it here? Di Ching's smirk instantly drained from her face. Oh my God, he wants to do it here. Do I look like the kind of guy who'd do that? What the hell is this girl even thinking? Bayu was speechless. Sure, the alley was a bit secluded, but just a few meters away was the bustling antique market, packed with people and noise. Even if he had a death wish, he wouldn't pick a place like this to do something indecent. If someone walked by, they'd be totally screwed. If you really want to do it here. Di Ching bit her lip, pale and trembling. I guess it's not impossible. But could we at least move further down the alley? Relax. Bayu raised his left hand gently over her head, brushing aside a few strands of her hair with surprising tenderness. I would never do that to you. Di Ching froze like a statue, fists clenched, eyes shut tight, body trembling. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hesitated. Let's just do it here. I'm ready. Bayu's expression filled with pity. He stopped moving. The alley fell into dead silence. Thump, thump, thump. Di Ching's heartbeat pounded like thunder in Bayu's ears. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2. Who knows how long passed before her racing heart began to settle. She slowly opened her eyes, only to meet Bayu's deep, unreadable gaze. "WH, what are you trying to do?" she asked. "Relax." He gently cupped the back of her head, speaking softly. "Yes, I admit it. I do have dirty thoughts about you. I do want you. Even now, I'm holding back the urge to just pin you down and take you right here and now." "Then, let me finish," he cut her off. "But the truth is, you're still too young. You don't understand the gravity of all this." Di Ching's face remained blank and emotionless. "TCH, Trying to talk Di Ching out of something is clearly impossible. Seeing that unmoved expression, Bai sighed inwardly. Yet at the same time, some strange excitement flickered in his heart. Fina, I'll just say it straight. Suddenly, Bai's tone turned cold. In your current state, you don't attract me at all. What do you mean? Di Ching asked, voice icy. I'm not in a necrophilia, Bai replied bluntly. I am alive. Di Ching retorted. To me, you're no different from a corpse, he said. The moment I touch you, even the slightest, you freeze up like a statue. You don't move, don't respond. How are you different from a dead body? Di Ching bit her lip hard, her face pale as paper. And then, the tears came, spilling down her cheeks. You sob. What do you want me to do? She whimpered. You said it yourself, didn't you? Bai answered calmly. You have to adapt. Bit by bit. When you've fully adapted to me, then we can talk about doing anything more. Adapt. Di Ching muttered the word under her breath, eyes still dazed, before slowly sharpening with determination. I understand now. She clenched her fists tight. Then suddenly, she stood on her toes and kissed Bai. Just a few seconds. She pulled away. Her face was still pale, brows knit tightly together. Her fists remained clenched as if fighting off something uncomfortable. After a long, agonizing pause, she looked up with resolve in her eyes and said, For Sister E, I will adapt. This girl Di Ching, she'd do anything just for E and I? Just thinking about how Di Ching had lost control and gone wild in the alley earlier made Bai struggle to calm the fire in his chest, only for it to flare right back up again. In the beginning, Di Ching could barely keep up with Bai during their synchronization sessions. Every time, she could only hang on for 2 or 3 seconds before falling out of sync. But then, little by little, she began to adjust. Each session lasted longer than the last. Eventually, she could keep up for a whole minute, or even 2. And that wasn't all. As she adapted to Bai's rhythm, Di Ching's mastery of the synchronization technique also started impressing him more and more. What's more, she brought an unexpected intensity and passion to it. The reason she could improve so fast, it was because she had been practicing regularly with Mo, E, and I over the past 2 years, which meant Mo Ni's skill level couldn't possibly be lower than Di Ching's. So why hadn't Bai noticed before? There was only one explanation. Even though Mo, E, and I had acted like it didn't matter, deep down, she still hadn't fully adapted to being around Bai. She hadn't figured out how to match his energy. But Di Ching, she was already syncing with him at lightning speed. Must be because I'm just that irresistible, huh? Bai thought smugly. 0%. Cough, cough. Bai nearly choked on his own spit. Come on. System, aren't you supposed to be my power? Can you at least give me a little credit here? Am I really that worthless? 0%. Fine, fine. Di Ching sinking so fast definitely has a lot to do with the NI, right? 100%. I knew it. That girl's already in too deep, Bai muttered. Man, what a headache. But even as he said that, a grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. Manhwa, always saying one thing while thinking another. Welcome aboard bus K221. This bus is departing from Hangqing Bus North Station and heading toward the Auto Trade City. Please sit tight and hold on while the bus is in motion. Next stop, International Impressions Plaza. Passengers preparing to get off, please get ready in advance to avoid missing your stop. Yup, now that he had money, Bai figured it was time to go test drive a car. Why not? If you've got money, you should enjoy life a little. What's the point of hoarding money if you never spend it? This bus passed through several busy areas, so the seats were filling up fast. Luckily, Bai had gotten on early and snagged a seat in the back. As the bus rolled on, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Wait a minute, isn't that the money-burning disaster herself? What's she doing on this route? At the next stop, Xia Xiao was leaning against a pole, staring at the route map with wide eyes. Her face a mixture of confusion and frustration. She was muttering something under her breath. Bai quietly pulled out his phone and found her WeChat account. Then he tapped on her Moments feed. There were only 2 new posts. The first one, Grandpa's probably going to scold me again, but whatever. I didn't mean to sell that dumb old vase. Wasn't even worth much. Grandpa's just being dramatic again. Luckily, he's too busy wheezing from his chronic bronchitis to really punish me. Grandma's on my side anyway, so I'm safe, haha. Attached were 9 selfies in various dramatic poses. Bayou frowned. That dumb, old vase she's talking about. Wasn't that thing worth 9 million yuan? Seriously, how is she this good at wasting money? He couldn't help but groan as he kept scrolling. The second post. Aha! Xiao Xiao Xiao, you idiot. Not only did you forget where you parked your car, you didn't even call a rideshare. You came to squeeze onto the bus. You could have at least gotten a seat, but no. Standing room only, and now we're packed in like sardines. Bayou read it without expression. He was long past surprised by anything Xia Xiao Xiao did. After all, she was the kind of girl who could trip over her own feet. The bus kept rolling. A few people got off. A few more got on. The cabin was still noisy and crowded. Suddenly, a shady-looking man in a black trench coat entered Bayou's line of sight. The guy stepped onto the bus, scanned the cabin quickly, then his eyes lit up. He made his way over to where Xia Xiao Xiao was standing. Without saying a word, he stopped beside her. The man's body swayed slightly with the movement of the bus. He didn't keep his eyes fixed on Xia Xiao Xiao, but from time to time, he stole glances at her in a way that made Bayou's skin crawl. Bayou narrowed his eyes. That sly look, this guy's definitely up to no good. 100%. Is he a pickpocket? 50%. 50%? What's that supposed to mean? Bayou muttered. Does that mean he's not just a pickpocket? 100%. Don't tell me. He's a fugitive too? Still fresh off the drama with D. Ching Ching and M-O-E-N-I. Bayou couldn't help but overthink things. 0%. Okay. Then what is he? He's a bus perv, isn't he? 100%. No way. Bayou felt compelled to give Xia Xiao Xiao a warning. First off, the reason he was able to rake in 9 million yuan in the first place was mostly thanks to her carelessness. If Xia Xiao Xiao hadn't been in such a rush to get back to her chicken dinner game and casually placed that 3-colored ceramic camel on the display shelf, none of this would have happened. Secondly, Bayou had a strong sense of responsibility. As a good young man of this modern society 5.0, how could he stand by and watch a scumbag break the law right in front of him? And third, he just couldn't bear to see a refined young lady fall prey to some pervert. And lastly, though this one was purely superficial, Xia Xiao Xiao was a solid 9.4 out of 10. A bona fide beauty. Bayou thought it through, then picked up his phone and fired off a quick message to Xia Xiao Xiao. Hey, heads up. That ugly dude next to you? Total creep. He's been staring at you for a while now. A few seconds after the message sent, Xia Xiao Xiao, who had been glued to her phone, suddenly looked up. Bayou immediately noticed. The moment she lifted her head, the ugly guy standing next to her gave a full-body shudder. Xia Xiao Xiao scanned her surroundings. After a quick glance around, her eyes locked on Bayou, sitting 3 rows back on the left side of the bus. Bayou smiled and waved. Xia Xiao Xiao moved her lips. Even though Bayou had never studied lip reading, she mouthed the words slowly and exaggeratedly enough for him to make it out clearly. Why is it always you, you damn jinx? Bayou's expression darkened instantly. Damn it. Some people just couldn't appreciate a good deed. He lowered his head and typed a few more messages back. Wow, can't even recognize genuine concern anymore. If it weren't for the fact that you're hot, I wouldn't have even bothered warning you. I give you a heads up and you call me a jinx? Want me to come over there and smack some sense into you? Wait. Scratch that, that came out wrong. You don't even have anything to smack. Flat as a runway. Seriously, look at this terrain. It's like an airport. Totally flat. He sent 5 messages in a row before finally locking his phone. When he looked up again, Xia Xiao Xiao was glaring at him like she wanted to leap across the bus with a 40-meter-long broadsword and slice him in half. He inhaled deeply. Damn, that felt good. Xia Xiao Xiao clenched her teeth and signed a few exaggerated words in the air at Bayou. You. Wait. Til. I get. My. Hands. On. You. Then she huffed and lowered her head. The bus kept moving. 1 or 2 minutes passed. Finally, the creepy guy couldn't hold back anymore. He waited for the bus to hit a curve, and took 2 steps closer to Xia Xiao. One hand casually brushed against her shoulder. Xia Xiao looked up at him. Oops, sorry. Lost my balance just now. The ugly man apologized with an awkward grin. Uh-huh. Xia Xiao looked back down, pretending to buy the excuse without question. Bai Yu shook his head. Man, I really can't stand this kind of stuff. He was just about to stand up to stop the guy before he went too far. But right then, the bus hit a rough patch in the road and bounced a little. The ugly guy suddenly grinned, a creepy, twisted grin, and lurched completely against Xia Xiao. The hand on her shoulder fumbled downward, clearly aiming for her chest. Hey, Bai Yu shouted. But before he could even say anything else, Xia Xiao's hands shot up like lightning and caught the pervert's groping hand. Almost simultaneously, her right leg shot backward in a swift kick. Her high heel landed directly on the guy's family jewels. Ooh! Bai Yu winced and sucked in a sharp breath. But she wasn't done. With a twist and a yank, she flipped the guy over her shoulder. The creep landed flat on his back with a painful thud. It all happened in a flash. The man's pained wailing finally broke the momentary silence on the bus. What happened? What's going on? Did something happen? The other passengers turned, confused and alarmed. Xia Xiao turned toward Bai Yu, licked her lips, and gave him a sly little smirk. Then, her expression flipped instantly. She transformed into the picture of a fragile, helpless young woman. Stomping her foot, she kicked the guy a few more times for good measure. And finally, with teary eyes and a trembling voice, she cried out, Wah! He tried to touch my bee-butt and my legs. Bai Yu shrank down in his seat, whispering under his breath, The hell are you talking about? All he touched was your shoulder. The rest didn't even happen yet. Sheesh, you scary little actress. No doubt about it. Xia Xiao looked every bit like a pure, innocent schoolgirl who hadn't yet stepped into society's messy world. Now she was putting on this poor, pitiful act on the bus, timid, wide-eyed, vulnerable. And just like that, every single passenger on the bus turned their anger toward the ugly guy. The guy got scolded and judged like some public enemy. At this moment, it was like everyone had completely forgotten the terrifying force that had just exploded out from Xia Xiao's petite frame a moment ago. At least, that's what Bai Yu saw. To him, the ugly guy looked way more like the real victim, especially since Xia Xiao had used a Liao Yin kick. Her shoe had landed right there, squarely on the guy's lifeline. Just the thought made Bai Yu shiver all over. But then, Xia Xiao suddenly turned her gaze toward him. That same soft, pitiful face was now wearing a sly, meaningful smile. Don't mess with her. Seriously, don't mess with her. Bai Yu remembered that poor guy's miserable expression, and then remembered how he himself had just taunted Xia Xiao, calling her flat as a runway. His whole body trembled. You okay, kid? You look a little off, the old man sitting next to him asked loudly. Swish, swish, swish. Now everyone on the bus was staring at him. I'm fine, totally fine, Bai Yu forced a smile. No way, look at you, the old man said, narrowing his eyes. You're pale and trembling. TSK, young people these days can't even take care of themselves. What are you, 20? And already falling apart. What the hell? What do you mean falling apart? I'm just scared, okay? No, really, it's not like that, sir. Before he could finish, the old man patted Bai Yu on the shoulder and said earnestly, Hey, take it from me. Take it easy with the late nights. Go grab yourself some kidney tonic or something. As soon as the words kidney tonic came out of his mouth, the entire bus lit up with understanding. People started whispering, shaking their heads with pity, throwing side eyes. Bai Yu's face turned pitch black. The bus rolled on, and that ugly guy, the moment the bus stopped, he stumbled off, groaning and clutching his lower half like his soul had been crushed, disappearing into the crowd. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, 3 message notifications popped up. Bai Yu picked up his phone. They were all from Xia Xiao on WeChat. Hey, isn't this Mr. Kidney Failure? You okay, Mr. Kidney Weak? By the way, just now, I thought I heard someone say something about runways. Any idea who that was? Smiling face with smiling eyes. Bayu's face froze. He looked up. Xia Xiao was tilting her head, squinting at him with a sweet, bright smile. That smile. It looked so innocent, so charming. If only it hadn't followed what she just did to that guy. Damn it. Why'd I have to open my big mouth back there? Bayu cursed silently. But wait. Why am I scared of a little girl? That ugly guy probably just had kidney issues and got unlucky. She probably just happened to kick the right spot. I'm a grown man. How can I not handle a teenage girl? 0%. His confidence shattered instantly when he saw the 0% combat success rate flash across his vision. Reality is cruel. Next stop, Trade City Mall. Passengers getting off. Please prepare to disembark. The bus broadcast came like a savior. Bayu's eyes lit up. Can't beat her? Then just escape, he thought. There's a saying, a wise man knows when to retreat. I mean, come on, what kind of man picks a fight with a teenage girl anyway? Let it go. What if I made her cry or something? That'd be a whole different mess. Heaven and earth. Witness this. I'm not backing down because I'm scared of her. I'm being mature. Bayu told himself, trying to believe it. As soon as the bus stopped, Bayu didn't hesitate. He shot out the doors. Few finally ditched that Princess Taiping. He stretched, breathing in the fresh air, feeling a wave of relief. Princess Taiping? Who's Princess Taiping? A voice asked behind him. Oh, that? Haha, just talking about this girl on the bus. Bayu turned around mid-sentence and froze, because standing right there was Xia Xiao, face full of murder. Bayu Lebiesnas bukulat sliguli. Crack, crack, crack. Xia Xiao casually rolled her wrists, her tone playful, but her smile anything but. Oh, so what happened on the bus again? And nothing. Absolutely nothing, Bayu said firmly, shaking his head like his life depended on it. Xia Xiao's expression turned dangerous. All right, pretty lady. Why, you know what? I just remembered something urgent. Let's talk later, okay? Without waiting for a response, Bayu took off like a rocket toward the mall. Can't mess with her. Nope. No way. Xia Xiao watched Bayu walk away and tilted her head, a mischievous grin slowly forming on her cute, delicate little face. Then, she started walking, picking up her pace to catch up with Bayu. After a few moments, looks like I finally got away from that violent psycho chick, huh? 0%. What the hell? Bayu shuddered, glancing over his shoulder. His face immediately turned dark, because standing barely 2 meters behind him was Xia Xiao, still trailing him like a shadow. Damn it, what the hell does this violent psycho even want from me? Don't tell me she's going to do to me what she did to that ugly dude on the bus. The memory of that tragic, pain-filled bus incident flashed in Bayu's mind. He shivered again and quickened his pace. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5, 6 minutes later, Bayu finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and shouted, All right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you flat as an airport. Please, just give me a break already. Xia Xiao nodded, then kept following right behind him. Look, comrade Xia Xiao, Bayu stopped and said, I already apologized, okay? Don't push it. What more do you want? I don't want anything, Xia Xiao shrugged. Then why the hell are you following me? Is street yours or something? Why can't I walk here, she said, full of disdain. Bayu was speechless. He took a deep breath, sped up again. As they approached the city center, the streets got noticeably more crowded. Why is it so lively downtown today? Bayu furrowed his brows. Well, the more people, the better. Maybe I can finally shake her off in the crowd. Seriously, though, all I did was call her flat-chested. Is that worth holding a grudge over? Petty, vindictive, totally unreasonable. She's the very definition of a crazy chick. Wait, no, she's a chick. He shook his head violently. Women, man. He quickened his steps, weaving through the densest part of the crowd. Xia Xiao was still hot on his heels. A few minutes later, so there's a car show going on here. Bayu finally realized. He looked around at the luxury cars and the models posing beside them. Unlike the other guys ogling the cars, i.e. the models, Bayu gave them all just one casual glance before looking away. Sure, the models were attractive, probably all rated 8.5 or above in terms of looks and figure. But still, none of them could compare to Mu Yini. After all, Mu Yini's looks and body? Easy 9.5 out of 10 minimum. 10 minutes passed. With a girl like Mu Yini around, but you couldn't care less about some random car show models. He thought back on the past 2 days and all the women he'd met who scored 90 plus in his mental hotness rankings. Mu Yini, Di Ching Ching, Xiao Xiao Xiao, Wu Xiao Xiao. Suddenly remembering the sweet but scatterbrained Wu Xiao Xiao, Bai grumbled to himself, Wu Xiao Xiao, Xia Xiao Xiao? Is everyone naming their daughters like this now? If I have a daughter someday, should I name her by Xiao Xiao? HM. Actually, that doesn't sound half bad. Thinking that, Bai clenched his fists. Yeah, I've got to speed things up. I need to win Yini over fast, then do some shameful stuff and make myself a daughter. But first things first, gotta get rid of this crazy chick trailing me and buy myself a car to get out of here. Bai knew this couldn't go on. For the sake of his future daughter by Xiao Xiao, who didn't even exist yet, and his own happiness, he had to escape the violent stalker behind him. What if she suddenly finds out her grandpa blew 9 million yuan just to buy that 200 yuan knockoff sculpture for me? What if she suddenly remembers I accidentally head-butt her on the way out of that antique store the other day? He shivered again. His eyes darted around the exhibition hall, looking for a solution. Then, bam, he had an idea. This was his chance. Bai suddenly stopped, turned around, and shouted dramatically at Xia Xiao Xiao. Hey, can you please stop following me? Xia Xiao Xiao may be flat, but her face was objectively beautiful. So the moment she walked into the car show, she drew plenty of curious, admiring stares. Now, with Bai yelling that line, whoosh, 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 everyone turned to look. Curiosity, confusion, jealousy, and more. I'm not following you, Xia Xiao Xiao said seriously. Fine. You said it yourself. Bai huffed and marched off again. Xia Xiao Xiao paused for a second, then caught up again. You call this not following me? Bai stopped and glared. What? You paved this road? Why can't I walk here? She replied coldly. The two stared each other down. What's going on here? That guy and the girl. What's their deal? I don't know, but looks like she's been following him this whole time. I can confirm that. She's been tailing him from outside the car show to right here. At least 10 minutes. Huh. Why though? Seems like they're dating, and the guy snuck off to check out the car models. She caught him red-handed, one chubby bystander speculated. What an idiot. If I had a girlfriend like that. No way I'd be here checking out other girls. Ungrateful little punk. Youth these days. The crowd murmured and gossiped nonstop. Bullshit. Bai nearly spat blood at the absurd rumors. This is not what I wanted. He panicked. No. I can't let this go on any longer. Muttering to himself, Bai suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Look, lady, we don't even know each other. Why are you following me? I already have a girlfriend. Okay. And I love her, really love her. So could you please stop clinging to me? Huh? They're not dating? The crowd instantly buzzed with suspicion again. Auto show, main exhibition hall. Ethan Bai and Tian Xia stood face to face, exchanging tense glances. Around them, the crowd started to thicken, curious eyes turning their way. Half were intrigued, half confused. Yo, bro, what's going on over there? I heard a young couple's having a fight. The guy apparently snuck off to check out the model cars, but the girl caught him red-handed. Puffed. You guys know nothing. Stop spreading fake rumors. Actually, it doesn't look like they're dating. That guy doesn't even know her. But the girl's been following him around non-stop. Seriously? But she's so pretty. If I were that guy, I'd be all over that. You don't get it. He said he already has a girlfriend, and he's super loyal to her. Damn. So what's this girl doing? Trying to break them up, or what? Guess we were wrong about the guy. Honestly, even if she's just average, she's still a total knockout. Looks so pure and sweet too. And he's still keeping his distance. Wow, he must really love his girlfriend. Murmurs and whispers flooded in from all directions, growing louder with each passing second. The situation was evolving just as Ethan had hoped. But Tiantian's expression was darkening by the second. She shot him a glare filled with fury. Ethan maintained his straight face, looking like the perfect gentleman. But inside he was grinning. Kid, you really think you can play games with me? You're still too green. Then, out of nowhere, Tion arch her brow. A beat passed, and, suddenly, she changed her entire demeanor. Her face turned soft, pitiful. She looked at Ethan with trembling eyes and asked in a voice laced with pain, "So that's it? You're really cutting me off like this?" Boom! The crowd gasped again. Noise erupting. Something's off. Something's definitely off. I swear, those two have to know each other. No doubt about it. That dude's totally in the wrong. Yep, there's clearly some messed up drama going on here. What's with all this cold-hearted breakup talk? Didn't he just say they don't even know each other? Ethan tried to explain. So you're doing this all for her, huh? Tion played the role of the wronged lover flawlessly, voice shaking with heartbreak. All because of that fox-faced witch? You're just going to cut me off like this? After 6 years together since high school, you're throwing all that away for her. I knew it. Jerk. Trash. I knew from the start. Man looked shady as hell. Knew he wasn't a good guy. Dumped his girlfriend of 6 years for a pretty face. So he's the one who crossed the line. Girl, let him go. That kind of man ain't worth it. Yes, sis. Forget him. Let the past stay in the past. Now the scorn was pouring in. Judgmental glares. Harsh words. All aimed at Ethan. His face darkened. Crap. Is this whole thing going to blow up in my face? 68%. Still above the danger line. Barely, but it counts. He muttered to himself, eyes scanning, brain racing. Then, an idea hit. He let out a long, dramatic sigh. A wave of sadness washed over his face. 6 years, huh? And you dare bring that up? 6 years, every time you wanted something, I got it for you. Whatever you wanted to eat, I made sure you had it. You got sick, I was the first one sprinting to the nurse's office for medicine. I gave you every cent of my allowance, saved up just to treat you better. And in return, Ethan's voice rose with fury and pain, eyes wide with disbelief. How did you treat me? If I hadn't accidentally seen your phone a few days ago, I'd still be clueless. Turns out I've been rocking a whole damn herd of horns on my head. Gasp! A sharp collective intake of breath echoed throughout the hall. The atmosphere flipped on its head. You! Tianqian's face turned beet red. Her hands clenched into fists. Just as she opened her mouth, Ethan cut her off, unleashing another blow. 6 years, 23 guys, 8 abortions, and me? I barely even held your hand more than a few times. Now, how do you get it? Why I'm cutting you off like this? He pointed at her and shouted, "Because you caused all of this. And don't even think about slandering Tian Xia, calling her a manipulative homewrecker. Seriously, look in the mirror. Between the two of you, who's really the snake here? You. Tian exploded, fuming, her face burning with shame and rage. Nonsense. Stop spreading lies. Ethan just shook his head, his face the picture of heartbreak. Please, I'm begging you. For all the times I worked like a dog for you over these 6 years, just leave me alone. And leave my girlfriend alone, too. Tian has nothing to do with this. She's innocent. Shut up. Just shut up already. Tian shrieked, her voice cracking. Ethan turned away, his tone low and weary. Furong, it's over. Please, let me go. I am tired. Who even is this guy? Man, poor dude. At first, I thought that girl was all pure and sweet. Guess not. Shows you can't judge a book by its cover. Girl, stop clinging. Let the man go. He's already been through enough. No motives anymore. Eh? What sweet guy. Damn shame. Xia Xiao ran away, literally sobbing as she did. But that wasn't all. Right before she ran, she shot Baiyu a look full of resentment and fury. The glare sent a chill down Baiyu's spine. He shuddered, taking 2 or 3 steps back instinctively. The pitiful sight of that ugly guy on the bus earlier was clearly still burned into his memory. But Baiyu's reaction, in the eyes of the bystanders, only made him seem more heartbroken and tragic. Sigh, let the past stay in the past, kid, someone muttered sympathetically. Yeah, she's not worth it, man, another chimed in. 6 years of feelings, though. Poor guy. He really seemed sincere about it. Don't be sad, bro. You still got Xia Xiao, haven't you? Forget that unfaithful woman. Move on. Time heals everything. One by one, people started voicing their comfort and support. The performance had to be convincing. Baiyu wasn't about to let things fall apart now. Not when he was this close to pulling it off. He looked up, gazing in the direction Xia Xiao had run for a good half-minute. Only after that did he finally snap out of it and withdraw his gaze. Then he turned back to the crowd, forcing a bitter smile, before slowly walking away with a stagger in his step. Everyone watching let out collective sighs, visibly moved. But as soon as Baiyu stepped out of the auto show venue, the sorrow and helplessness vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by sheer, smug satisfaction. "Still want to play games with me, kid? You're too young," Baiyu muttered to himself, grinning as he walked toward a nearby 4S car dealership. Although, did I maybe go a little too far this time? 75%. Baiyu quickly shook his head. No. Survival comes first. He arrived at the dealership. "Welcome, sir. Welcome in." Two hostesses greeted him immediately, guiding him into the store. Baiyu couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. After all, with his decade-long background as a web novel reader, and given how things usually went in urban novels, this should have been the moment where a smug sales guy looked down on him, only for Baiyu to slap him in the face by casually buying a car worth several $100,000. But to be fair, that kind of dramatic face-slapping, it rarely happens in real life. Almost never, really. Especially when you dress like Baiyu is today, from top to bottom, full GUCCL. Jacket, pants, shoes, easily 20 or 30 grand altogether. Salespeople are pros. They can tell. Even if a customer walked in dressed in knockoff gear from a roadside stall, no competent sales rep would dare to show disdain on their face. That's just basic professionalism. There's no shortage of talent out there. Slack off and you're fired. Simple as that. With a hint of regret, Baiyu wandered into the spacious dealership, which spanned about 400 to 500 square meters. He strolled around casually, eventually setting his sights on a sleek black Range Rover. Top trim, 3.8 million yen. He walked back toward the black Range Rover. "This one," he said firmly. "This one?" A voice echoed at the exact same moment. It was a woman's voice, and it sounded very familiar. Baiyu froze for a second, then quickly looked up. At the same time, the woman on the other side of the car also looked up, clearly surprised. Their eyes met. Shock. "E&I. Baiyu." They spoke in unison. "What are you doing here?" they both asked. Again at the same time. This is awkward." The silence hung for a second longer. Then came yet another perfectly synchronized line. "Baiyu, you're here to buy a car?" "MOE&I. You're here to buy a car?" And then silence again. Baiyu was a guy, so he could play it cool and act like it was no big deal. But MOE&I wasn't nearly as composed. Whoosh. Baiyu noticed her delicate, stunning face turned beet red. She was breathtaking. "Sir, do you know each other?" The saleswoman assisting Baiyu glanced at MOE&I, cautiously asking the question. "Yeah, we do." Baiyu smiled warmly at MOE&I. He walked around the car and stood directly in front of her. Then, without hesitation, he gently pulled her into a hug. MOE&I froze, completely stiff. She didn't move, like she had no idea what to do. But she didn't push Baiyu away. In fact, after 2 or 3 seconds, her body started to relax, and slowly, her hands moved. She carefully, hesitantly wrapped her arms around Baiyu. Then, by his ear, in a soft, determined whisper, she said, "Baiyu, I'll try my best." The brief hug came to an end. Baiyu didn't do anything inappropriate. He simply let go of Mo Yini gently and tenderly. After all, to Mo Yini, even that hug was already pushing boundaries. Yes, last night they had hug-kissed, and even slept on the same bed. But that was just the two of them. Now, they were surrounded by people. For a woman like Mo Yini, who disliked men to the point of aversion, to allow such close, intimate contact with one, right in front of everyone, wasn't that already way past the line? Mo Yini had whispered in Baiyu's ear that she would do her best. But even so, Baiyu knew better than to rush things. He wasn't about to spoil things by getting greedy and losing her trust. He wasn't about to let the duck that was already in hand fly away. And besides, this woman, she wasn't just any woman. She was the one. After all, Di Chingching was completely loyal to Mo Yini without hesitation. So, Yini, are you here to buy a car? Baiyu asked casually. MHM. Mo Yini nodded, then turned to ask, do you like this car, Baiyu? Huh? Why? Baiyu was puzzled. Just answer first. Do you like it? She pressed. Wait, what's going on? You're not buying this for me, are you? 100%. A big 100% compatibility rating flashed across Baiyu's vision. Mo Yini bit her lower lip lightly, then nodded. Yes. Yesterday, during our blind date, didn't you say you didn't have a car or an apartment? Well, about the apartment, my family has 3. 2 of them are under my name. After we finish filming We Got Married, we'll change the ownership to you. As for the car, the moment Mo Yini said that, the surrounding car salespeople were stunned. Then suddenly, Baiyu felt the atmosphere shift. The way they looked at him became strange. What the hell? What are those looks? Baiyu cursed silently. You're making me look like some sugar baby here. 70%. He couldn't help but mutter, come on, I'm a super-powered man. At least give me some dignity. Baiyu, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Mo Yini noticed the change in his expression and asked gently. She looked genuinely worried that she might have upset him. The sales staff's gazes grew even more bizarre. Most of them had looked down on him at first, but now their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and curiosity. They envied Baiyu for winning the heart of someone like Mo Yini, a stunning beauty. They were jealous that Mo Yini was not only interested in Baiyu, but willing to give him a house and a car. But more than anything, they were curious. Curious about what kind of spell Baiyu had cast on her. What exactly had he done to make a woman like Mo Yini care about his feelings this much? No, Yini. Baiyu smiled, gently cupping her beautiful face. Mo Yini looked a little nervous. Then Baiyu said softly, no matter what it is, as long as it's from you, I'll love it. As long as you like it. Mo Yini smiled sweetly. Crap, that smile. That smile just hit me right in the heart. Baiyu thought, dazed. Salesman number 1, ugh, total sugar baby. Salesman number 2, spoiled gigolo. Salesman number 3, look at him. Off to the side, the 3 male salespeople stared daggers at Baiyu, overflowing with bitter envy. Baiyu could feel the hatred radiating from these bitter single guys. Smiling politely, he nodded toward them, then suddenly raised an eyebrow. He leaned in close to Mo Yini and exaggeratedly sniffed the air around her, taking deep breaths. What's wrong? Is there something weird on me? Mo Yini asked softly, confused. Everyone looked at Baiyu in confusion. Then Baiyu grinned and said, I knew something fell off. Fell off, they repeated. Yeah, I've been wondering why the air in this car showroom smells so sweet today, and now I know. It's because you were here, Yini. W what? Me? What does that have to do with anything? Montag Yini was stunt. I don't know either. But wherever you are, the air just smells sweeter, Baiyu said with a smirk, twirling a lock of her long hair around his finger. Mo Yini's face instantly turned bright red. Because of her aversion to men, she never allowed any man to get close to her. Not even physically near her, let alone touching her. So being touched by Baiyu, and in public no less, made her flustered beyond words. But at the same time, that cheesy line had made her heart flutter uncontrollably, while her entire face was flushed red from head to toe. Salesman number 1, number 2, and number 3 all had looks of utter despair. That level of PDA was lethal. It was too much. The looks on their faces grew darker by the second. If they could, those 3 men would have raised their fists to the sky and screamed, Damn you heavens! What do we do wrong? We're just selling cars. Why must you torture us single dogs like this? Salesman number 1, T-Sich, smooth-talking little gold digger. Salesman number 2, freeloader. Salesman cancelito tre. This particular Land Rover Range Rover was priced at 3.8 million yuan, but after factoring in taxes and commercial insurance, the total came up to an eye-watering 4.5 million. But since the dealership heard that Baiyu and Mo Yini planned to pay the full amount up front, the store owner immediately knocked 100,000 yuan off the price for them. Final total, for 0.4 million yuan. What's more, they guaranteed that within the hour, all the insurance paperwork and the temporary license plate would be taken care of. With a 100,000 yuan discount just handed to them. Why say no? Bai wasn't the type who insisted on flaunting wealth or pretending to be some big shot. So when the boss offered the discount, he gladly accepted. He turned to Mo Yini and asked, Yini, what do you think? As long as you like it, she replied gently. All right then, for 0.4 million it is, Bai nodded, pulling out his bank card. Boss, go ahead and swipe it. But he didn't expect. Mo Yini pulled out her bank card almost at the exact same time, handing it to the boss. Boss, swipe mine. They spoke in unison. The boss blinked in surprise, then chuckled. You two really are in sync, like a young married couple. Mo Yini's cheeks flushed, while Bai just gave a polite smile. Neither of them corrected the boss on how he addressed them. Yini, I've got this, Bai said softly. No, Bai, I'll pay for it, Mo Yini said firmly. The two of them froze for a second. Then Mo Yini's turned serious. No, I have to pay. I owe you this. Bai was stunned. Even the boss paused for a moment, squinting at them thoughtfully, as if he were mentally piecing something together. All right, you two talk it over. I've got a few things to handle in the back. Just holler when you've decided. With that, the boss hurried off, deciding that this might be some delicate issue between the couple that he shouldn't meddle in. With the boss gone, the room fell silent. Just Bai and Mo Yini left alone. Yini, what are you talking about? You don't owe me anything, Bai said, genuinely puzzled. Yes, I do, she said, biting her lip, her eyes filled with determination. I do owe you. What the hell? Bai frowned. Yini, I don't understand. Bai, she interrupted softly. We're a couple, right? Of course we are, he said seriously. We're together now, and we'll be husband and wife in the future. Then why is it, she said bitterly, that even just holding your hand makes me feel so uncomfortable, so resistant inside? Her face was full of frustration and guilt. Don't overthink it, Bai interrupted gently. Yini, I don't mind, but I do, she said, voice rising with emotion. I feel terrible. I feel so guilty. I feel like I've wronged you. Yini, are you willing to try to change for me? He asked quietly. I am, she said, eyes unwavering. I can. I will. Then that's enough. Bai pulled her into his arms. Her body stiffened at first, but then slowly began to relax. You've already done so well, Yini, he whispered. You don't need to blame yourself or feel guilty. I see all the effort you're putting in. I see it all. Really? She asked, biting her lip, a glimmer of hope lighting up her pale face. Absolutely. Every word is true. Mo Yini fell silent for a moment. Then, with unwavering resolve, she said, Bai, I'll keep trying. She clenched her fists, hesitated for just a second, then stood on tiptoes. Nervously, trembling, she leaned forward and kissed Bai on the lips. Their lips met. Her body reacted, exactly like the night before. Tense, rigid, frozen. But this time, she wasn't passive. She was the one who took the initiative. A few seconds later, she pulled away, though Bai had helped ease her inner conflict and guilt when facing him. When it came time to actually pay for the car, Mo Yini still insisted. She had to pay. Finally, the boss couldn't take it anymore and blurted out, Why don't you two lovebirds just split it 50-50? Both of them froze. You're right. You're right. Then, once again, they both handed over their bank cards at the same time. Boss, swipe mine. Boss, swipe mine. Again, they spoke in unison. What were the odds? The boss gave an exaggerated sigh. Seriously now, you two lovebirds being so in sync. All lovey-dovey in broad daylight like this. Is that even fair? I'll have you know we've got quite a few single folks working in this store. Bai, Montak Yini. The two of them gave embarrassed smiles. All right, the boss muttered. Whose card am I swiping first? Mine. Mine. Again, they spoke at the same time. The boss. After finalizing the payment, since it would take about an hour for the 4S dealership to handle taxes, insurance, and temporary license plates, Bai and Mo Yini decided to take a walk in the nearby park to pass the time and spend some quality time together. The park was located right next to the West Trade Auto Plaza, and just across from the park was a luxurious villa district. One look, and you could tell it was insanely expensive. After all, this area was in the second ring of Hang City, prime urban real estate. Property prices here easily reached 80,000 or even 100,000 yuan per square meter. Buying a villa around here probably costs at least 30 or 40 million yuan. Crazy. Bai thought to himself. 100%. Man, people really have too much money these days. Bai couldn't help but sigh out loud. What is it? Mo Yini looked at him, puzzled. He pointed toward the villa district. Those villas over there probably go for 30 or 40 million each. That's wild. There's so much money out there. Mo Yini's expression suddenly shifted. An odd, unreadable look passed across her face. What's wrong, Yini? Bai asked, confused. She replied slowly. Actually, the average price for each villa over there now is probably closer to 60 million. 60 million? Bai gasped, stunned. A few seconds later, he shook his head and muttered, That's insane. Do these people have brain damage? 60 million. Do you know what you could buy with that kind of money? And they choose to spend it on a house here? Sure, it's next to a park and all, but it's right in the middle of downtown. The traffic alone would kill you. Mo Yini calmly replied, Well, to be fair, transportation here is actually pretty good. There's a bus station and a subway stop just nearby. Oh, come on, Bai cut in. Even in the third, fourth, or fifth rings. There are tons of neighborhoods going for tens of millions that also have bus and subway access. Yini, think about it. If you're driving yourself, the traffic here must be unbearable. It's not that bad. Not terrible traffic, she mumbled. Not terrible. It's not even rush hour right now. And look at that road. It's packed. Spending 60 million to live in a place where you're just going to be stuck in traffic every day? That's just suffering. Montak Yini. Bai sighed and shook his head dramatically. TSK, TSK. I seriously don't get it. What? Did all the rich folks in this area get their heads slammed by a door or something? Mo Yini's face suddenly darkened. Yini, Bai noticed and looked at her, puzzled. She spoke quietly. When I bought it, it was only about 24 million. Huh? Bai froze blank. Then she added, her tone flat. So in other words, actually, she paused, shook her head, then slowly enunciated each word like dropping a bomb. I own the villas in that neighborhood. Bai stared at her, completely stunned. Wait, Yini, you're saying? Seeing Bai's utterly dumbfounded face, Mo Yini couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Her mood instantly lifted. That stunningly beautiful face of hers curved into a soft, triumphant smile. She said slowly, exactly what it sounds like. Bai, holy crap. His eyes widened as he recalled what she had said before, how she owned 3 properties, and one of them she planned to transfer to him. A bold realization hit him like a truck. Wait, does that mean she owns a villa here? As the thought formed, a flashing percentage popped into his mind. 100%. Is this for real? 100%. Wait. Bai's jaw dropped. Why do I feel like I've somehow become a sugar baby? She's given me a house, and now a car. 70%. 70% my ass. What part of me screams sugar baby? I'm a tiger, damn it. Not Hello Kitty. 50%. No. I need to get serious about making money. Or I really might end up as the kind of guy people joke about. He swore to himself right then and there. Wait. Hold on. A terrifying realization dawned on him. Didn't I literally just say people who buy houses here must have had their brains knocked out? 100%. This is so awkward. Bai awkwardly looked up and met Mo Yini's eyes. He forced a stiff smile. Yini, you really have great taste. This neighborhood has amazing geography, second ring of Hang City, tons of potential for appreciation. And the park next door? Incredible. Plus, there's a gourmet street nearby, right? Amazing. And to think you got it for only 24 million? Now it's worth 60 million? Yini, you're seriously amazing. But didn't someone say earlier that the traffic here sucks? She shot back, raising an eyebrow. Not important. That's totally not important anymore. Bayu laughed nervously. All right then. Seeing how flustered he was, Mo Yini couldn't help but smirk. Since we still have about an hour to wait, why don't I show you where we'll be living together in the future? Cough. Sure, let's go, Bayu said with an embarrassed grin. No wonder they call it a luxury villa district. Even at the entrance of the neighborhood, there were already 3 or 4 fully armed security guards. As they walked deeper toward Mo Yini's, their villa now, they passed by several rounds of patrolling guard along the way. The further in they went, the more secure it felt. After about 10 minutes, the two of them finally arrived at the villa. Tall walls, a spacious yard, a neatly trimmed lawn, and even an outdoor pool. After passing the fingerprint and facial recognition check, they stepped inside the villa. I wasn't expecting this. Seriously, I wasn't. Bayu couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Wasn't expecting what? Mo Yini looked confused. Bayu turned to her with a smile. I wasn't expecting my Yini to be a secret millionaire. Mo Yini's beautiful face instantly flushed pink. She quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. Then, she led Bayu on a tour around the entire villa, both inside and out. It took about 15 minutes in total. After the tour, the two returned to the living room on the first floor. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Bayu was deep in thought about where he could make some serious money next. After all, he still had 6 or 7 million yuan in his bank account. Not bad, but he needed more. Am I supposed to keep relying on lucky finds? He frowned. No. Scavenging for hidden treasures is way too luck-based. Sure, I have powers, but that doesn't guarantee there'll always be something worthwhile at the free market. As he thought about it, Bayu drifted into deep contemplation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, a spark lit up in his mind. A bold idea began to form. Wait a minute, I've got an idea. He activated his mental ability and asked, if I go to the free trading market tomorrow, will I be able to find any hidden treasures? 100%. He, feeling pleased, Bayu refined his question. Will I be able to find 5 valuable items tomorrow? 0%. 4. 0%. 3. 100%. Looks like tomorrow's going to be another profitable day. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He continued his mental questioning. Will any of those single items be worth more than 2 million? 66.66%. 2/3 chance, huh? So out of the 3 items I'll find tomorrow, 2 are worth over 2 million, and 1 is worth less. He thought for a second, then asked, what about over 1 million? 100%. So one of them's between 1 and 2 million. He kept going. And those 2 high-value items, will either of them be worth over 3 million? 100%. Over 4 million. 100%. 5 million. 100%. 6 million. 0%. All right, so both items are between 5 and 6 million. That means my total haul tomorrow will be between 11 and 14 million. Bayu grinned proudly at the thought, leaning back in satisfaction. Man, making money has never been so easy. Earning 10 million a day. TSK. Suddenly, an image popped into his head. Stall number 2 at the free trading market. An old fatty's big black display case. His expression turned weird. No way, it couldn't be that much of a coincidence, right? 100%. No freaking way. You're telling me all 3 items I'm going to find tomorrow are from old fatty's stall again. 66.66%. Ha. He burst out laughing. And let me guess, those 2 5 million plus items are from him too? 100%. Ah, old Wong, you're seriously my lucky charm. Don't worry, once I'm rich, I'll make sure to stop by your stall often. He gave old fatty a silent moment of gratitude. At that moment, Mo Yini came over carrying a plate of fruit and some cold appetizers. Bayu, what are you laughing about? Oh, me. Bayu suddenly looked at her with deep affection, speaking softly. I was just thinking about our future, living together, working hard together, building a life full of happiness. Mo Yini bit her lip. Her face was filled with resolve and seriousness. I'll do my best. She placed the food on the coffee table, clenched her fair little fists, and slowly sat down next to Bayou. He furrowed his brow slightly, then, without hesitation, reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. In that moment, Mo Yini's body stiffened instantly. But Bayou didn't take things further. He just held her quietly. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a while, her tense body gradually relaxed. Little by little, she lifted her delicate, flawless face from his chest. Biting her lip, she whispered shakily, "Be Bayou, please, please be gentle." She closed her eyes tight. Bayou smiled warmly. He brushed away a few strands of hair from her cheek. Then, he leaned down and gently kissed her lips. Mo Yini froze completely again the moment their lips touched. But this time, Bayou didn't stop. Instead, he kissed her with all the passion he'd been holding back. At first, she resisted, her body squirming slightly in his embrace. But gradually, slowly, she began to yield. By then, Bayou had already been completely consumed by the fire Mo Yini had ignited within him. There was really no way around it. Bayou wasn't some kind of monk or saint. He couldn't possibly sit still with a beautiful woman in his arms and feel nothing, especially not after the last 2 days, when Mu Yini and Di Qingqing's constant teasing had already stirred something deep inside him. And last night, he had foolishly downed an entire bowl of wolfberry and chicken tonic soup, something that only added fuel to the fire. Now, with Mu Yini asleep and unknowingly pressing against him on the sofa, her body warm and soft in his arms, Bayou clenched his fists, struggling. He was only human, and a man at that. He gritted his teeth, trying to shift away. But as she moved in her sleep, murmuring softly and drawing even closer, something inside him snapped. He turned abruptly, his body moving before his mind could stop it. But just as he leaned over her, Mu Yini's eyes flew open. Those beautiful eyes, usually calm and composed, now filled with panic and confusion. "Bayou," she gasped. Startled by her sudden fear, Bayou froze. Mu Yini trembled beneath him, her hands pushing gently against his chest, not with force but with uncertainty. Bayou stared down at her, breath ragged. He could see the fear in her eyes, and it hit him like ice water. "What the hell am I doing?" He pulled back immediately, his heart pounding in shame. I'm sorry," he blurted, stumbling off the couch. Without another word, he rushed upstairs and into the bathroom. He turned on the cold shower, letting the icy water pour over him. "Damn it," he muttered through gritted teeth, resting his forehead against the cold tile wall. I lost control. It had only been 2 days since he met Mu Yini. She wasn't like other girls. She was reserved, guarded. More than that, he'd overheard once that she didn't even like men. And yet just now, he'd almost... No. Bayou slammed a fist lightly against the wall, gritting his teeth harder. "I won't be that kind of man." Back downstairs, Mu Yini slowly sat up, arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her clothes were still in place, but she felt shaken. Tears welled in her eyes, not from pain, but confusion. But the more she sat there, the more she remembered the moment Bayou stopped. How his eyes had changed the second he saw hers. How he backed away, ran upstairs. He could have, but he didn't. "You can do this, Mu Yini," she whispered to herself, brushing the tears from her cheeks and taking a deep breath. "You're not that fragile." A few minutes later, the bathroom door creaked open. Bayou turned, towel wrapped hastily around his waist, only to find Mu Yini standing there. She looked nervous, uncertain, but she didn't back away. I'm okay," she said softly, her eyes not quite meeting his. "If you want to—" "No," Bayou said firmly, shaking his head. "You're not ready. I can see it." Mu Yini looked up in surprise. "I mean it," Bayou continued, walking toward her slowly. "What happened just now was my fault. I'll let my instincts get the better of me. But I swear to you, I won't ever do anything that you don't want. Ever." She bit her lip, torn between emotions. Bayou gently reached out and lifted her chin. "I promise. Until you're ready, truly ready, I'll wait. I'll protect you. That's my vow." Then he pulled her into a gentle embrace. Mu Yini's body stiffened at first, then slowly relaxed against him. Bayu led her to the bedroom and tucked her under the blanket like she was made of porcelain. He kissed her forehead gently and said, "Get some rest. I'll go grab some food. Tonight, I'll cook for you." "Okay," she whispered, her cheeks tinged pink. After carefully tucking in Mo Yini, Bayu turned around and headed toward the bathroom. Wait, what? Didn't he just say he was going to get groceries? Why was he heading to the bathroom? Well, Bayu cast a quick glance down at his own, inconvenient situation and let out a silent sigh. Sigh. Karma, huh? He couldn't just stroll out like this, could he? Definitely needed to cool things off with a cold shower first. Besides, he was already halfway undressed. Soon enough, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Mo Yini curled up in the blanket, staring blankly in the direction of the bathroom. No one knew what was going through her mind. Suddenly, her eyes widened slightly. Her flawless face flushed red all at once. Then came the hesitation, uncertainty. A mix of emotions flooded her expression. But eventually, all the doubt, all the hesitation, faded away, replaced with surprising resolve. In the bathroom, Bayu was muttering to himself, still struggling. Just hold on a bit longer, buddy. Rushing things never ends well. There's still plenty of time. He was just about to get dressed when the bathroom door opened again. And Montak Yini Vaikatin. Yini? What's wrong? Bayu looked at her, puzzled. I. Mo Yini bit her lip, her face flushed, voice trembling. Bayu, if you want. I could use my hand to help you. Bayu froze, completely stunned. I heard that if a man holds it in for too long, it's not good for his health. It might even affect his, stamina and long-term function. Her voice got softer and softer until it was barely audible. But Yini, are you really okay with that? Bayu didn't immediately reject her. Truth be told, he was really struggling. I think I can do it. Mo Yini lifted her head slightly and looked at him shyly, her voice shaking. 40 minutes later, outside the villa, Bayu stretched his arms out, completely refreshed. That felt amazing, he said to himself, exhaling deeply. Although Mo Yini was clearly inexperienced, under Bayu's gentle guidance, he still ended up nearly melting from how earnest she was. And even after the first round, Bayu had remained rather persistent. So, Mo Yini, with cheeks as red as fire, gritted her teeth and helped him through round 2. All right, I've got 3 missions to complete today. Pick up the car, buy groceries, and get Yini some new underwear. Why underwear? Because during the earlier moment of emotional turbulence, Bayu had accidentally ripped apart the only set Mo Yini had brought. There had been a spare set in the villa, apparently left by Di Qingxing during her last visit. But during that second incident, that set had also been, well, compromised. As for the exact details, well, use your imagination. Is the situation at the 4S dealership handled? 100%. All right, first stop, the dealership to get the car. Then grocery shopping. And I'll grab Yini's new set on the way back. With the plan set, Bayu headed toward the nearest bus stop. It would take about 10 minutes on foot to get to the auto market. If he took the bus, it'd be even quicker. At the park bus stop, a few people were already waiting. Shouldn't take more than a few minutes if I ride the bus to the dealership, Bayu muttered to himself. 0%. Bayu blinked. 0%? His brows furrowed. Maybe there's been an accident on the road? 0%. Still 0. Then maybe the bus is going to break down? 100%. Damn. A mechanical failure. 0%. Not a breakdown? Then what? His left eyelid twitched violently. A weird sense of dread crept up on him. Don't tell me. There are thugs involved? 100%. A robbery on the bus? 0%. A hostage situation? 0%. An arson attempt? 100%. You've got to be kidding me. Bayu's eyes flew wide open. The very bus he had been waiting for was now approaching from around the corner. Are the arsonists already on the bus? 100%. Confirmed. Arsonists. On the bus. Bayu narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the vehicle. It was packed. If I get on and warn everyone, would I just end up provoking them into doing something reckless? 100%. What are the chances I can stop them? 0%. And if I handle this properly, what's the chance no one gets hurt? 75%. If I call the police and fire department now, what are the chances there'll be zero casualties? 97.76%. That's good enough for me. Without another second of hesitation, Bayou whipped out his phone and called the police.